Okay, good morning. Let's get started. At least we start on time. We never know if we're going to finish on time. So, first of all, welcome to the Mathematical Modeling in Animal Nutrition training, the future generation in data predictive analytics for sustainable development. So this is a follow-up of the same workshop we had last year. This is, as it says, the advanced training. Last year we had the basics, so this is the advanced training. I am Luis Tedeschi. I'm at Texas A&M University. I will be the chair for this workshop, hands-on symposium presentation. So this workshop is organized by the American Society of Animal Science, and the NANP is the National Animal Nutrition Program. And as you can see here, there are a couple of folks here in the audience that are part of the National Animal Nutrition Program, including myself. I'll talk a little bit about Dr. Menendez, Hector, and Aline Ramos is here too. So this is the Animal Nutrition Program. So first of all, I'd like to thank all the sponsors for this, the society, the American Society of Animal Science, the National Animal Nutrition Program, USDA. This workshop is partially funded by USDA. The Quantifiable Animal Performance Areas of Excellence from the Department of Animal Science at Texas A&M, and also the peer community in animal science. So I'd like to thank all of them for their support. So the National Animal Nutrition Program, as we call it, NANP, was established back in 2010. It was renewed in 2015 and also renewed in 2 years ago, 2020. So the main scope, the main purpose of this National Animal Nutrition Program is research support activity as requested by stakeholders. So in essence, it's really to assist the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering and Medicine. So based on their publications, and whenever they need any support, they come and talk to our group and we help them. There are 3 committees of the National Animal Nutrition Program. The first one is the Coordinating Committee. Dr. Miller from Nebraska, University of Nebraska Lincoln is the chair. That is the Feed Composition Committee. Ryan Jigger is the chair for that one, and we are actually part of the Modeling Committee. So we are in the Modeling Committee, is the one that organized this conference and this workshop. So the whole purpose of the Modeling Committee is to improve the predictive technologies and tools to best utilize available platforms. And that's what I mentioned, to assist with the national academies and work with researchers to effectively share, combine, manage, store, collect databases, and also to develop ways to use that data through modeling. And we also interface with and support the requirements of the requirement revision committees as requested, as I mentioned, by the national academies. So this is a picture of our website. If you go to animalnutrition.org, you find a lot of data sets, data information database, modelings, models available for download, and a lot of educational program there, material. So this is another one. So right now it's for all livestock species. And as I mentioned, and all of these publications and all these recordings from this conference will be available at the animalnutrition.org too. So just showing a different page here, different picture of the website. So as on the left you see all the nutrient requirement models, and on the right you see some statistical references and what we call some codes to help you to analyze data and so forth. And the material for this presentation, this workshop today, and the ones in the past, this is the fourth one in the American Society of Animal Science, as well as those that were conducted at the dairy and also the poultry. They are all available at the animalnutrition.org under workshops symposium. What I do have to ask you is to fill out the survey. So I really don't know how to share this with you, so I'm putting out this the bit.ly website. I will ask you to fill out this survey at the end of the day or whenever you feel like. It will probably take you between 5 and 10 minutes. If it takes you 20 minutes, probably too much. If it takes you 1 minute, it's probably not too much. So it should take you between 5 and 10 minutes to fill out this. Then you can scan this, and I'll show you this this slide later on too. So this is our agenda for today, and I am organizing this with the NANP modeling committee, and I have two of my colleagues helping me here today. So I have Aline Remus. Aline will help with the roundtable in the morning, and I have Hector Menendez. He'll help on the roundtable during the afternoon. So I'll ask you to save your burning questions for the roundtable. After the end of the presentation, we'll move on to the next presentation, and then we have a roundtable discussion and Q&A and things like that. So we'll start. The first presentation will be the power of theoretical and practical identifiability for models. Then we have a second presentation. Then we have a coffee break around 10:10. Then we have another presentation on hands-on system dynamics modeling. Then we have a round table. After that, we'll have lunch. And then we come back, we have hands-on on agent-based modeling. Then we have coffee break. It's going to be a long hands-on, so you're probably going to need some coffee there. And then we have the last presentation, hands-on on making sense of big data and AI and things like that. Then we have the second round table for questions and discussions and updates. And then we end our presentation, our symposium. So once more, I would like to thank all the sponsors for this that made it possible. And I want to remind you about the ModNut. There will be another conference this year, the ModNut. It will be in Italy. Probably a better view than ours here in Alghero. That will be in September 18, 21st of 22. I know a bunch of folks here. We're planning to go. So that would be a nice place to go. We'll be there. So if you have questions that you did not have time to ask here, you can go there and ask there. We'll be there. Probably going to be more convenient there too. So again, this is the website to fill out the survey for future workshops and how we go from there. So right now I'd like to move on to the first presentation. Let me close this and open this, and I'll introduce the first speaker. Is it up there? Yes. Okay, so the first speaker is Dr. Munoz Tamayo. Rafael is a researcher at the Systemic Modeling Applied to Ruminants team. He's from the French Institute of Agriculture, Food and Environment, INRA. He has a bachelor's degree in chemical engineering and a master's of science in automatic control at Universidad Nacional de Colombia. So he has a PhD degree in applied mathematics from University Paris-Saclay. Rafael is a mathematical modeler of biological systems. His research motivation is to develop a quantitative understanding of biological processes using modeling to combine and structure information across disciplines. Rafael's current research project aims to enhance understanding of the dynamic interplay between diet, rumen microbiota, and the ruminant animal via mathematical modeling. So with that, Rafael.
Hello, do you hear me? Yes. So hello everyone, good morning. So this is my first conference in US. I'm very happy, very glad to be here with you today. And I would like to thank all the organizers for the kind invitation and for giving me this opportunity. So this talk is about, we will discuss about two concepts called structural identifiability and practical identifiability, and how useful are these concepts in the modeling exercise when we integrate these aspects. So in the first part of the presentation, I will discuss about the theoretical foundations of this, behind these concepts, of some mathematical background, and after I will give some examples to illustrate the usefulness of these two approaches. So we are actually, the talk is about parameter identification problem, and is actually something that all of you who are working in modeling aims to make a confrontation between the theory, which is represented by the model, and the reality, which is actually represented by observations or experimental data. Right? So in the literature we find many terms for this problem, so parameter estimation, parameter identification, and model calibration. And all of this is actually an optimization problem, an inverse problem in which we aim to find the best set of parameters that will minimize the distance between our model and the experimental data. And this distance is a function of an error, and we can build different functions, cost functions, on the basis of, well, different approaches. And this is actually the parameter identification. And one point that I would like to elaborate here is that many times these processes, I found this term, I don't know if it's good English, is downstream process, because it arrives when the data has been already collected. So I think that many of you that work with colleagues that do experiments, so they came to you and say, look, I did these experiments, I have plenty of data, give me a model for that. And when you look at the data, you realize that probably the data is not informative enough, and you cannot do anything with this data. So the idea here is then, so modelers, we are in these cases very limited to contribute, because we don't have degrees of freedom for contributing to the protocol. So the idea behind of the main message of the talk is actually that if we are able to participate, the modelers, in the design of experiments before the data is collected, this is the right way to do. So this is a cartoon about the topic. So the problem of parameter estimation is depicted here. So we have our system, right, that has some inputs, and the outputs that are actually the variables that we can measure. And as a modeler, what we do is to mirror what is happening in the reality in the mathematical virtual world. So we have a model, M, that is function of the parameters P, and we will inject to this model the same inputs, and we will have some model outputs that reflect actually the measurements. And when we have this, so we can determine the error, and with this error we can derive a cost function that will fit our optimization problem. And this is an iterative process in which we can estimate the parameters P. So this, I say that is a cartoon because all of you know that the process is more complicated than that. And here I say that M exists, and we are happy that we have already the model structure. But we know that deriving M is itself a big challenge, right? So here, in this case, we have already passed through the process of developing a model. So, so here is the same with the mathematical formulation. So I'm mainly focused here in dynamic models. So these models can be expressed as written in the equation. So we have the dynamics of our variable x, right? That we call the state vector, or the state variables that are gathered in the state vector x. And these dynamics are expressed as function here, the vector function f. There are functions of x, but also the input variables u, the parameters, and time. And here we can have anything you can imagine, very simple linear equations, or we can have complex nonlinear equations, and so on. And since we want to mirror what is happening in the reality using the model, so we have also an equation of the observations, and this equation here is expressed by the vector y. And the vector y can also be expressed as a function that can be nonlinear and can be also function of complex, can be nonlinear functions of the state vector, the parameters, and t. And something also I want to highlight also the initial conditions, because we have what we call the initial value problem, so we cannot solve this model if we don't have information on the initial conditions, and in many cases, the initial conditions are actually unknown. So they enlarge actually the parameter vector because we don't know, in many cases, the initial conditions of these variables. So there are different approaches to address the parameter estimation problem, and a very common approach is the maximum likelihood. And for example, here we can express the output, so the reality, the measurements y, as function of a deterministic model that we have already built, plus an error. And this error, if it follows a Gaussian distribution, so we can derive this cost function. And this cost function, with sigma is the covariance, the variance of the error, is the well-known unweighted least square, right? And you know that if the sigma is proportional to the identity matrix, so we have the known least square estimator. And to solve this problem, there are many ways to do. Different methods, so we have the local methods, the global methods, and actually something that is very important and it facilitates our life here is that we don't need to be expert on optimization to solve the problem, and this is thanks to the initiative of many colleagues of developing software for free, open access, and you all know that there are many software there that we can use thanks to the open science approaches, and I would like to come back to this later on. So as example, I give here the link of the team of Julio Banga in Spain, who's doing very nice work on different methods for optimization and parameter estimation as well. And you can find the different software that is available in this link. And well, very modest contribution from our side. This is a toolbox that we developed in MATLAB, and this is a toolbox that facilitates also the workflow of the parameter estimation process. And it's also freely available, and this is the link that you can use to download. If you want to use it, please don't hesitate to contact me if you want to have some information about this toolbox. So, okay, so we have already defined our problem, but before addressing the numerical part, it is important also to ask to ourselves something very important, and that's why I put it there, and it's what we call the golden question, right? So it's an engineering problem, so before we will put all our efforts to solve this problem, it will be very useful first to know if the problem has a solution. Right? And this seems to be a very simple question, but actually it is not. And this question, addressing this question, is associated to what we call the structural identifiability problem. Okay? So it just expressing words is just like it's written. Before pursuing the numerical estimation, do we have chances to find a unique solution of our problem? So this is the structural identifiability. And of course, for that, we need to have some information about the experimental setup. But something that is very important here is that to solve this question, we don't need the data. So we can just look at the model, right, and some information about the measurements that we were going to take. But for addressing this question, we don't need the real data. So this is something excellent. So we can already address our problem without having information on the data. So, and why is important? Because, of course, it's a condition for our problem to have a unique solution. So what we call is a problem that is well posed mathematically. Another aspect that is very important is when we are working on mechanistic models. So these models have parameters that have biological meaning, right? So we want to be sure that the numerical values that we will obtain are meaningful, right? So for example, if myself, I work mainly on modeling microbes, modeling the growth of microbes, and in these models, all the parameters are positive. But when we perform the optimization, it may be possible that we will have negative values. And these negative values are just meaningless for. And probably this is not very important for black box models, but for mechanistic models, it's very important to keep this in mind. And of course, it is also a condition to provide accurate predictions, in particularly for these variables that we cannot measure. Okay? And it's also an important property for model building, because we will show that we can use this property to design experiments with informative content, and also to guide reparameterization and to simplify our model. So this is a very powerful property. So the property is how we analyze actually this property. So let's consider we have my model M. This model is function of our parameter vector P, and we have this equality, right? And this equality denotes actually M evaluated at P equal to M evaluated at P star, denote the quality of input-output behavior of the model evaluated at these parameters that we will consider in the construction that they are different. They are different vectors. So the definition is as follows, if we focus in one parameter. So the parameter Pi is structurally identifiable if the quality holds the quality to hold this quality implies that Pi is equal to Pi star. So this is the main core of the structural identifiability. So to do this analysis, what we have to do is to translate these equalities into a set of equations, right, in P. And so we need to solve equations and to identify actually the solutions. If the solution is unique, then we say that the model is, the parameter P is structurally globally identifiable. If the solution is finite, we say that is locally identifiable. And if they have infinite solutions, so we are in a situation where the parameters are not identifiable. And we say that the model is identifiable with respect to the parameters. So if all the parameters are identifiable, we say the model is globally identifiable. If at least one of the parameters is not identifiable, then the model is not identifiable. So these are some concepts, and we will give some examples here. So this is a very simple example. So we have a model y, our output is equal to a, the parameter a, multiplied by the variable x. So if x and y are measured, do you think we can identify a? This is a very simple one, of course, right? We all know this. And now this one. So this one is a little bit different. So we have right now two parameters, a1 and a2. So do you think that we can identify these two parameters? So it's similar, the structure here, but we have two parameters. And actually, well, under the same conditions, and we cannot actually identify uniquely these two parameters, so they are correlated So the only thing we can identify is the product of the two. Okay? So there are different methods also for doing this identifiability analysis for linear models or for nonlinear models. And again, the colleagues that share their knowledge through open access solutions have different software where we can use without being expert on this domain to do this analysis. And DAISY is a standalone software. GenC, you need MATLAB, and identifiability analysis, you need Mathematica to perform, but you can download all of this software for free. Okay, so now we'll talk about the practical identifiability, which is the sister of the structural identifiability. And as I said before, structural identifiability is based only on the model structure. Okay? So we know that it's a condition, right, for the problem of parameter estimation to have unique solution, but there is no guarantee. And why? Because the parameter estimation, of course, depends on the quality of our data. So the practical identifiability is then now complementing the structural identifiability because it will consider the data itself. So let's analyze this model. So this is also a very simple model in which we have two parameters, A1 and A2. And we can measure everything, x1, x2, and y. So if we can measure everything, are these two parameters identifiable? So this is a very simple linear model. So yes, we can identify. I think all of you have done already this without any difficulty. So we can identify theoretically A1 and A2. Okay, and now let's look at this data. So we have data from x1 and x2. Right? And you can see here that there is a problem of this experiment. So the colleagues that did the experiments, they didn't pay attention actually that the x1 and x2 are proportional, right? So under this condition, we cannot identify A1 and A2, right? So from the theoretical point of view, we can, but with this data, we cannot, right? So you can see already the complementary of these two approaches. And this problem could be have solved just by checking, that there are problems of proportionality here. Okay, so the golden question here for the practical identifiability is that if we have defined our experimental protocol, will the data resulting from this protocol will be informative enough to provide accurate parameter estimates? And we talk about accuracy. Well, Luis is an expert on these terms. We can relate to the confidence intervals. And there are many ways to calculate the confidence intervals. I will talk about one approach that is the calculation of the Fisher information matrix. So this is a matrix that we can build on the basis of the model. And the main term of this matrix is this derivative, the partial derivatives of y with respect to p, and which what we call the sensitivity of the output. And as you know, sensitivity is a very important also tool for modeling analysis. So the Fisher information matrix takes into account also this. And for some of you that work on optimization, you can recognize that the Fisher information matrix is very similar to the Hessian when we are applying the quasi-Newton methods for optimization. And so there are different ways to calculate these sensitivities. One way is to do numerically. You assign values of the parameters, you make a little perturbation, and the difference you use to do the delta. Something I forgot to say, something that is the limitation of these approaches is that we need to have prior information on P. So you need to look in the literature. Here we are not in the framework of the Bayesian approach, but it's linked because we need to put prior information. So this is a limitation. So and then we can we can do the computation of the sensitivity equations by this, and this for simple models can be very easy. But when you start to have models a little bit complex, it's not that easy, and it could be easy, but it's very prone to error. So there are different methods. So these toolbox that I showed you, ideas, facilitates your life because it calculates by symbolic manipulation of these equations. So it extends actually the normal model, the original model, with the equations that are associated to the sensitivity functions. And the property of the Fisher information matrix is that we can compute the covariance matrix of the parameter estimates just by the inversion. And the diagonal of P, so we have the variance of the parameter estimate, so we can build confidence intervals. So this is actually the power of this Fisher information matrix. So imagine that then we want to design an experiment to provide accurate estimates for our accurate estimates for our model. So we can use this Fisher information matrix to design an optimal experiment. It's not working. So now it's working. Okay. So we can use this Fisher information matrix. And well, without going too much into the techniques here, but as I told you, in the diagonal of P, we can calculate the standard deviation of the estimates, right? And since P is the inverse of the Fisher information matrix, so we can think that one criteria, for example, is to maximize the determinant of the Fisher information matrix. And if we do like this, we then minimize the confidence intervals. And here, we like to give you some sources. So this red book is the book of my PhD supervisor. It's a very nice book, but a little bit very technical. So, but we have also some sources. Yes. Okay. Some sources. So in the animal science domain, the work of Luis with Ray Boston, and also this very nice article of the group of Julio Banga and Eva Balsacanto that analyze also the usefulness of these approaches. And we also have an article in Animal in which we review and we analyze and discuss about the relevance of these properties. So if you want to get more information, you have here the resources for that. And then let's talk about some examples. Some of these examples are theoretical. It's like toy examples to show you the usefulness of these approaches, while others are real examples. So let's start with some examples of structural identifiability. And let's look at this model, which is a very, very simple model, right? With two variables and two parameters. So in the experimental setup, we have actually one variable that can be measured, that is x1, okay? So we can check the identifiability of this model. And very important here is that we have two initial conditions. The initial condition for x1 is 1, and the initial condition for x2 is 0. So here, when we apply the identifiability analysis using DAISY, we found that the model is non-identifiable. So this means that we can only identify the product P1 and P2. And what does it mean then? So that we can actually obtain a very good calibration for x1. So this is possible. However, the parameters estimations cannot give accurate predictions for x2. And if we change of conditions, we cannot even predict well x1. So this is a problem of the experimental setup. But there is hope. So if we just change the initial condition and we make x2 superior to 0, then the model is now identifiable, right? So we can see here that before doing the experiment, we can identify which are the experimental conditions that will guarantee that the model has a solution. So this is a very powerful information. And now another example. So this is an example of a project in which we were interested in studying the hydrolysis of milk proteins by lactic acid bacteria. So here we were interested in the hydrolysis process, and this is a model then that can be expressed as is written here, the dynamics of the concentration of beta-casein is equal to the most important function to define when you model microbiological processes, the kinetic rate function. And here is R. Okay, so here the challenge of this project was to define R. And what we know is that during the hydrolysis, so the peptides are released, and these peptides are competing with the beta-casein, right? So this is a process that we call competitive inhibition kinetics, in which the enzymes of the proteins, they have two substrates. They have the peptides, well, many substrates, 100 peptides and the beta-casein. And in this case, we can actually model R as this is a function to represent this competition. So the function depends of X, right? And depend of the initial condition, because it is a way also to describe this difference. It's just the amount of carbon that is in the peptides that are released. And we have a problem here of 3 parameters, a function of 3 parameters, Kc, Km, and Ki. And we do the analysis. Actually, this model is not identifiable. So we cannot identify uniquely the 3 parameters of this equation. And you can see it's very simple model. It's a model with one equation, and 3 parameters. And we are measuring beta-casein, and we cannot identify uniquely. So there is hope, because since we know this, so we look at the model, and we actually, by doing some manipulation, we could change the model, reparameterize the model, and derive a new equation that is this one here, B1 with B2. So it's actually the same equation, but with some manipulation, we obtain a model that has only 2 parameters, B1 and B2. Right? So this is actually the same mathematically, it will give you the same results, but it's a model that has less number of parameters. And we gain in identifiability, but we lose in a property that is called interpretability. Because in the first model, the parameters are biologically meaningful, right? But when we do the parameterization, B1 and B2, they are not. So we cannot win always, right? So this is an example of this. And if you want to know a little bit more about this interpretability and the link between interpretability and identifiability, so this is an article of Laura Lema Perez from Colombia that work on these aspects. Okay, and now another example is the use of this property to identify the right variables to measure. And this I'm inspired in a model that developed my colleague Laurence Pouillet to describe the priorities in cattle. So these priorities, we cannot measure the priorities, right? But I am just using this model as example. So it's a simple model, 3 compartments, A, B, C, and the model is determined by only 2 parameters, K1 and K2. So we have actually, imagine we have a case we have a project, right, that give us 10 euros to perform these experiments. And we know that measuring A costs 2 euros, B 8, and C 10. So the question is, okay, we have this money, we need to do some measurements. Which measurements we are going to do? So when we do the identifiability analysis, we obtain that if we measure A, K1 is identifiable, only K1. And if we measure B or C, the 2 parameters are identifiable. So with this information, with the constraint of the budget, the question is then, what will you measure, right? So we cannot measure all of them because we exceed our budget, right? And here, the answer will be, well, depending on your budget, on the money you have. Because, for example, let's say that if you want to buy, I don't know, an experimental device that costs 2 euros. So you will say, okay, so in that case, I will go for B, and with the remaining money, I will use it in my lab to buy the experimental device. So this is a solution. But if you can use all the budget, then it's better to measure 2 variables instead of 2. So in that case, you can measure A or B. You can decide to measure C, but the information that you will gain from C is less than the information you can gain measuring A and B. So this is also an important application of this property for experiment design. And another example is about the practical identifiability. So this is an example of a project in which we were interested to model the growth of microalgae in a reactor. So the equation, you see, is always the same. It's always the same type of equation. We have always the challenge of describing microbial growth here. So here we have the microbial biomass concentration. This function mu max is the maximal specific rate, and the function phi I and phi t actually represent the impact, the influence of the light and of the temperature on microalgae. Okay, so these are very nice equations. You see, they are not nonlinear equations, a bit complex to manage, and we wanted actually, so this is a real example, so our colleagues have this device to perform these experiments, and they ask us, okay, what kind of conditions are optimal to identify accurate parameters. So this is what we call an optimal experiment design problem, and is, I forgot to put the picture, but it's a system in which they have 18 reactors. So this means that we can do 9 experiments in duplicates. So the question was then to determine the levels of temperature and light, I is because intensity, for each experiment in order to minimize the confidence intervals. And by this we then do all this process of the Fisher information matrix to derive a cost function for maximizing the determinant of the matrix, and this is what we call the D-optimal design. So I wanted just to show you the results. So the colleagues actually, they use a composite factorial design, so you have there the levels, and with the D-optimal optimization we obtain different values for the temperature, and you can see that the determinant of the matrix is substantially improved, higher when we apply the optimal design. So this is something very, very useful, because this means that now this device can be used really to can be used optimally to derive accurate parameters for modeling and for further prediction of this type of process. And well, I've been applying this type of approaches in my research work that is mainly microbial modeling, and this is one example of modeling the utilization of hydrogen by rumen methanogens. Yesterday we were talking about this process of gas-liquid transfer, and this is actually a model that takes into account these aspects, and there you can see the experimental data and the output given by the model. And before having this data, it was a very nice collaboration, because we first could derive a structural identifiable model, and after we, with my colleague Milka Popova, we determined the optimal conditions for these experiments. And of course, I'm a modeler, so I would like to have, data every 1 minute. This will be fantastic for the model. But Mika told me, no, but you need to, maximum I can have 5 points, because for each tube, 1 point is 1 tube. Okay? And of course my colleague needs to sleep, so there are some constraints about the time, and I am considering this, and we have then a constraint optimization problem, and we obtain actually the experimental condition before doing the experiment, which is great. And this is rare actually to have this opportunity. Okay, so the take-home message of the talk is then that these tools are very useful, and if we integrate in our modeling exercise, we can actually improve the structure of our models, and also use this information to design experiments with high informative content. So this is and as I say, this problem is some very often addressed like a downstream. So the message is also is that we can address it like an upstream process. Yes, so analyze all these variables before doing the experiments. And I would like also to take this opportunity to invite you to join an open science initiative called Per-Community in Animal Science. Here you have the information. Luis is also very active in this initiative. And if you want to know more, I will have a talk on Wednesday. And if you are interested in open science, so we have just published with Luis as well an article about how to improve open science practices in animal science. There is the preprint, so you can already read it, and the article will be published very soon in this journal. So thanks a lot. I think I am in good timing. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Check the lapel mic here. It sounds like it's working. Okay. Yeah, it's
Okay. We'll use this one. Thank you, Rafael. So let's move on to the next presenter. So we have Dr. McCain's background is in environmental and molecular toxicology, with training from the Center of Environmental Toxicology and Statistics at Miami University. His professional background is in animal ag and biotechnology sector, with training in immunology, clinical allergy diagnostics, efficacy, and human animal safety testing. The last 15 years he has been in the regulatory divisions of the agricultural biotechnology sector, with an emphasis on conducting and communicating risk assessments in allergy and toxicology to support the safe introduction of agricultural products. Dr. McLean has actively participated in sharing industry consortiums, Crop, Life International, and Health and Environmental Sciences Institute, and currently represents the ASAS Institute through their AgTech initiative. It's a big pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it's fantastic to be here. This kind of workshop format is probably my favorite format to kind of present to, but also work with, because we'll do the roundtable thing a little bit here and be able to take questions. It's always my favorite part. So, you may be asking yourself, why is Scott here from SAS? And some of you may know SAS. You may know it from the university. You may know it more professionally, or you may have never heard of it. Just know that SAS started in 1976 with two professors from NC State doing work for the USDA on 9 cows, data that came from 9 cows. So we actually started with agricultural data. And for today, you'll hear me. My perspective will be a little bit more commercially sounding to you when I talk about scale. All the things that can be developed with small groups, let's say animals of any kind at the university level. What can I learn about 10 cows? I'm obviously going to zoom into each animal. If you're working in Garden City, Western Kansas, with some of the last cycle beef cattle herds where it's 65,000 on hoof animals in for one company, that's a different scale. That's what I spend my time thinking about. But this is a lot of fun because a couple themes here: automation, machine learning, computer vision. I wanted to throw some books out there for the advanced part of what we're doing today. The themes I really want you to be thinking about is probably mostly about automation. Also, you'll hear me be talking to you about how do we get this to be applied. So how do we productionalize a lot of what Raphael was talking about? How do we get it to be accessible? So just kind of keep that in the back of your head. I want to thank Raphael because he set me up so good. He was talking about compartmental modeling. I'm a toxicologist, so I got trained thinking about what's the detoxification cycle in your biological system. How does something become detoxified in your kidney, liver, and functionally excreted? That's compartmental modeling by definition. So I love that. So the other thing I'll set you up for today is, and if you didn't catch that from my intro, I'm multidisciplinary. I love that. I love being able to do that at SAS because that's kind of the way I work. But in the kind of the software world in which I live now, but I still almost always have my science hat on. Everything you're going to hear today, and of course the way we work, it's a team effort, right? So you've got biological science-focused people, you've got computer science experts, you've got your biostatisticians that help with all the a priori work to get those protocols or the experimental design set up. The data science itself, again, that Raphael was talking about, and statistical sciences. These days, though, with the level of complexity and the scale is hitting us quickly, right? It's ever cheaper to collect data. So the data piles up almost faster than we can sometimes do something with it. So I would argue, no matter our exact area of discipline, that we're looking for some kind of easy button because it's this marriage of software. Probably a lot of us aren't literal programmers or developers. We might be able to code, but we're not likely also how to put a GUI interface on our iPhone so I can get an easy button and apply all those equations that Raphael was alluding to. So for today, thinking about ag, we have collected so much data for so long. We understand the dairy cow pretty well. And we've got lots of models. I'll talk to you a little bit about that in a minute. So we've been able to have and build analytic models for a long time. I can take the production cycle of a dairy cow and turn it into a numerical estimation of all the bits and pieces of their life and turn that into a mathematical model. And you don't have to do that to understand that a cow is not producing the same milk in Garden City, Kansas in July as it is in the wintertime for all kinds of obvious external reasons, right? But my story to tell you here is, again, at scale, working with one of the largest dairy producers in Europe, and they actually have what we call our forecast workbench. So it's forecasting models commercially, right? If I've got a network, by definition, dairy farms operate as networks, and if they have contractual relationships to sell their milk, maybe even to a quota, it's a large network, hundreds and hundreds of animals, but they're all managed at herd level individual farms. So with the forecast workbench or forecast models, they wanted to know, well, commercially, I need to know what kind of milk's coming in so I can price it accordingly at each, down to as discrete a scale and time as you can imagine, typically at the week level. And they said, well, the forecasting is really good, 98.5% accuracy. Like, great, glad it's working for you. They're like, yeah, but can we get that to 99.5? And we're like, maybe. What's 1% matter to you? 1%'s worth about $14 million. Either too much production, wasted, not enough production, lost income, lost revenue. So 1% can matter if you're at scale. So I looked at the data, I looked at what they were feeding the forecast model. I said, well, right now, all you're proving is that you are really good at raising dairy cattle making milk, meaning the 98.5% accuracy of the model was just proving that they were already really consistent. But they needed that, they wanted 1 more percent. So then the question is, how can I understand this variance here better? So then keep in mind, at that scale, the data they're feeding, it's super obvious, and you get this in a couple conversations, their understanding of data, the way it's feeding into that forecast model is only at the herd level, sometimes only at a regional level. Well, then you can kind of guess what the answer is. How am I going to get 1%? You had to get back probably to the herd level. And if you wanted to be really precise, and you're already at 98.5% accuracy, you need more data, and it needs to be more granular. The reason that wasn't obvious to them is they had a data scientist, not a nutrition and dairy cattle expert, running the models. So he's looking at it purely mathematical. And so sometimes the data has to be at a different scale, more granular, to feed the algorithms, or in this case, the forecast model. So that's my story there, that big data matters, but high quality data at the right scale has to match your models to get the things you might be looking for from it. So then, in the world that I live in now, the SaaS analytic modeling world, and I work with all these developers that are trying to marry, again, the software, the algorithmic approaches to something, a piece of software that makes it accessible. And I'll give you an example of it, but it could be something that shows up on your iPhone, because that's where the world lives there, even in agriculture. But how do we get all these arrows that are going in 18 different directions, and there's a lot focused on, let's see if I can do this. Somewhere there's a leadership persona that is trying to make a decision. All these folks will operate as a team in best case scenario, and you can get some insight from the data from all those algorithmic approaches to absorb the data, but you want a decision out of all that analyses, right? So what the world is aiming for is this. What's my communication nexus, or some folks will say hub. I guess it doesn't like staying there. How do we get all these people overlapping inside a piece of software where they can get the data? Maybe your biostatistician's working with the data scientists to absorb, normalize, and aggregate all the raw data just to feed it into the algorithms. But then you want all those other people to participate, and you want to make it accessible. And that is still a huge challenge. That's probably what I think about most now, being at SAS, is where can all these different personas that operate, whether it's at JP Morgan or at an agriculture company, something at scale, like a Land O'Lakes, right? Where there's the network of animal ag that produces a lot of data, but also produces a product for which you're trying to manage. So then, the data is piling up, and what you realize too is that, and this would happen at the university as well, is you literally, as a student, come in and then back out of your university experience, you're almost always interacting with old data that was there before you, and you're leaving behind a net new pile of data. There's somebody that's interested in getting the value out of all of that. He's your advisor. So the question is, how do we get the most value and chip away, and in some cases reorganize, reaggregate that data, and get past where we might just be looking at some observational data, and start to understand it and actually apply analytics, maybe some new analytics to old data. And so this is just to kind of set the stage for you to think about the fact that good data and all that hard work that went into getting the data in the first place doesn't go to waste. And that's just because these days, I would argue we should probably have more focus on the automation piece, because we probably spend our academic lives, 80% of it, figuring out how we're going to collect the data, then actually collecting the data, and then it piles up on our computer, and then we spend the last 20 minutes trying to graduate, or the last 20% trying to graduate and get the analyses done, find our friend that is in biostats and might be on your committee, and get some analyses done, which is what you're aiming for the whole time. It'd be nice to reverse that. It'd be nice to automate all the data aggregation and make it accessible. And so the other piece of that to me is, especially when we work with folks that say, yes, we have a lot of data, can you help us with it? That's a really loaded question. Can we help you with it? Well, maybe. One approach is, yes, share your data with me. Yes, it's a big pile of data, and we'll go away and sift and sort it and look for interesting things. Completely post hoc, right? We don't know why it was even collected. We don't see your protocols. We don't see any of the experimental design. But people that are really good at that might be able to find interesting correlations. But I would argue the best place to start is the place that everybody in this room was trained to do, which is, if you've got old data or big data, you're going to get the best value if you go in with either and understand the original hypothesis, or possibly even develop a new one. It doesn't mean that you over-collected data and that was determined to be no good the first time around. It might be highly useful, but you have to marry the just the pure mathematical approach to it with what you understand about your biological system. And so, you want to, it's a multiplex world we're living in now. Hardly anybody collects just one data feed from whatever their work is. So we live in a multivariate world, and these days the world expects to get visualizations. People expect to have some form of automation. You might be living in an Excel spreadsheet world, and a lot of the world still does, but that is not the future. So then to set up kind of maybe this broader conversation for today, and I don't want to forget to thank Peter Firket and the poultry team at NC State, and working with Lewis to get me here today. But I know, and a lot of places around the country and the world are thinking about what a smart farm is supposed to be. I know Peter and the team have, it doesn't exist yet, but they're working on a smart poultry barn. Well, what even is a smart poultry barn? I get to think about this at SAS, believe it or not, because at SAS we have what we call it an IoT team. But at SAS, that is a team of people that, SAS will never be in the hardware business. So we don't do widgets and physical engineering, but we have all kinds of partnerships to help us get there. So we think about how applying all the widgets, or working with a John Deere that is scraping data and combines environmental and geospatial data to understand what an actual fingerprint of a field is in terms of soil moisture content, nutrition content, applied nutrients with the tractor going over, what kind of seed got planted where. And it gets complex quick, and the data piles up quick. And what you realize is somebody like John Deere knows how valuable that data is. When I say fingerprint, does anybody remember, I bet you this is almost 15 years ago. Does anybody remember the DuPont DeKalb seed commercial where they show a tractor going over a field, and then there's like an overlay of a thumbprint on the field? And the promise was they were going to tell you how to specifically geospatially apply your nutrition so it was optimum. So again, referencing Raphael here, this optimization, or thinking about a recommendation engine. I don't know if you remember that, but I always thought that was interesting because they're a little ahead of the curve there. DuPont could not do that 15 years ago, but they knew that's what the future was going to be. But I'm going to give you an example of the cows here, texting cows, right? And the concept there being, whether it's an ear tag or other technology, the animal themselves, or the herd at least, is going to report back their status somewhere to somebody that can make a decision. So this is happening as we speak. This kind of alludes to the fact that this is getting stitched together, or already sort of is. It's not. you can imagine a lot of this commercially gets done by small startups, and no one of those startups is quite big enough yet to own all the bits and pieces. And in fact, I'll argue that, you know, with the drone example, there's any number of drone companies out there that'll fly a drone over a field, over your farm, collect image data, and of course it's geospatially aware, so it can be very precise. Do you think they have analytics? I mean, they're not running SaaS pipeline workflows underneath the hood. No, they'll just sell you the images. So that data piled up for your 5 or 10 grand, you can get a zillion images. Now what the heck do you do with it? So, but I mean, again, this is happening. It just isn't stitched together. But this, you know, the picture here is alluding to that, that you've got to match the data because it can grow so fast with the actual analytics to get the value out of it. That's kind of the message there. I'm kind of working towards a story here for cattle because I've had some experience there even since I've been at SAS. And I guess that, you know, the theme here is what's the deeper knowledge really. So I kind of alluded to the fact that you can kind of get stuck at the observational data level, and you haven't yet thought about feeding it into the kind of analytics that, like Raphael's thinking about all the time. So in the world of ag, right, there's the raw numbers, so there's truth in there somewhere. There is the experiential piece, so the things we already do well with ag, but that belief reads like experience with some myth sprinkled in there, right? If somebody experiences something for long enough, it becomes the truth. The question is it? Or is it knowledge yet? Have I done anything with it to objectively determine whether the multiplex of things that go through my eyes and ears are really the truth? And so, you know, the argument here is that knowledge is, I've got to have some kind of aggregation of data over long enough so that so it is truth for more than just one instance. I've got to apply some statistics to get some insight, and I've got to have some analyses that give me at some point, temporarily or otherwise, to make a decision on. And if you can get there, now you're talking about knowledge. Just like my dairy example, at scale, why can't I get 1% better forecast? You may believe that you can, but if you don't have the data, you won't get there. So computer vision, I'm also setting you up here for a conversation on computer vision. That is also happening at light speed, and you know, Lewis gave me the flexibility today to talk to you a little bit about where technology from places other than agriculture is very quickly leaping, and it's going to be from life sciences. Life sciences, pharma, pretty much drive the bleeding edge when it comes to data science or the kind of deep convolutional neural net, you know, algorithmic approaches to, like, say, object detection. So here, thermal image of a calf. What can I do with that to get deeper knowledge? So, you know, the data will start to seem complex a lot of times really quickly. I always feel like I need to distill it back down so that I can understand it. I'm not a developer. I can't code in R or Python, but I have a lot of friends that do. And I usually know what I'm aiming for. And so if you only thought about what can I do with data from cows in a field, and think about the what, where, when, and how much, and just also in the back of your head, where. What is where? Where is a map? Google Maps is a where. Where can I use geospatial awareness to feed my data models for questions I want answered? So, you know, graphically here, where are the animals? What is the nutrition, right? I mean, you can think about this as a 4-compartment model for nutrition. It's the nutrition provided by what the animal's eating. There's the ability to absorb the nutrition by the animal. There's output in the form of milk or meat. And then there's the environmental variables. I got to model all that if I'm going to be accurate. So as the animals presumably move, if they're on pasture, right, and they're moving from one spot to the other, something's happening to their nutrition every minute of the day. And I'm actually going to do some hopefully kind of fun here, break us out. And I don't know, I wonder if we'll get audio here from the computer. I want to challenge you with a New Zealand accent is what I really want to do when this guy starts talking. I think we'll get audio. Okay. Okay.
Hi, I'm Steve and welcome to the Halter Farm. We've been here on the Halter Farm for the last 4 years developing some of the world's most advanced farming technology.
Yeah.
And today we're going to give you a behind the scenes look at the farm and talk about one of our latest developments, the pasture management tool.
I'll add a presentation there. Okay.
And this pasture management tool really allows farmers to manage pasture more precisely than ever before. So using the whole app, we now have one place for your planning, decision making, execution and break creation. I reckon we go check it out. So here we are on the Halter app, and as you can see we have a nice bird's eye view of the farm showing cover per paddock, and here's where we can enter and review all our cover data. If we pull up our pasture curve, we have a nice graphical representation of available feed across the farm, and we also can see those key metrics of round length and APC. From here we can now use virtual fencing to create our breaks on a kg of dry matter per cow basis. So what that means is we'll click on the paddock we'd like to graze, we choose add break, and in this case we're creating a break for the milkers who are allocated 18 kgs. So we'll choose milkers. Now when we create the break within the app on our 10 hectare paddock, the system will let us know the exact area we're allocating to this mob. There it is, click save. Now when we save that, girls will leave the shed tonight and directed to this break down the back corner of our 10 hectare paddock. So there it is, really sort of simplifying the whole pasture management process, precisely allocating area per mob or kg of dry matter per cow to reduce our wastage and hit those residuals so your growth rates are always at their peak.
See, am I back on the screen there? Yeah. All right. Let's blast through this here real quick. Get back to where we were. So, I meant to have you get a quick look at that. Did you hear things that you'd recognize if you're around cattle? Dry matter, so key nutritional metric that you have to understand if you're going to raise cattle, right? Did you hear growth rate at the end? So the way I think about this analytically is, and this is where I'll tell you a short story of what we did with the National Research Council dairy models, and we didn't plug in the ones that just got released, so the ones from 2001, right? But those are stacked, mostly linear logistic equations, right? They're all stacked up. We understand most of the constants about what an animal's going to eat, what nutritional profile of grain, grass, what have you, all the different things that an animal could eat, so we can think of it as an optimization problem there. We know pretty well how the animal digests it, as complicated as it is. We understand it pretty well. I want to know what the growth rate is. And so that's really hard to do normally if the animals, if you've got them on pasture like they do in New Zealand and sometimes a lot in the Netherlands, for example. I'd still like to know what their growth rate is without running a cow over a scale 3 times a day. Question is that possible? So managing the animals is one thing, like you saw in the video. Understanding the mathematics of a really complex biological being like a cow and what their growth curve is and whether they're below or above or ill, that's the challenge that we can start to solve for with analytics. Nutrition itself, highly complex. Again, if you can look at this as an optimization problem, so if I go to the tables in the back of the NRC book, right, you've got table 15 that is just reams and reams of nutritional values for the carbohydrate, protein, and all the other content that make up the feed items. Well, how do I optimize if I'm running herds in Florida and I'm producing milk for volume, and I'm in Wisconsin and I'm producing milk for milk fat targets, and they eat different things? That is an optimization problem, but you can do it. We did it. We actually built the NRC model in SAS in a workflow. So accessible, that video was showing accessibility, automation, and it was applied, right? That is real-time herd management for the highest quality milk production system in the world, New Zealand. So that's why I wanted to throw that theme to you early on, because that's kind of what the world's aiming for here. There's, what I find really interesting is, forecast usually first thing anybody thinks of is weather. Forecast models get used for a lot of things, right? They're used for weather, right? And the weather is one of the most influential abiotic features of having animals anywhere. The poultry guys from North Carolina would tell you that, yeah, it's 2022, but when it gets to be July and August, you have to figure out how you're going to manage those animals because of the heat and humidity. And there still isn't a perfect solution for that, because you've got to maximize airflow, keep the animals at a happy temperature. And the question always is well, it's going to get hot in July and August, but if I could forecast the impact on Sundays plus temperature forecast 2 weeks ahead, and I could implement, water misting, air fan speed before it happens rather than emergency after the fact, that's where you want to be. A good friend of mine that works in the industry, feed supplement supplier, they have researchers out in California, and there's a guy out there with a cell phone, and there's a thermometer that reads out to the cell phone, but that's one widget talking to one cell phone, and the guy can't get a decision out of it. He can just see that it got hot today. Well, I can do that with my finger. His problem is he has to scrape the data out of a cell phone, which requires a little tabular CSV file. He has to send it to the person in South Carolina, and then he has to spend his morning making a little curve chart. He's like, yeah, it's hot, you should probably turn on the fan. Well, the data got collected 2 days ago. So your animals were already at risk. If they're dairy cattle, they already started to shut down dairy production. So the thought here is I need the forecast to be blended in to what I'm doing for the management of the animals. So we're not there yet either, even though in your head you're like, well, geez, we should be there. And sometimes we are. Every farmer that's ever existed is looking up in the sky every day going, what's the weather going to be? The question is, analytically, how can we feed that in to our best practices and our management practices? Again, just another anchor point here for you. Forecast for crop yield, it would be, for animal ag, obviously yield for all the different things we might be thinking about there, but it's a multiplex problem. If you leave out something really important like weather, you're going to have variance that you can't account for. It's as simple as that. Question is, how do you get access to the data, and how do you get it in? So, like I kind of alluded to before, I probably should have moved this slide up. We spent all this time and effort collecting, aggregating, and normalizing the data. Could I make this be better? Could I make normalizing data, aggregating it, smoothing it before I even apply analytics? Can I automate that so I don't have to work in a bunch of ugly spreadsheets before I even get to press the button? So the short answer is yes. Right now, I have to call my friend that knows differential equations because I definitely don't. Now, if I decode what all the constants and variables are, yeah, I know that. I know what the data was that I aimed the whole, process around. That's what I can be an expert at. But to get at all the things that Raphael alluded to, this is where the team effort comes in. But I want to productionalize it. So, the first algorithm we all learned was, the equation for a line. But how do I productionalize that? How do I automatically make it ingest new coordinate data for X and Y to recalculate on the fly my new line? And if the line's not a straight line and it's a curved line, now I got to use a different equation. How do I productionalize that, automatically run it, and how can I use AI to auto-tune the equation when the data starts to change enough that I lose accuracy? We can do that, but it's got to be accessible for us to do it. So that, what we're all after here, right, is I can collect a bunch of data and throw a line through it. Most of us can do that, can get there pretty quick. Let's see. Yeah. Question is, I want to predict past the point where I collected data, or I might be waiting for new data to feed. Is my line still going up, or is it flattening out? And I've already decided that probably there's a point in the future there where I have to make a new decision. That's what I'm after. And so that's predicting the future and then adding in all those things I mentioned with the automation, having it be applied, and being able to productionalize and automate it. So, technology and other sciences. Can ag benefit here? So here I'm showing you something we worked on at ASAS as a project, actually with another company. What you're seeing is the application of like a foundational software platform called OpenPose, and it's already been trained up to a point where it understands the skeletal pivot points for a human. And so once you have that and apply it to your new video or object detection feed that you're going to give that model, in this case, images of people walking, then you can start to ask questions about speed, gait, right? So we're bipedal, but if you've just had knee surgery, you're going to have a limp. If you go to 3 orthopedists, they're going to give you 3 different recovery strategies because they're humans and they know what they know with their eyes and experience, but they've all had 3 different experiences. The question is, could you objectively look at the person that just had knee surgery, which has their own constraints? That person's 65 years old, has all kinds of unique features, and objectively get a recommendation for recovery based on how they're performing under the gait analysis. So the doctor doesn't have to rely on their eyes and memory and notes. You can start to use something like this in a real world setting. And so this exists. This is a form of object detection, and you only look once technology. And really, it's in this case, it's using a health scoring technology, right? That's what I'm letting you know that they're thinking about in terms of applying this. And under the hood is this OpenPose plus machine learning that again gets baked into those models to be specific for this particular application. So then, Scott, why are you telling me this? This sounds awesome for humans in knee surgery. And I'm just letting you know that this is happening. Now, can you walk into your doctor and get this today? No, you cannot. Can you walk into your doctor and ask for a genetic risk score for taking a drug? Yes, you can. And that's not even analytics, but we're getting there really quickly. But if your question was, I don't understand how I'm supposed to think about this for animal ag, here's a 2019 paper looking at these cascaded convolutional models. So you only look once, right? You've trained the model to adapt to your, in this case, animal. We're not focusing the object images from humans into the model. Now it's specific for cattle, but it's still got this base training of it recognizes the pivot points and can measure things like gait and speed. And this is really important. And so my story for you for this is working with one of the feedlot operators in western Kansas. They have a well, not that one operator, but if you took all the cattle operators that finish beef cattle, they've got a multi-billion-dollar problem. That is, they are feeding animals at the absolute metabolic limit to what you can feed an animal. And when it's July and August, they will lose anywhere from 2 to 4% of the animals. They call them late dead, right? They're going to literally tip over because they got too hot during the day, and because of biological variance, certain animals cannot cool down fast enough, and they lose them, right? So then they just had them on hoof for 4 months, fed them about $2,000 worth of feed, and they lose them. Just cannot get a market. How do you solve for that? Well, they solve for it by, if a feedlot's got 60-some thousand animals, they've got anywhere from 20 to 25 cowboys riding, right? They're using eyeballs and ears. We got sick ones going to the hospital pen. See if we can save it. 25 cowboys do not all operate at the same level. 5 of them are new, 5 are really good, and 10 got there somewhere in the last 6 months of their career being a cowboy. They cannot physically look at 65,000 animals and pick out all the ones that are at risk. But they're experts, right? They will tell you if you see a knee-knocked beef cattle, head down, eyes rolled, that animal is at risk. I mean, that's what they're looking for with their eyes. Can I do that with a camera, though? Can I do that with object detection and use a training computer vision model to do that? And it's not to replace the cowboys, it's actually to help them. It's to augment. So think all the use of the word augmented reality. Think about how that might look to solve a billion-dollar health problem in animal ag. So SAS must be just thinking about this from a mathematical perspective. Yeah, we are, but I also ran our own poultry trial last summer in North Carolina. And our goal was, what is the use cases that might, commercially, would be of interest? How many widgets can I put in the cage, poultry experimental size pens? I didn't scale this up yet to 2,000 animals. And the main one being computer vision. So I'll back that up again for you. So they're moving, just like this is sped up, obviously. But what if I overlay object detection? Now I know movement. I can also train to recognize this specific outline of the animal. And I know you can't see it great, but the green on the left is their water station. The blue bar is just their reused to trough style. I can start to ask some questions. I'm going to apply object detection. I'm going to use YOLO. YOLO was the foundation here, so convoluted neural network training model for object detection. What if I could have a more precise measure of average animal or flock weight? I could start to do things like understand, because I already spent the money on genetics, right? An animal of a certain variety from the primary producer, Ross or whoever, I want them to grow at a certain rate if I feed them a certain feed mix, because they're going to tell me that. But if after 24 days they get coxy or another health issue and they're starting to lose weight, for coxy I've got, 3, 4, 5 days to treat, or I'm going to lose the flock, or I just won't make weight. If I have a perfectly healthy weight, what's the one thing that has to happen before the flock goes on the truck for processing? Got to know weight. How do they do it? Take 10 animals, get an average weight, and cross your fingers. That drives, that drives the truckers crazy, right? Because then the right weight of animals never go on the truck at the right weight. So I'm going to wrap up here. I'm at 1 minute. What's the applied model here? Where's machine learning? I've already alluded to some of that. Samuel Hawk was at NC State in their ag engineering program. This is his work. Think about classification models. He's doing this in crop, measuring sweet potatoes with object detection. Why? Because about 40% of sweet potatoes get left in the field because they're not pretty looking. Well, they're still being sorted by hand. So we already sort, in this case, sweet potatoes really well, but can you apply a mathematical model to waste less food? That was their goal going in. So this is applying analyses or analytic models, in this case classification models, machine learning models, automating it, right? We're already automating with the sorting machines. You have to at scale in that world. There's a place for analytics here. So Where's life science analytics coming in to together with ag? I've kind of alluded to that with my example with the computer vision. I kind of mentioned it real quick with the risk scoring with genetics. You can go to your doctor and get scored for genetics. I'm thinking the same thing. So bomb from ag, where can we apply that to ag, right? Because there's a lot of research being performed by Ross and the primary producers of poultry to get the best high quality eggs from layers, best high quality meat. How do I understand that if I really do analytics with the genetic information? Let's see. And that's it. Thanks for your attention. Thanks, Liz.
That was very good, Scott. Thank you so much. So we have right on time. We have a 10-minute break to stretch our skeleton before Scott comes back and measure it with the thing. So 10 minutes. In 10 minutes we'll be back here. So I think there is coffee out there. There might be some snacks too. So see you back in 10 minutes. Okay, let's get started with our next speaker. This is the last presentation for the morning before the roundtable discussion and lunch. So I want to introduce you Dr. Ben Turner. He's an associate professor of natural resource management at Texas A&M University, Kingsville. And he's a supporting staff to the King Ranch Institute for Range Management, their range management program. His primary research interests reside in soil, water, and land conservation issues, especially those related to production agriculture in both crop cultivation and range land and grazing environments. Ben teaches agribusiness, ranch management, and systems thinking, modeling and analysis courses for undergrad and grad students. In this session today, he'll be talking about system dynamics. He has received the original training system dynamics in our lab, and he has actually published a lot of papers on system dynamics and systems thinking related to ranch management and system dynamics for agriculture. So this will be a hands-on presentation. You probably need your computer. We're gonna share some files. We're working on a way to share some files with you. And I believe if you need power plug, they are on the three tables on the side. Whenever you need power, you can go and grab coffee. Whenever your computer needs power, go to the right or to the left and connect your computer. Ben, thank you so much.
Well, good morning. Thank you, Dr. Tedeschi, for that introduction and for having me back in the program this year. I'm not sure where the right balance is, so you guys tell me if that's more or less okay. Try this again. So I see the slides moving here, but they're not moving for you, which is kind of sort of a problem. I'm going to try this. I was using that one, maybe that one's. Yeah, but it's stuck wherever I start. There, it doesn't move. It moves here, but it does not move there. Yes, it's moving now. Okay, just like your models, the PowerPoint has to have all the settings just right for it to work there sometimes, so I'm glad we got that fixed. And so as Dr. Tedeschi mentioned, my hands-on session is going to be on system dynamics modeling. And due to probably my miscommunication error with the organizers, there is some material that you need in order to do that. So while Dr. Tedeschi, I think, sends access to, should be a Google folder that he's going to share a link to, that's going to have these slides. It's going to have the models, the starter model, and then each step as we go through in case you miss anything. So those models will be linked there. And then some articles as well for the case studies that I might be able to share with you before the end of the morning there. So the sessions you've heard so far in terms of modeling and optimization and big data and those sorts of things, this session will sound a little bit different because where system dynamics really is most powerful is diving into management problems, not necessarily systems management, which is what we just heard quite a bit about, but when running into particular management problems, how do you necessarily get to the root problem of what those problems are? So system dynamics is really tailored towards, I don't want to say, it's not predictive, it's more of a diagnostic to management problems that tend to be feedback driven in nature, tend to be quite complex. And so there's a particular language in system dynamics like stocks, flows, information links, and really importantly for the case studies that I hope to be able to share before the end of the morning is mental models. The hands-on part will be building, and not from scratch, but working in a small system dynamics model, so you get a flavor, you get a sense of what the programming is like, the user interface there that a lot of these programs are on, and so I can walk through some steps for those that want to follow along there. Expand that model and run a couple of experiments and look at the change in behavior based on those experiments. And then with some time, gain some appreciation for how this system dynamics approach really adds value for diagnosing those complex feedback-driven problems that managers face. And we can share some example case studies from some of the operations that we've worked with at A&M Kingsville in the past. A bit of an overview. I'll give a few minutes on just terminology and what system dynamics is about, and for those that can get access to these materials. And in order to use the model application I'm going to share, everyone should be able to get online in this room. I know I was on email this morning, probably during the session when you check out. You might be checking, hopefully not email during this session, but who knows, maybe you will check email from time to time. But you should have internet access, and so in order to use the models, I'll walk through where to get the program for free that you can download here. So long as you have email access, you can get the email link and download, and typically only takes a minute or two to get started there. After doing that small model demonstration and a few experiments, then hopefully have some time at the end still to talk about case study applications. Things I won't talk about, which you already heard some about in calibration, optimization, units checking, sensitivity analysis, those sorts of things. I'm not covering those. They might show up later in some of the case studies in different ways, but for the hands-on part, just to get you into system dynamics and work in a model like that, just don't have time to do all of that. Okay, so what you'll need, I'm not sure, Dr. Tedeschi, if that link, so the link has gone out, so you should see the link to the folder there, and in that folder there's going to be some models, and there's a series of them. You'll start with one, but before you can open that, you're going to need a program called Vensem PLE.
Oh, for the folder? No, it's a short. Oh, so they don't. Okay.
Okay, I think we're back on. So rather than circulate the link, what Dr. Tedeschi just informed me is he provided me a short link, and so therefore I need to show you the short link that you can write down into your browser. That looks like that. So Hector, that work? Work? Give everyone a minute to get it written down or uploaded there. Okay, so hopefully you have that link now open in your browser that has the folder there with what I'll be referring to. If I get back to this and make sure this works. There's one more place to get the free software to be able to open the files. If you go to, you could put this into your browser, or in a search like Google or something like that, you can put Vensem, V-E-N-S-I-M, PLE free download, and the same link will come up. So you can put the link in there, or you can just search Vensem, V-E-N-S-I-M, PLE free download, and that will come up. if you get to the free download page, this is probably dated. I'm sure they're on a new version by now, but it probably looks exactly the same. What you're going to do is click anti-spam. You want the Vincem PLE product. You can choose which platform you're on, Windows or Mac. You can unsubscribe from the newsletter, but unless you want some information, you put your name in there. So I would put my name in here, and I would put my email address in both places and hit download. And within a few moments, check your email, and you'll get the application download that takes a few minutes to install. Now, what I don't have here on the prompt, this should be pretty self-explanatory. It's a free download like a lot of other free downloads. But just from what recent updates they think they've done to it, from what my students have told me recently, is that when you do the download, I think some people get it and some people don't, if you get a pop-up in the installation that says something like purpose or reason for the download, in that text box, just put personal academic use and continue on, and it should proceed with the download. So I'll give everyone, before moving forward, a couple minutes to do that, and just give me a thumbs up or a hand wave or something if you get that far and it works out for you, just so I know that things are working. Awesome, good deal. Remember, if you need power, we do have the extension cords on the sides of the room there in case you need to plug in. I've seen a few successful downloads. It looks like some are still working on it. Feedback is here in some different places. Okay, it looks like a good portion of the room was successful in getting there, and while the others that are still trying, while you continue to try, I'm just going to go pretty quickly through just some background vocabulary and language that's used in system dynamics. And so all of you are here and use modeling in different ways for different reasons, but while we use models, especially system dynamics models, is to more effectively learn about the feedback-driven problems that management faces. And so, again, just due to time, I wasn't planning on having this discussion, but just to illustrate the types of problems that system dynamics is really tailored to trying to understand, to more effectively understand. I want to share with you just really quickly the story that I would share with my students on campus that we would have a more richer discussion about. We won't have that now, but just to give you a sense of what we're talking about, is consider the situation where there's a landowners coalition that lobbies its government to divert water from a water source. Doesn't really matter what that water source is, but they're going to divert water away from a water source for irrigation. Downstream from where they're going to irrigate, the river, in this case, flows into a wildlife refuge, which is habitat for an endangered species. Okay, and you can assume that they are actually going to be permitted the water. And so you're hired to provide an assessment of the impact of the water diversion on the endangered species. You go and look at the available data, or some assumptions. You assume it's going to be approved. You have some information about what the landowners are going to get, how much water is going to be diverted, so on and so forth. And so you collect some data, historical population data about the refuge in terms of the productivity of the ecosystem, the animal population. You might graph that over time. You might look at some relationships, maybe based on previous studies, about how that population interacts with its environment or how it changes as the ecosystem changes. So maybe death or this happens to be death, but it could be reproduction based on the available resources of plant material or biomass in the ecosystem. And you might come up with some relationships like this based on the data that's available there. And you might look in the agronomy or the irrigation literature and find out what crops are going to be growing, how water intensive are they, what the soil types are like, all these different factors that are going to drive the success of the irrigation system. And maybe you can find some relationships there about that. And so the question is, what guidelines concerning water diversion would you suggest? And so again, this would be a richer discussion I would have with my students. But you think about a problem like that, dealing with water, hydrology, irrigation engineering, agronomy, soil types, crop types, the method of irrigation, whether it's flood or drip or sprinkler, the seasonality of the population in the ecosystem and how vulnerable it is, not just to shifts in the ecosystem, but how resilient is it to drought or other perturbations in the system, right? So you put all those things together, and when you're dealing with this complicated situation, to answer some questions like, can they divert the amount of water that they plan to divert? Is it, how negative an impact potentially could it have on the refuge? Not so simple to put together on what type of analysis would you base your recommendations. And so if you just looked at one part of that particular system, just the cultivation, or just the refuge, or just the river, or just the soils, or just isolating one part of that, optimizing one part of that system does not guarantee optimization of the whole. And so where system dynamics comes in is really focused on the relationship between those things, what we call systems analysis. To diagnose these problems, most of the time we're looking at problems that are currently plaguing management and other situations that may be more anticipatory, where we're looking forward to what problems management is expecting to have and diagnosing or trying to anticipate and overcome some of those challenges. But the point of my irrigation and refuge story is just to say we might have really great data to understand those pieces of particular problems. Doesn't guarantee that we can put those pieces together in the right way all the time. And so that's where system dynamics comes in. All right, I'm going to keep skipping forward there. So system dynamics is this, again, interdisciplinary approach to diagnosing these problems. And the key word here in some of the definitions and the language that you'll hear me use is feedback. That's really what we're interested in, is feedback. And it'll be less clear in the example that we'll walk through here in just a moment. It will be more clear when I can get to maybe share with you some case study applications. Because what I'll show you is just kind of putting your toe in the water, so to speak, for the mathematical applications. But what makes system dynamics really unique is that it tries to strike the appropriate balance between the mathematical model development and what managers are actually thinking and doing in the real world, and we call that mental models, what the management perspective is out there. And so it's this balance between mathematical models and mental models. And so it tries to account for and incorporate those qualitative factors in the analysis that from potentially other perspectives, or what we might say is reductionist perspectives, oftentimes left out or maybe not accounted for appropriately, because they are qualitative in nature. These mental models, how managers make decisions and how they react to different things, tend to be more psychological, sociological. They're more qualitative in nature, typically harder to measure, harder to quantify. And so oftentimes these mental model or perspective portions of the problem oftentimes are either poorly accounted for in analyses, or they're left out entirely. They're just not a part of the model. And what I would say about that, in terms of if you're dealing with a system and you want to do a systems analysis, I'll show you a gentleman's name here to give you some context for where this comes from. Is a guy named John Sturman, kind of a leader in the system dynamics world. And what he would say about perspectives and mental models, he would say something like this: if there's a variable that you know exists in the real world, all right, and you leave that out of your model, you're assuming the value of that variable is 0, and that's the only variable. Of all the possible values you can give that variable, it's the only value we know is wrong. And so what system dynamics, again, tries to strike a balance is, again, the mathematical models, which we'll toe into here in just a minute, but striking a balance with capturing those decision rules and the qualitative factors that we know exist in the real world. We might not understand them entirely, but we've got to account for those if we're going to be really appreciating the problem as management appreciates the problem. So John Sturman was the name that I just mentioned there, with the quote about what to include in your model. Some of these names will sound familiar. Ludwig von Bertalanffy, J. Forrester. Ludwig was the biologist. Many of you are probably familiar with the biological models that he started, decades and decades ago, and started the International Systems Society. And of course, J. Forrester, who is the pioneer in system dynamics that I was trained in under Dr. Tedeschi and several others there. And then some names of folks that are still around and active that have been leaders in this area for a long time. People like Peter Senge, who wrote The Fifth Discipline, The Dance of Change, several other major books. He's most known for The Fifth Discipline, which is more the thinking and conceptualization side of this approach to account for those mental models and decision behaviors that management uses. John Sturman, more on the mathematical model development side, has been the leader there. Probably best known work is business dynamics. If you need a workout for some reason you can't afford a monthly gym membership, John Sturman jokes that just buy a couple of copies of his book from the used bookstore, because they're literally like these massive books, and he says, you can't afford a gym membership, just go to the library and get my book, because it's kind of a heavy lift there. And then Mike Goodman, who's a good friend of ours, Study Notes in System Dynamics was the very first book. It's a bit dated in terms of the models, but the modeling process, thought process, the vocabulary, the examples that Mike uses are as relevant now as they ever were. And so although, again, it's a bit dated book for the quantitative part of it, the modeling process there is still a great resource. So I was trained, as I said, under Dr. Tedeschi in this methodology, and not to give his background, he's better suited to give his background, but his background in system dynamics, if you trace that back, comes through the academic lineage of John Sturman. So what you're hearing comes from, you know, the leaders in the field, and but our group also has had the pleasure of knowing Mike Goodman for a long time. So you know, we're very blessed to know these folks and to have learned from their examples. Okay, so again, I'm trying to get through this mostly as quickly as I can. So within the modeling process, not to dwell here, but I just, the clicker is not, it's kind of delayed on me. Again, just to reinforce, there's the systems thinking, our mental model, or the qualitative side to understanding the problem, and then there's the quantitative and modeling side. And then finally, my definition for mental models, again, if you have the slides there, so I'm trying to just skip forward here. They're the belief assumptions and models that we carry around in our heads about how the world works. And I really like the slide that was shared in the previous presentation. And I don't remember, I'm going to get the schematic wrong, but there was the sort of a Venn diagram with belief on one side, truth on the other, and knowledge kind of in the middle. And I really like that portion of the slides, because that portion over there that was based on experience or belief or intuition, that's the box that mental models are really talking about, because they're grounded in experience, how we view the world, how we experience the world, the different observations we've made about the world. They may not entirely be ground truth, so they might be biased or erroneous in one way or another. So there's this kind of a shadow or a shade to truth to them, but they absolutely influence our behaviors and how we make decisions and how we observe and interpret the world based on those observations and experience. So we can't, all that to say, the qualitative side, the mental model side, we can't do away with, because it infects everything that we do. Get through some of the schematics here. This is to say is that the mathematical model is a subset of our mental model and how we view the problem. So, and this is porous because our mental model is constantly taking in information from the environment and observations and everything else, and that based on our mental model is going to influence what we do in our mathematical model. Okay, so now on to the hands-on laboratory portion of that, and I think hopefully by now everyone who wants to be in VinSim and follow along with this small little case study should be able to do so. Basically the terminology are stocks, flows, and information links, and you'll see what this looks like if you've never seen this before. In just a moment, I'll show you the schematic. This is in the slides for your reference, but we're going to get to it here when we open up the model. Now, if I had to venture a guess, when you opened VinSim, I'm going to take a look around the room, and yeah, that looks like the new one there. When you open up your version of VinSim, and granted, it doesn't go all the way around the full screen, so it's going to be a little, smaller than what you would like to see. The interface, when you open yours up, is going to look a little bit different than this one, because I clipped these from a version I'm running on that laptop over there, which is an older professional version. It's not the free one that you just, they do all the same thing, but I'm just using the interface that looks a little bit different. So all these things are the same functionality, but the icons kind of look a little bit different. Based on my experience with students over the past, yes, the slides are also there. The reason I say, keep Vensim open, track pretty closely with this, because you don't want to be changing between the handout and Vensim. It'll just get, you can, just gets a little busy on your laptop. All this to say is the versions that I'm going to show that are on the handouts and on the slides look a little bit different. The function is exactly the same. If you want the version you're looking at on your laptop to look like this one, you can do it, and I'm going to peer over your shoulder there, and on this application, if you go to, you guys are all running Mac, is there a PC version of the same thing? Because sometimes they're a little different. Yeah, okay, it should be the same on Mac or PC. If you want, you don't have to do this, but if you wanted to have the interface look like the prompts that are in the handouts, you can go to, it's not up here, but you'll have an option on the toolbar up here that says Tools. And if you click on Tools, the very last option is going to say Switch to Old GUI. The GUI is Graphical User Interface. And if you switch to the old one, then it will revert back to some of the older icons that you see that match this. Again, it's not a prerequisite, you don't have to do it, but if you did want to see kind of the same iconography that's shown here, you can do that. Okay. A little bit about what you're seeing on the interface. What is known as a box across these, the top toolbar here is a stock, or if you're not familiar with the term stock, you're familiar with probably what's called a state variable. A state variable, basically the variable that you're integrating, is the stock or the accumulation. The valve, what looks like a valve rate variable, is what we call a flow. Or those are, another way to call that would be a flux variable, something that's changing over time. That's another way to say that. There's some other things here like comments. I don't know if we use comments here, but you can add directions or vocabulary or polarities and things like that in the comments. You'll for sure want to know where the hand, the move or size tool is, because that will allow you to move and manipulate the model around where you want things to be and resize things and reshape things as you need it to be. You will use this input-output object. Again, the icons will look somewhat different, but they're in the same exact place even on the new interface, and you can add graphs and tables to there, and that's one of the first things we'll do in this little case study application. And let's see, auxiliaries, these are information links we can use, and then the arrow finally are the variable connectors. So when we're talking about connecting variables, say you have some state variable, or I should say a flow variable, where maybe 3 or 4 things influence or drive that particular variable, we've got to connect those with some arrows there to connect the links that influence variables as we go. Shadows, I don't think we use shadows. And then finally, this guy here, the equation editor, you'll for sure want to know where that one is, because in the handouts and what I'll show you here is when you get to adding structure to a model or manipulating or changing a model, you're going to want to use the equations to do that. And so we use this equation icon up here, This has f of x as a function because that's going to indicate that we're going to manipulate some of the equations there. I guess before moving too far, because I think the next one goes right into the case study there. And so I just want to reiterate this because it's less clear now because I'm covering a lot of ground, vocabulary, perspective, all that stuff. So just to be clear, before we jump in here, that icon that I just showed you, the very last one to manipulate equations, because we heard some about optimization, some of the other tools that you heard about already this morning. There's different names for those sorts of models, whether they're optimization, statistics, statistical models. The really cool ones I was not aware of was some of the visualization applications, which are really cool. This modeling application is what we might call process-based, okay? And so whether you have gobs of data or you have only a little bit of data, you can still work with that because the backbone of the application comes in how you're structuring the equations, all right? And so you're making assumptions about those relationships to make the model, to make the models operate. So it's what we call white box or process-based or a transparent model because you can absolutely see and change and manipulate each one of those equations. Okay, all that sort of background, and I know I'm giving you a lot of different high-level information so far, but now to get at least a flavor or a sense of the types of applications we would use in system dynamics. If you open up, there's several versions of this in the folder, the link that you were linked to. You want to start with the first one. There's several that say with graphs and with interventions and all of that. Those are in case we miss a step, in case we get bogged down somewhere and you want to skip ahead to where we might be in the slides. Those are there for you to reference. But if we're capable, we can start with the initial one that's just the starter model. And when you open it, it will just look like this. And if we are successful and stay mostly on time, then by the end, you will have constructed for yourself the model that I end with in the folder, right? So, and you have the handouts too to follow that as well. So what's the management situation here? Is that this, what I call the small herd model, we're putting ourselves in the manager's shoes. The manager's goal is to manage this particular herd such that returns, these are financial returns, are maximized, and the herd size is able to grow. That's the management goal, is to grow their herd size and doing so in such a way that their returns are maximized, the greatest returns that they were able to achieve. A little bit about what you're looking at. Cost are driven by the number of animals in the herd. And so if you're looking at your Vensim schematic, you'll see that those number of animals in the herd size there's a link that goes down into cost because the herd size, the number of animals drive the cost. Revenues are based on the number of offspring and seasonal market prices. So you'll see the arrows from the herd size to the birth and weaning percent to get to the number of offspring, and those offspring, that arrow feeds into the revenues that go into returns. The time horizon for this analysis is 120 months, basically 10 years, time step of 1 month. And so you can explore the model there and see some of the relationships I've just tried to sketch out. And the first thing we'll do, because when you get ready to run it, I want you to see the results of the changes you make in real time. And the easiest way to do that would be to add some graphs for herd size and returns. And then we'll run the model and see what it looks like. So in order to do that, and again, the icons are in the same place. What you're going to look for is the, on my older interface, there's a little line with some dots on it or some XY plots with an input, output, IO object icon label. The new one, I think, looks a little different if you're still using the new one, but it will be right there, about third or fourth from the right on that icon panel. There's like the third or fourth one over, and you'll see that. If you click on that guy, now your cursor, your mouse, when you move into the canvas, your mouse is going to have a little icon that looks like that next to it. Okay? Move into the canvas somewhere, probably to the right of Vincem, and just click in the open space somewhere. Doesn't matter where, just click in that open space, and you should get a pop-up. And again, I'm using the older one, so if you switched over, it's going to look something like this, but depending on the version. I think probably the new one is more rectangular than this one is vertically. But if you get that pop-up, what you want to do is look for the second box there to select Output Workbench Tool. Yeah, this guy right there. Second one. Okay, when you select Output Workbench Tool, then it says choose level, auxiliary, or data. And what you're going to select is level, and you should get another pop-up. And we only have 2 levels in the starter model. There's herd size and there's returns. Okay. So just click on one of those. You can start with herd size, and then the very bottom it says custom graph or analysis tool for output, and there's a drop-down menu of all the different options you can use to visualize or display that information. And in that drop-down, you're going to select graph. I'm going to keep coming back for the clicker here to show up. And once you hit OK, now in your Vincem, you should get a box that looks like that for herd size. Yep, very good. Good, you're in there. And just floating the room, I've seen some that are there, so some of you may already be there and are waiting, so I appreciate your patience there. So do a graph for herd size, and then also do a graph for the returns. There's only 2 levels, so it should be simple enough for herd size and then returns. If I back up for a second there, when you put down this graph, it's just going to have this kind of diagonal line through it and it says herd size graph, or it'll say returns graph, then it won't show anything. The reason it doesn't show anything is because we haven't run the model yet. So if you're worried that it doesn't show anything up there or whatever, not a big deal. We're about to run it here in just a minute, and then you'll see the data there. Okay, before I tell you now how to run that and get that, I just want to make sure everyone who wants to be at this place is hopefully there. So I don't want to leave too many folks behind. Okay, I think most are there. And before we simulate this and see the first round of results, if you have the 2-panel graphs up there, you might just space them out appropriately so they don't. There's certain hot spots of feedback here, so space them out appropriately so they don't overlap. Okay. Several have done this already, I've seen going around the room, which is okay. So to get the first round of results, at the above the icon that you were using to add the graphs and the states and the flow variables and all those icons there on that top row right above the canvas, if you go to the next level up of icons, there's going to be right across the top, it's going to say current, and then there's going to be this little play button or simulate button. And so go ahead and hit that, and it should run and show you the results. If I can get some feedback from you with a head nod or a thumbs up that you got, that it ran and you saw the results. Very good. Okay. When you'll see this later, sometimes it does it at the start. Do you want to override the current? For some reason, there might be something there. Just hit yes. And your graph should look like this. You should have herd size at 100 head, and the returns are kind of fluctuating up and down like that. I think most people see that or got that based on just looking around and what feedback I just received. All right? Very good. Now you're going to add some structure to this model to give you a little bit more information and make it a little more realistic, because in reality, you know, herd sizes aren't constant. They're responding to the environment. So we're going to add some feedback, the same feedback that a manager receives about how well they're doing, and have that decision, how they use that information to make new decisions, influence what happens in the model. So to add structure, I'm going to leave this panel, whoops, wrong way. Leave this panel up for a moment, all right? And you'll notice there's a few added elements here to the model that you're looking at. And that comes down here at the bottom. It may be kind of hard to see for those in the back. But there's a couple of new variables that have been added here. One is called net rate of return, and the other is called profit effect on retention decisions, okay? The icons you'll need to do this are the variable addition. My icon looks like that. And you'll need the arrow icon as well. So to put the variables down, go up to the toolbar up there and click on the variable button. And when you move your mouse back into the canvas, now your mouse should have that variable icon or a little plus sign like on the icon on your mouse. Okay. And then you can click below that, below this box for returns. You can click out here and call it net rate of return. And you can click out here, profit effect on retention decisions. And when you have those two things, there you'd be ready to connect them. You guys are already ahead. Oh yeah, you can skip ahead to the downloaded version, or you can add it to the one you've already created. So I thought some were ahead, but they've cheated and downloaded the next version. All right, that's fine to stay with it, but you lose part of the learning application of this when I show you the next thing in the handout, and that's now I'm manipulating the equation, the actual structure of the model. Okay. For those that are creating their own, I just want to have this here until you think you've got it created. Once you've got the variable names down here using the variable addition, then go up to the toolbar again and click on the arrow icon or the link icon. And what you'll do to connect those is start in the variable, that's the tail of the arrow. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up, I'm going to click on the toolbar where the arrow link is. When I move into the canvas now, my mouse is going to have that same icon on it, indicating that I'm now going to put down an information link. And what I'm going to do is click in the tail variable first. And then when I move out, just click once. When I move out after that, you'll see that now Vincent's added an arrow, and it wants to know what to do with the arrowhead. Okay. And then click the second time in where the arrowhead goes. So I'm going to click once in cost of production. I'm going to move out and move the arrowhead to net rate of return. Very good, got it? You got it? Makes sense? Hey, thanks for checking these out. Get back. Okay, so now you've added the variables and those information links. To actually formalize this and operationalize it, we've got to give it the mathematical structure that it needs to run, okay? So go back to the top panel there on the icons and hit equations, or the function button, and you should see now everything that you just clicked on before, that you just added, now is blacked out, right? Or the box around it is blacked out, right? And that's Vincem telling you that you don't have any mathematics or operational structure there for the model to run. It needs information there in order to run, okay? And so you're going to click on each one of the things you just added, starting at the bottom, net rate of returns. Click on net rate of returns, and you're going to get, for the first time, the equation pop-up box. Okay, it's going to look something like this. It gives you the name of the variable, the type of the variable. There's all this information here and functions you can put in. There's all kinds of stuff in there, all right? We're not going to we'll get to some of that maybe in a little bit, but to keep it simple right now, open up that equation pop-up on net rate of return, okay? And this is going to be blank. There's not going to be anything in this equation editor. This is the mathematical structure that Vincem is going to use, all right? And you've got two causes in here. Probably the Vincem shows you the causes for what's going into that variable. And I want my net rate of return to be revenues from sales minus cost of production. So I can type that in, or I can click on them here and do click revenues from sales minus click cost of production. And it will fill that in for me. Yep. And then click. So net rate of return is revenues from sales minus cost of production. And once that's filled in, you can hit OK. You can do another thing there just to make sure it's OK. And there's a button down at the bottom of that pop-up that says check syntax, which basically is a check to make sure Vincem can actually read that mathematically and knows what it means. And it'll say OK, and you can hit OK and close that. The next one is going to be profit effect on retention decisions. Same thing, open the equation editor there, and we're going to specify a few things here. I'll show you what that looks like on the pop-up here. It's going to be a function of net returns. You have it there, so some of you probably see it on the handout before my slides get there because it's a little delayed on the clicker. When you open profit effect on retention decisions, again, this will be blank. And in order to see kind of, we'll walk through this, what you want to do is specify the variable type, because we're going to make this what's called a table function or a lookup table. Basically, it's a non-linear, or in this case, it's going to be pretty linear, but it's going to be a function of some other variable, in this case, net returns. We want the net returns to influence what we do on retention decisions for the enterprise. And so on your pop-up, make sure that the variable type for profit effect on retention says auxiliary. If it doesn't say auxiliary, then do the drop down for the variable type and make sure that says auxiliary variable. Okay. And then on the subtype, there's another drop-down box, and it's going to say, I don't know, give you a half dozen different options. And click on the option that says with lookup. And I appreciate Dr. Menendez floating in the back there to help us out there. With lookup. And it will change the equation editor a little bit to include now a new section of information. We can type this directly into that That's one way to do it. I'll show you the way to do it on the graph. Make sure that the lookup says net rate of return. So you can type that in or just click net rate of return there and put that into the equation editor. Yep. When I have that with lookup, I'm going to click as graph, and I'm going to get a second pop-up now that gives me a blank canvas that I can put some coordinates into and build a graph that's going to give me the input-output relationship between these two variables. Okay. The way to interpret this is the variable that I put into the equation editor, net rate of returns, that's going to be the input on the x-axis. The variable that I want to return, the output, or the y-axis variable, that's going to be the information that feeds back to the model somewhere else. Okay. And so what you can type in here, it's going to change it to scientific notation, but what you're going to type in is negative 20,000, negative 2, 0, 0, the origin, 20,000, 2.5. Your graph probably won't look like that if you just type those numbers in. Okay, good. If you're using the new, there's still some that are using the new interface. So I just caught something that was unaware of. If you're using, is anyone using the new interface still? Okay, so on the new interface, when you click that as graph, it's going to come up with the graph first, okay? On the pop-up for the graph, the first icon is a little table. Click on the table. It'll show you the box for the coordinates, and then double click in the XY coordinates and input that in. So it's a little different on the new one. Okay, so 20,000, negative 2, the origin 0, 0, and then positive 20,000 and 2.5. The new version might already scale the graph. I know on the old version, the version I'm showing you right here, it won't scale the graph automatically. And so what you can click on is reset scaling, and then it should show you the graph that looks just like that. That's for the older one. I think the new one may update it and read it correctly. I know some folks are there, some folks are catching up. For the sake of time, I'm going to skip forward and go ahead and finish this one and then show you where to pick up on the download folder for the model to pick up on that's finished this step right here. All right, if you did, you input this, hit OK, and now that graph puts in that lookup information into the equation editor for you. Correct. If you didn't hear Dr. Tedeschi, he said after the session you can build your own models. That's not incorrect, because the point of this model is that pretty much the half dozen most common equations you need to do a model are in this model that we're going to walk through. So lookup tables, smooth functions, etc., graphs, all that is basically in here. Okay. The final thing on this next version of, or the next step to complete this and get it to simulate again, you've got one more variable to update. I think some of you are waiting there already for that. If you go back out after you've completed that table, you're still going to have that variable for the herd retention. That first inflow to the herd size is still going to be blacked out because we haven't updated that one yet. Okay. So if you click on that, it's going to say the initial equation, herd size times natural replacement rate. Okay. Now I want to manipulate the natural replacement rate to include the response I have as the manager in response to the financial condition of the operation. So I'm going to add to that. I'm going to now type into my equation editor. It's already herd size times natural replacement rate. I'm going to now add, multiply 1 plus the profit effect on herd retention decisions. And that's as simple as just typing that in. Times, open parentheses, 1 plus profit effect on retention. Okay. You open them out? Perfect. Okay. Before, some people skipped ahead, which is fine. It may, the visuals may not, if you did skip ahead, the visuals may not look exactly like what I'm going to show you. If you get that far, like some, I've seen some get that far, before you simulate it again, up there in the very top of your interface there, where the thing says current, in the simulation name, just type behind that, it already says current, put with new structure, because you've added some structure to it. So right up there in the top, right here where it says simulation results, file name, it already says current. In that box, just click right behind it. Right up here. Yeah, call that current with new structure. Okay, if you've gotten current with new structure and you've got those adjustments in, sorry for the feedback, there's a few spots that will do that. You can anticipate what the expected behavior pattern is going to be now. We would write that down, but you know, I want to get to the next steps of this. So run the model and examine the behavior. So part 2 results. If you already did it with current before I told you to add new structure, then the lines are going to look exactly the same. If you did it with new structure, then it should show you both graphs. The first one that we started with, current, and now with new structure. Okay, the updated results, I'm just checking the room to see where people are. If you waited and renamed it the way that I renamed it with new structure, your VinSim panel now should show you both runs. It should show you the flat line for herd size that we started with, and now this new herd size, and now this returns, which is now somewhat different. One, the original line that we started with, and now this additional line for the new structure. So we see now with this information feedback from managers, now we're manipulating the herd size in response to the financial outcome of the operation. So we've gotten more animals, basically more animals, and the returns, you can see, if you want to pull out an insight from this part of it, and again, if you see the comparison, hopefully, I know you probably don't see it because you think you skipped ahead, right? Oh, you went back and were very good. So you see both. By manipulating the herd size here, what you see on returns are in the good times when the returns are naturally favorable, now our returns are higher. The downside is when the returns are, or the financial environment is such that returns are less favorable, we're worse off. And you can think about why that is. Prices are going the opposite direction, and what's driving our cost? Herd size. Larger herd size, more cost, fewer returns, so we're a little worse off in the bad times, but we're a little better off in the good times because larger herd size means more offspring, which means more revenue in the good times. Okay, there's two more parts to the exercise. I think probably, if I had to ballpark, maybe a third to a half of the room is up to speed with where we are kind of in the handouts, which is fine. So if you want to keep operating off of the one that you've built, you're free to do that. If you're somewhat behind and want to see some of these other things we're going to show, if you go back to that folder that you opened initially to get the model, you'll see that those files are named. The starter one didn't have any name on it. Then there's one with graphs, and then there's one with new structure. So you can open up that one with new structure on it so that you're exactly where we're at. Okay. So what we'll do now, because what we just saw from the run there, now management, as in the real world, is responding to its financial situation to manipulate the herd size. In the good times, we're better off. In the bad times, we're a little bit worse off. So we want to make some changes and something else in the enterprise that may not be reflective in the model yet to try to overcome that. And so what we're going to do is add some additional structure. This is part 3, new strategies or interventions. And so you'll see that on the handout here and what I'm showing you on the projection is some new structure down here financially that we can do to try to overcome that. Okay. And again, if you want to skip ahead, you can get to the first part of, I think it's interventions A, which already has the structure added, or you can add it the way that we'll do here. To add that, if you're working off of your own, you can use the box variable to add a state or a stock variable down here, investments and efficiency. You'll need a rate or a flow variable, and the rate or the flow variable acts just like the blue link that we added earlier. Okay? You start by clicking in the variable that's the tail or the source variable, and then you click a second time in the variable that's the arrowhead or where the material or information is going. So I'm going to click first in returns when I have the rate variable here. I'm going to click first in returns, and then it's going to give me this arrow, and then I'm going to click second in investments and efficiency. When I do that, then it will let me name that flow or that flux investments and more efficient herd. Okay, just checking around the room. The other variable you'll add the same way that you would have earlier on these other information variables, efficiency measure effect on cost of production. And the blue information links are the same way we just added them a moment ago. Okay. Just checking around the room, I think most people, either from here or the handouts, are working on the structure. So with that built, using the equation editor, so I go back up to the top toolbar there and click on that equation icon. So now, just like we did before, when you clicked on that, anything new that you added that doesn't have any mathematical structure yet will be blacked out. All right, and what you'll do is formulate first this investments in efficiency. You can make the initial value of that 0. Let me just move this forward because this matches your handouts there. You have a flow for investments in efficiency, and then this just provides you the equations that you can put there to finish that stock and flow structure. So the flow is investments in more efficient herd, connect the investment rate and returns to investments in more efficient herd, and then I give you the equation for that, which is a conditional statement, if then else. And you can type that in, or there's a function for that. Probably the easiest thing right now is to type that in. And you want to make it look exactly like this when you type it in. You don't worry about the equal sign because that's already there, but you do if, space, then, space, else, and then what's in parentheses there. Okay, Dr. Menendez reminded me of something that I kind of skipped over here, because I told you what's on your handout is the initial value for the stock, investments, and efficiency was on the equation editor. It didn't have anything there for the initial value. You put 0. If you notice, the equation is already built in that stock. That's why I skipped over it here, because it's just whatever the investments and efficiency is. So you hit OK there. The investment rate is 0.05, and then you use this if then else statement for the investment flow. Okay, just checking around the room. I think this guy, if you just do the parenthetical part, that's fine. For this auxiliary variable investment rate, just put 0.05, this bracketed part. There's places to put that information, but don't put it behind the 0.05, just make it 0.05. Yeah, so just delete that bracketed part, just make it 0.05. Yeah, perfect. Okay, floating around the room, it looks like the people I have checked are just about there. So once you click out of that, now the investment rate and that new flow and that new stock should be no longer blacked out once you've got that in. Okay, the efficiency measure effect on cost of production, that's a lookup, just like we did previously with the retention decision. This will be a similar procedure or process of adding a lookup for the investments, the efficiency measure effect on cost of production. So in the same way, in the equation editor for that efficiency measure variable, it's an auxiliary. Use the drop down to specify it as a lookup. And then the XY coordinates would be the origin, 0, 0, 100,000, negative 0.05. And those are the only 2 points you'd add there in that lookup. Okay, I know some people are working ahead on the handouts, which is great. To finish that, once that lookup is in, the final thing I have on this step is to connect that efficiency measure effect on cost of production to the flow of the cost out of returns. The existing equation for that is herd size times cost per head, and in the same way I added that factor for the retention decision, now I'm going to add this factor for efficiency measure on cost. And so I'm going to, whether you have the parentheses in there or not is less important, but what you need is after that cost per head, you're going to multiply that by 1 plus that efficiency measure. Okay, they're telling me time is up, which we took a little longer to download and look at everything. So what I'm going to do right now, because I know some people made it, other people did not. And so what I'm going to show you, what you have in the handouts is the steps as well as the models that go along with each step. So you can go through and look at the completed version of each one that matches the slides that you have in the handout. And you'll see some change behavior patterns in the results. And then after the investments, the final thing after what most people were working on with the investments to invest in a more cost-efficient herd, the final addition to the model is to use those cost savings to actually market, because some people I noticed in your spare time were looking around at different parts of the model, and I did see some people look at what was going on with the market price, and you see if you open that up, the market price is going way up and it's going way down. It's doing this fluctuation. So the final thing is to invest that savings into a marketing hedge where you're not subject, or you're less subject to those swings in the marketplace, and we do that what's called using a hedge. And so anyone in animal production agriculture should know what a hedge is, because they're all using it, okay? And so we add this, that's the final step in those models that you have. You rename that, and by the time you get to that final step, and I would encourage anyone to look at those models that I provided to you and walk through those the scenarios I have in the slides. Because the end result looks something like that, and by the time you've added the new structure at the end that includes a retention decision, which managers use, by the time you add the investments in efficiency, by the time you add a marketing hedge, all those things that managers are using, some managers may use them differently. My retention decision may be different than your retention decision. Your investment rate in efficiency may be different than my rate of investment in efficiency. Your hedge may be more conservative than my hedge. You guys get the idea. So our decision rules may be different. By the time here we get to that point, the final intervention that has all those strategies in it looks dramatically different than where we started. And you think, well, wait a minute, why is the other trajectories kind of sort of follow, but that last one, we add in all those things together. Now the behavior pattern really doesn't follow. All right, and there's an important lesson in that. Those are the case studies we didn't have time for. And the lesson in that, from the system dynamics perspective, is that all structure drives behavior. If you change the structure of the situation, or you change the structure of the operation, you're going to get a different behavior. And the examples, models that you have in the folder, the different or the alternative structure is investment in efficiency, or hedging, or retention decision. Those are just 3 examples of changes in structure to this particular operation. But you can think of a half dozen other types of structural changes that you would do. So all structure drives behavior and performance, and so by doing that, you're going to get a different behavior pattern there. So in terms of the diagnostic part that I mentioned earlier, what system dynamics is really powerful for, that I wish we had time for the case studies. We're just out of time due to the hands-on and getting all your technology or the software up to speed, is that system dynamics provides the language in this framework for diving into those unstated beliefs and assumptions, going back to those beliefs and assumptions that are often latent, often unstated, but system dynamics provides a language to try to get at that. So that's the whole process in one slide. And I want to thank Dr. Tedeschi again, some other acknowledgments there. To recognize a few other people. I know Dr. Menendez was helping me float around the room. I appreciate his help. Depending on if you've seen system dynamics, I know some. I'm going to pick on Jaden in the back because I know she's seen and done some of this as well. I realize I left home without contact cards, but you can find my email on a university website. It's publicly available. And you can follow and get all the stuff that Dr. Tedeschi mentioned on our systems agriculture work, ag-systems-lab.com, and you can follow and contact me through all of that there also. So I'm over time, just trying to help you learn some of the software and the applications, but I encourage you to take a look at those models. Again, what Dr. Tedeschi said is not, I mean, it's kind of a joke at the time that you could build your own models if you walk through the simple application. And he's really not lying. We finished there an if-then or conditional statement. There's a smooth function at the end. There's a lookup table. You're adding some information links. With those few things, you can build probably 90% of the models that we work with just those additions that we made. So it's really not an understatement that you can do some of your own stuff. So I know I'm over and ate up all of the moderated time. I apologize. But thanks, and hopefully there's some nugget in there that you can take home. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Dr. Turner. I'm sorry for interrupting this great hands-on. Thank you for that. So I would invite all the speakers to join us for the round table.
Oh, okay.
Sharing a mic. You share the mic. Okay. You guys want to sit up here? Well,
Either way, doesn't matter.
okay. Yeah.
Okay.
And then you can share that mic. Perfect. So if you have questions, I will start with questions from the audience. I don't know if Dr. Tedeschi said in the beginning, but to receive the certificate is mandatory to have questions. So,
Thank you.
yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, so the question was, the handouts that we didn't get to finish, one of the management questions at the end is, what would it take to double the herd size in 10 years? And there's a particular application that she was asking about on the interface called Sim to Sim. And you can manipulate variables in real time, and I can show you that very quickly over the break. But you wouldn't have to change anything on the years because we've already set it up for 10 years. So it's just a matter of manipulating one of the variables.
Thank you. I believe that Dr. Menendez have a question. Would you like to ask now?
I think everyone heard, but just in case, the question was about starting an equilibrium. And depending on who you talk to, most system dynamics people will say start an equilibrium. The starter model that I just tried to show you, that's half correct because the herd size starts in equilibrium. And if you remember the first run, that herd size was flat. And so in that case it does. The reason that's important is because basically what we know from psychology is that human beings, the way we're innately hardwired, is we're very poor inferencers about stock and flow dynamics. And so if you have really complicated dynamics to start with, you're basically short-circuiting yourself because understanding how changes in that state or stock variable are rising or falling over time, it's very hard to decipher that without walking through it step by step, knowing what changes are taking place. So to start an equilibrium, so when you added something like retention decisions, you know now that change is a direct result of that change in structure. So starting at an equilibrium then gives you a baseline by which to make reasonable comparisons.
Yes, Dr. Durma.
Right, yeah, so there's, if you didn't hear that, there's really two parts to the question being asked there. The first part has to deal with it's not so easy to start off in equilibrium, and how would you do that? Well, to address that, we're, in this particular elementary case, there were two fluxes or two flows to that initial herd size, the replacement flow and then the culling or the death outflow. And so to balance that in equilibrium is not hard because if you set the initial rates for replacement and death and culling to be equal, then you can pretty easily set that in equilibrium to start with. The second part of your question is more interesting that we didn't talk about, and he said, well, in some cases when it's not in equilibrium, you know, if you don't have grass to feed them, then you can't have, you know, a growing herd if there's no grass. And that's a question of model boundary and what's included in your model. We didn't have any feed resource or forage constraint there, but it's very easily added, just like adding structure for the financial parts. It's very simple. In the same way, you would add a state or stock and flow structure for the forage dynamics that acts as a constraint on how quickly you grow. So yeah, but that's a model boundary question that's outside of relation.
I think I've got a question, but sort of a comment. You help me maybe with the question. So I kind of alluded in my talk about an example for dairy herd management in the Netherlands. And that's a big system, but it's interesting what you walked everybody through with the equilibrium piece, because at one point they had equilibrium, and the reason was on the output side they had constraint from the government that said, here is a quota. So everybody delivered to the quota. So they had really good equilibrium. And then about 3 or 4 years ago, they took the quota away, and all their forecasting models they didn't work anymore because the quota went away. So you had your network of producers respond differently. And so I thought that was really interesting because one of the requests back to us was, well, help us predict or simulate the next time the government essentially changes their system. So changes the econometric system. So how would you get at that future state to kind of simulate, like say a reinstate of the quota system or what have you?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. To put it in terms of like the case study we just walked through, Dr. Menendez asked about equilibrium, and herd size was in equilibrium. The returns was not in equilibrium because part of what the function of the returns was that market price. And the model that you're looking at, the market price was outside the model boundary. It's assuming that the market price is, or this particular operation would be subject to the free market forces, and the price is fluctuating based on all the producers in the market, and that's what they'd be subject to. It would be an interesting application for something like this to instate a new structure just like that, and where I would bring that in would be where that market price is, to cap that, or to make that static in some way, so that the decisions now in this particular model would then have to, they would be less responsive to those other forces because they're constrained on the financial side. Or it could be the production side. So instead of overproducing on one side, there's no incentive to produce more because of that quota there. So there would be a constraint just like that in there. Okay, great.
Thank you. I believe that we have a similar question that would be addressed to Dr. Muñoz Tamayo from Dr. Menendez. So if you.
Sure, yeah, excellent, thank you. Yes, for the input, it was a question here. I can share it as a 0 for parameter number 2 of your slide, but I might have that yeah, it was kind of the order in your presentation. And you said we could, if X is greater than 0, could you elaborate on that? From the way I understood it, you could do a little bit more from there, from this condition.
Yes, thanks, Hector. Before answering your question, I would like to come back to the equilibrium story because it's very important. And Benjamin, at the very beginning, talked about the setup of the simulation, the step time, and the time scale. So it's very important because we can have a system that is fluctuating, but depending on the step time, we probably will not see that the system is fluctuating, depending on the step time that you're using for the simulation. I just want to comment on this, that it's very important. And with your question, is actually, I didn't have the time to elaborate well on this aspect, but what is happening is that, no, it's okay, because probably I have, the methods that you use normally for identifiability analysis, they require the initial condition. So mathematically, you need to set is the initial condition is known or not, right? So it just happened that since it's a system of equations, if it happens sometimes that if the initial condition of one of the variables is 0, it cancels the equation. So it just, you have a 0 that multiply the equation, so you don't have an equation to solve. So in this particular case, making the initial condition higher than 0 makes the equation to be a real equation, not 0. Yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Tedeschi?
So the question is to what extent we know if our model can be actually analyzed using this test. So something very important I mentioned is that there is this nice software that the colleagues have developed, right? And the article that I mentioned of the team Julio Manga, because there were some articles saying, okay, this is nice, but you can do just with a model with 3 equations and few parameters, right? Because mathematically it's very complex. But we have seen this software that is are able to handle complex models. Even something that is not very intuitive is that complex models are actually more identifiable than linear models. You have something complex, and well, this means that if you want to capture something that is complex, the only way to capture is through the nonlinearity, right? But I have seen these studies with models with 20 equations and more than 50 parameters. But this is not a rule, because it depends on the structure, right? But with these software tools that I show, you can do it, and it really is very impressive because it doesn't take too much time. It depends, of course, of the complexity, but for example, the models that I work, that they are not as complex, but it can take less than 1 minute to do the analysis. But there is a moment in which the problem is just computational time. It explodes and you cannot have 20 differential equations and about 40 parameters. This is like, I have in mind the more complex model. And the thing is, for the global identifiability, they use symbolic manipulation, and this can be very time consuming when you enlarge the model, but of course there are limits. There is a moment which you cannot do. So when you cannot do, you can address the problem numerically. This is why.
Thank you. Unfortunately, our time is almost finished. But I have some few questions, and I'd like for the 3 of you to give me some quick answers, because I think everyone would really benefit of that. So all of you kind of, during your presentation, talked about how models evolve over time and all that. So we know that especially when we develop models to work in real-time data, and the animals change over time. And I would like to know how you see that we can update this algorithm in the field, how you see the idea of integrating continuous data collection.
Yeah, so, I mean, what you just described, SAS works, our SAS, if you're living and working and productionalizing models in SAS, you've got that capability all the time. So, for example, we would look at any kind of model system or problem to solve with models, not as if you pre-choose the best model a priori. Usually what we work with folks on is to think about it in reverse. So when you're at SAS, modern SAS Model Studio, you can set up and actually run 3, 4, 5, even bring in an R model, run them all in parallel, and ask which model ran best. So a model competition system. And then whichever one you choose to put into production, then you can start to have that model auto-tune and learn as new data is ingested, and even auto-tune and rerun the model competition to ask, okay, I've been running, my ingestion of data over the course of a year is within these parameters, but I'm going to rerun my model competition, and maybe that neural net model is not the best running model. And you've got the option to pivot to the, whatever the metrics are for measuring that, that model and that model run. So that's kind of the way we look at the system. Some of that would feel, black box depending on the model, but you can imagine if JP Morgan's running fraud detection using SAS, they're processing millions of pieces of data every day. They have to have auto-tuned models that are hands-off, because no one could manage those on a daily basis. So that's a combination of having the models help you and auto-tune themselves. when you're at scale.
Yes. So, well, as I said before, my main research is about the Rumen modeling and developing models for methane prediction. And here I found myself in two types of speech because when I'm intellectually very interested in the microbiota, so this is a very complex aspect to address in modeling. So I would like to go deep in this aspect, right? But the question of Aline, what I see is also that regardless this process that is so complex, what we have seen is that only with the dry matter intake, we can have very good predictions if we have good knowledge of dry matter intake. So this is the sensors, right? So combining sensors with modeling, this is, I think, well, the future, and there are many things to do there. And the colleagues from REN are doing nice work on precision feeding. I think this is a good avenue for them.
So if I remember the question correctly, it had to deal with real-time data and data integration and those sorts of things. With the system dynamics modeling application that I tried to show, the system dynamics perspective, as I said, is more about problem diagnostics. So when you're running into management problems that seem to be perplexing and thwart best management effort to overcome that, system dynamics provides probably one of the better methodologies to try to get under the hood of the operation or the system and see what's going on there and understand it better. So it's less about collecting, or it was not designed as a data collection tool to collect things in real time, but if you had that information and you're updating previous models, there are built-in tools for calibration and optimization to bring in real-time data pretty quickly. I've done some of that, but probably Dr. Tedeschi and Dr. Menendez have done much more of that. The other thing I would say about data, real-time data, and those sorts of things for system dynamics, what I did, I showed here kind of an example, and what I didn't share is in the folder, the case studies I didn't have time to share with you on the slides. There's 3 case study articles that are in the folder that I shared with you that are examples of these cases where we diagnose and dive into a problem. And that's a primary application of system dynamics. Another application of system dynamics is for learning and understanding, because system dynamics moving forward is less about prediction, it's more for learning and understanding. And so we build cases like these that project forward in time to understand possible trajectories of the system given the existing structure that we know about. And so in terms of real-time data, it's not a data collection tool, but used in a forward-looking sense to examine the trajectories and where the vulnerabilities of a system may be. System dynamics helps identify places where we may not be collecting data, but maybe we should be, given the structure that we're looking at. So kind of that example, we're at 98.5%. How do we get to 99? And given all that we know, where's that high-level data that we're not collecting that could potentially help inform that? So.
And are those the systems that they use literally for engineering failure detection? Are you using that a little bit for, like, where they've got these complex systems like in aeronautics and they're trying to do failure prediction?
Right. I'm less familiar with the mechanics of the engineering design and failure diagnostics, but from what I do understand, they're extremely similar. In fact, the language is exactly the same, because in system dynamics, we use the term flight simulator or a learning lab that looks forward in time, which from what I understand for an airplane crash or a bridge collapse, they build the model, test it under these flight simulator conditions on stresses and things that they think have happened or potentially can happen to see diagnose that problem. So if that,
Yeah, the reason I ask is just as we had a couple folks work for SAS, came from John Deere, and folks there at John Deere, of course, they're manufacturers, right, for ag, and so besides helping the farmers out directly with planting seed, what have you, their tractors are so sophisticated now that they have recommendation analytic systems that say, okay, you're 10 hours from needing a new oil filter, and if they allow the system to work fully, so they bought into John Deere system, not only do they know the oil filter's going to fail within 10 hours, it actually sends to their local distributor, they order the filter, and if they really want, someone will deliver the oil filter within that 10-hour operational time frame. So it knows when the tractor's on and off, and the farmer, except for installing the oil filter, can be hands-off in the analytics because there's a sensor on that dynamic system, if you will. So I just wondered if those systems, that's what's operating under the hood, maybe to some degree, the system dynamics, that try to figure that out. That may not be a very good question.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
This is, yeah. Hank would probably have a comment on this,
yeah, I think the primary difference is that those applications, the mathematics are probably very similar, but the innovation and what you're talking about is that the network and communication is there, that it's actionable. Whereas system dynamics is more, I use the term diagnostic, but it's more reflective as a research tool rather than a real-time application. If that makes sense. Dr. Menendez?
I think you covered it, man. It's the information feedback is the same systems modeling and what they need, but the application is a little different, although it can be transferred, through the data pipeline or information pipeline.
I would like to thank you all. Unfortunately, we're over time, and I'm sure that everyone still have questions. I for sure have questions. We can ask them during lunchtime. We will have lunch being served outside. We can serve and then come to it inside the room. Before you go, I'd like to thank our speakers once again, and pretty please, I would like you to please fill out the survey until the end of the day. That would help us a lot. So give your hand here for our speakers, please. I think, yeah, but if you ask more questions during lunchtime, it improves the chance of getting certification, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, I forgot to say, we will be back at 1 o'clock.
Turn it off or no? Okay. And then after that you can turn it on. Okay, folks, I know you haven't finished, but let's get started so we're kind of on time. I think Arun has a short presentation, so you can finish eating this time before you start on the hands-on. So it's really a pleasure to introduce you to the next speaker, Karun Kanyamathan. So he completed his veterinary degree from Kerala, Veterinary and Animal Science University in India. Then he worked for his state's Livestock Development Board implementing different animal production management schemes. He completed his PhD degree at the Department of Animal Science, University of Florida. And his doctoral research used the systems modeling approach which investigated the herd performance of U.S. dairies, implementing different genomic selection guided in vitro fertilized embryo transfer programs. That's a long one. Karun pursued his postdoc training at Cornell College of Veterinary Medicine, and his arching research goal is to aid in the decision-making process of different food animal production systems. Dr. Kanyamatan is a postdoc in our department, the Department of Animal Science at Texas A&M now, and his interest is really on systems, decision systems, and he used a lot of agent-based modeling. And that's why we invited him to talk about agent-based modeling, or at least talk a little bit about ABM with you. So, Karun, thank you so much.
So, good afternoon, everyone. So I know you all of you are eating, so I will just go through like some of the introductory stuff by the time you are finished with your lunch. So for the next 1 hour and 40 minutes, we'll be going through several agent-based models, and as my title slide indicates, I will talk a little bit about some of the historic agent-based models, like some of the developmental history, and then I will compare it with some other modeling techniques which we have talked about. So I will compare it with system dynamics, and then we will be going through at least 8 to 10 different agent-based models. So I know that it's like a pretty easy guess that most of you will be using some sort of mathematical modeling in your research, right? So I just want to know whether, just out of curiosity, whether is anybody is using agent-based model in your research. If you are, please can you just raise your hands? Okay. Yeah, if you are, then it's kind of a kind of fundamental stuff. So we are just going through like some of the basic agent-based models. Otherwise, that's it. And then the next thing I want to know is whether you have the software NetLogo installed on your system. Do you have? If you have it, please raise your hands. One, two. Yeah. Even if you don't have it, it's fine. But you could download it even right now, just after your lunch. So it's available on the. It's available like if you just Google NetLogo download, it's available online. So just go and hit whatever appropriate system you have, computer system, just have the NetLogo downloaded for Windows or Mac operating system. It would be useful. So here is a overview of what we'll be doing today, like for my session. So we'll basically go through explaining what's agent-based modeling and how it's used. Then briefly I will just explain some of the basic components of NetLogo software. And then we'll try to extend some basic NetLogo software to make it more realistic, so it's more closer to reality. And then we'll go through the hands-on session where we'll create our own NetLogo model based on an inbuilt NetLogo program that's available in the software. And then I'll briefly talk about what's about analyzing agent-based modeling results, how you can do that, and then obviously about validating, making sure that the developed models are repeatable. And then if time permits, we'll briefly go through hybrid models, so where we kind of talk about the possibility of integrating agent-based model with system dynamics. So that's how I would like to go through today. So let me kind of start with trying to see whether Yeah, so why do we need agent-based models in animal science? So that's why I'm trying to answer in this part of the presentation. So I will come to that, but then let me kind of give you an introductory definition of what agent-based modeling is all about. So in agent-based models, we kind of model the interaction between different agents, as the figure shows, and then we'll also model the interaction of agents with the environment. So that's what's happening at the micro level, and then due to the interaction of these agents, there will be a lot of emergent complex phenomena. So that's in a nutshell what agent-based modeling is. I'm going to talk about it like multiple times, so if it sounds a little complicated now, don't get worried about it. So we were after the question, so why agent-based modeling is kind of relevant in animal science? So the answer is on this slide. It's because most of the research questions in animal science, be it in any species, most of them can be construed as complex system problems. So ABM is an excellent tool to study complex system research. So here I have a slide about different mathematical techniques that's available to study complex systems, ranging from collective behavior to evolution and adaptation to systems theory. And then agent-based modeling is under collective behavior. See over here, agent-based modeling. And then all the sexy topics in data science like machine learning, artificial intelligence, it comes under evolution and adaptation. And then Ben talked about systems theory, systems modeling, so it comes under systems thinking. So if you kind of think about systems, complex systems, so there is two key principles all complex systems follows. So they are capable of self-organizing over time. So like I will talk from the perspective of agent-based modeling. So agents are capable to organize themselves based on some simple rules over time. And then once they organize, then the system level patterns emerge. And most of them are complex patterns. So that's only 2 points which you should take away from complex systems research. That's a basic two problems. Sorry, 2 key take-home messages. So we talked about why we need agent-based modeling in animal science. So now let me just go and talk about what is agent-based modeling and how it is used, like in not only in animal science but in different other disciplines as well. So agent-based model, as we just talked, is just modeling the interaction between agents. And then once you model the interaction, you have different interactions at the system level, and you are looking at different outcomes of the system. So that's in general what agent-based modeling is. And then here is like this picture, I took it from a very historic model in agent-based modeling. It's from a mathematician called Thomas Schelling. So he was looking at housing segregation patterns in cities. So let's say this is like a housing pattern in city, and depending on the preference of agents, which is like individuals, they will have a preference for their neighbors based on their races. So if they are looking for racial diversity, they will prefer people from different races to be their neighbors. So then the model will segregate like this with 15% threshold. And if you like people like to flock together with same racial identity, then it will look like the model on the right. So it's kind of a very historic model from agent-based modeling. So that's why I had it on here. So let's go a little bit more deeper into agent-based modeling. So we had talked about this multiple times now already. So we are trying to mimic real world, and then the agents in real world is agents in agent-based model 2. It can be anything. It can be individual, so it can be some events or entities. So we will look at multiple agent-based models, so you'll get a gist of it later on. And then let me talk about some of the features of individual agent in the model. So agent will have different attributes. So if you kind of imagine all of your different agents in this room, so everybody will have their own cultural background. You will have your own language. You will have your own intelligence. So those are the different attributes for agents, and then you will have different behavioral rules. So everybody will behave differently, right? So it will be different rules. And then the other key thing in agent-based modeling is memory. So you will, like every agent will remember what happened yesterday, and you will learn something from yesterday's events. So that's memory, and then you will use some resources from your environment. So you're using modeling skills. So you are kind of getting modeling skills from this environment, right? So you're capable of using resources, and then you are capable of making your own decisions, and then you contribute to the system's optimal solutions. So that's in just what's happening for agent-based models. So agent-based models mimic real world, and they have specific characteristic rules and goals. So I'm going a little bit more detailed into what a model is. You could actually kind of categorize models as 3 types. So on your left you will see there is physical models, and this is theoretical model, and this is computational model. So I'm just talking about 3 types of model: physical models, theoretical model, and computational model. And for the physical model, so typically if you are doing some farm trials, I'm just talking in terms of animal science, so you will kind of observe your animals, you'll do some experiments with the animal, you'll make some measurements which lead to data, and then you apply some statistical methods to make some validations, and then you go on to write a manuscript which is peer reviewed, right? So that becomes a textual model. So on the other end of the scientific spectrum is theoretical model, so where you use either reasoning, analysis, or other interpretive skills to develop different hypotheses and concepts. And so the middle one, the computational model, it can be systems model or it can be agent-based model. So what we are using is we kind of get information from physical reality. So that's like parameters which Rafael talked about in the morning, or maybe we'll get some kind of mental abstraction or concepts like the systems model. We'll use both of them together, and then we'll develop an algorithm. And the algorithm is also contributing to the physical reality as well as the conceptual model by creating a lot of data, and then it can also be used for predicting, explaining different stuff. So there is like multiple dimensions how computational models can be useful. A bit more about agent-based development process. So these are the 3 models which we talked about: conceptual domain, empirical domain, and model domain. So all of them kind of interact together, which is kind of a general knowledge. You probably has heard about this multiple times. So there is 2-way feedback loops. So all of them kind of coexist. That's the gist of it. So I'll talk in terms of computational models. So computational models need parameters for calibration from the empirical domain, and you need concepts from the conceptual domain. And then once you have a good model, it will contribute to further better conceptual models as well as better physical models. So that's in just what's happening about the development of agent-based modeling. Then like one other topic I would like to discuss is from the developers of NetLogo software. So they kind of have a excellent textbook which I am referring to in the coming part of the presentation. So they kind of enumerated that agent-based modeling has at least 8 different utilities. So agent-based models can be used to describe a process. It can be used to explain something. So we just saw the example of housing segregation. So agent-based model was used to explain why people segregate differently based on different racial preference. And then it can be used to experiment. So experimentation is coming. Like I do have models which will be used for experimentation. And then different disciplines use it for communication and education. The people from computer science or data science, they use agent-based model for communication, and then social scientists kind of use it as piece of scientific dialogue. So they kind of use models to explain what's happening in society. And then as thought experiments, so there is a lot of mental modeling happening even with agent-based models. And then nowadays it's used for prediction as well. So as I told, we will be using NetLogo software, but this is kind of a recent study from Abar et al. So what she's trying to do is like compare different agent-based software that's available in market, and they have like on the x-axis the model development effort, so from simple to difficult, and then on the y-axis the utility of model, how scalable the model is. Can it be used for complex problems? So NetLogo is somewhere here. I hope you can see it somewhere here. So it strikes the perfect balance between it's easy to develop, but it's highly scalable. So that's why I choose NetLogo. But it depending on your problem, like Java-based agent-based models are here. So that's the best ones, but it needs a lot of development effort. And then no threshold and no ceiling language. That's the vocabulary I picked from the authors of this book, which I'm going to use, Uri Wilensky and William Rand. So that was the motto behind developing NetLogo, which is developed like 20 years back. So it is low threshold, so you don't need to use a lot of effort. And then there is no ceiling, so you could build as complicated as models as you want. So now I'm going to my first model, symbol ants model. So that's available in the software. So if you want to pull up that, I can show you how to pull up that model on screen. So this is the NetLogo software I was talking about. If anybody has it downloaded on their screen, just pull it up. And all the models I'm going to talk about are in, if you go to the file and go to models library and then go to IABM textbook, agent-based modeling textbook. And all the models I'm going to talk about today are from chapter 1 to chapter 8. So you can just follow along if you want. Otherwise, I'll have it on the screen, so you don't have to do anything. So this is a model of how ants forage their foods. So let me set it up. So what you see here, and then maybe I'll hit go. What you see here is 125 different ants. The central circle is the nest of the ants, and the ants are just foraging feed from 3 different food sources. I guess that is done. So what we have here is we have a lot of inputs. So we could adjust the population from all the way from, if you run the slider, it will go from 0 to 200. And then you have a diffusion rate, a evaporation rate. So it's basically what's happening is that ants are looking for food. So once they find the feed, they will just drop a pheromone, and then they will go back to their nest. So the rules are simple for each individual agent. So agent in this model is individual ant. So the goal is go find the food. If you find the food, drop a pheromone and go back to your nest. So that's a simple rule which agents follow. And then when you have like 125 agents together, so you see this complex foraging pattern. So these are the two key take-home message which I was talking about complex system research. So you have simple rules, and when a lot of agents have simple rules together, complex patterns emerge. And then I just want to talk a little bit about how the software is structured. So whatever you see in green is inputs, and then this is the model world that you have, and then there is a code which is code tab, which has a lot of code in here which is actually running the model. So that's the algorithm or the brain of the model. So you have input and then you have output from the model. So that's the utility of NetLogo models. It's actually very simple to use. We are gonna go through multiple models right now, so you don't have to think about it right now. Because I have talked about all this, so we kind of looked at ant colonies foraging behavior. So only rules that they followed is they had to look for distance to the food, then they drop pheromone, and this is driving the model behavior. So there was only simple rules. Complexity is organizing, and there is no external leader or orchestrator who is kind of controlling the model. So it's only simple rules. So we'll look at one more simple example of agent-based model. Again, this is a historic model. So this is called Game of Life model. So it was developed by a very famous mathematician, John von Neumann. You probably have, all of you have heard about this one. So he developed this model in 1940s. So the history behind the model development is that John von Neumann was of the opinion that in few decades humans will have to invade other planets, and you will have to mine a lot of minerals for the existence of our civilization, and for doing this efficiently we need to have self-reproducing machines. So that's why he went on to develop this one. So that was a little complicated model. So John Norton Conway in 1970s, so again another mathematician, developed a much more simpler model which he called Game of Life model. So what's happening in this model is they're kind of trying to predict the life in one of the cells, the green cells, and then the life or death in the cell depends on what's happening in the 8 neighboring cells. So that's this is called John von Neumann neighborhood. So to explain this model a little bit more better, I think I have a very good video available. Let me try to pull that video. Don't know whether.
Back in the 1970s, an unexpected breakthrough was made by a Back in the 1970s, an unexpected breakthrough was made by a mathematician named John Conway here in Cambridge. He devised something called the Game of Life, a simple simulation that shows how a complex thing like the mind might come about from a basic set of rules. The simulation consists of a grid, a bit like a chessboard, extending infinitely in all directions. Each square of the grid can either be lit up, which he called alive, or dark, which he called dead. Whether whether a given square is dead or alive depends on what is happening in the 8 other squares that surround it. For example, if a living square like this one has no living squares nearby, the rules say it will die of loneliness. If a living square is surrounded by more than 3 other living squares, the square will also die of overcrowding. But if a dead square is surrounded by 3 living squares, it becomes lit or is born. Once you set an initial state of living squares and let the simulation run, these simple laws determine what happens in the future. The results are surprising. As the program progresses, shapes appear and disappear spontaneously. Collections of shapes move across the grid, bouncing off one another. There are whole kinds of objects, species, that interact. Some can even reproduce, just as life does in the real world. These complex properties emerge from simple laws that contain no concepts like movement or reproduction. It's possible to imagine that something like the game of life, with only a few basic laws, might produce highly complex features. Perhaps even intelligence. It might take a grid with many billions of squares, but that's not surprising. We have many hundreds of billions of cells in our brains.
Created and destroyed. Gliders satisfy all of these properties and are therefore the perfect candidates to be used as signal carriers.
Yeah, so we just saw about this game of life model. So I'm trying to think how this game of life model is applicable in animal science. So it's kind of a stretch, but if you really think about it, like if you just think about a pen of pigs or maybe a pen of beef animals. So if you have just enough ideal conditions, then you can kind of have reproduction. But if you have a overcrowding, it can cause a little bit more higher mortality. So it's kind of stretch, but I'm just trying to see whether there is relevance to animal science research. So right now we kind of saw 2 different models. So we saw a simple ants model, and then we saw a game of life model. And then we have seen different rules from this one, like 3 different rules may be evident to you already. So the simple rules can create complex phenomena. So that's something which I want to underline. And then the randomness in individual behavior can result in consistent pattern of population behavior. So you saw that in simple ant model. And then you also may have noticed that a complex pattern can self-organize without any leader orchestrating the behavior. So those are the 3 key features I just want to underline till now. So now that we have seen some simple models, let's try to extend our models and try to make it a little bit more realistic. So we'll see how we can do that. So for that, I'm kind of trying to use a fire model. It's again available under the model library, chapter 3. So if someone want to pull it up, they can pull it up. And what it's actually showing is how fire is spreading through a forest. And then we'll talk about some other key points after I pull up the model. So what you see here as the green color is just trees, and what you see as black color is the interstitial space between the trees. And now when we run the model, we'll see that there will be a fire that's spreading from left to right. So what you see there as brown color is fire spreading. So for now we have like 57% density in the forest. So, and then once the model is done, it will burn down, let's say, I don't know, about 25% of forest, just because of this density. But if we just, let's go past 57 and go to somewhere like 65% density, let's set it up and go and see what percentage of the forest is going to be burned down. See, almost 100% of the model is burned out, just because you increase the density from 57% to 65%. So this this example just shows another feature of complex systems, which is called non-linear behavior. So there is, obviously, it's not actually linear behavior. So the complex systems can have non-linear behavior, and then there is a tipping point of 59% when the burning down of forest behavior is actually being non-linearly increasing. So that's the fourth point I want to take home, like to illustrate today. And let me go to a little bit more advanced phi model. So that is again in chapter 3. And if we go to model library and go to fire extension 2. So again, setting up the model. And so we have 2 more inputs to this model. So in addition to density, we have the probability of spread. So that's the probability of how the fire spreads in the forest from one tree to another. And then we have a south wind speed and a west wind speed. So it basically shows that there is a wind from south as well as a wind from west. So what happens to the forest fire in presence of wind? So let me go and hit go. So does anyone want to take a guess at what's happening here? It's open to everyone. Did you see any difference in pattern from the previous model? Yeah, only thing is that there is some kind of triangular spread. So since there is wind, the fire is spreading at a angular, like at a triangular space. So the point I want to highlight here is that different models have different behavior based on the realities or the inputs that you build into the model. I guess one of the previous speakers already talked about that one. So maybe it's Ben when I was talking about system dynamics and how the herd economics changes based on the inputs you have in the model. So same stuff. So this is what you should be doing for, like, once you build a model-based model, agent-based model, you could kind of add more details to make it more realistic. And then based on the inputs you have in the model, the behavior will be different. So now that we know that detail, let me go a little bit more into software. I am pretty sure that all of you are done with your lunch. So if you want to pull up the NetLogo on your system, you are welcome to do that. So from now on, it's a little bit more hands-on. So who wants to pull up NetLogo on their systems? Can you please raise hands, please go ahead. So I have like 2 more slides to just let you know about what's a bit more about the program interface, program design. So you have already seen these 2 inputs. There is inputs, there is like an output, and there is a model world, and there is 3 other interfacing tabs. So there's an interface tab, there's an information tab, there's a code tab where you write all the code. So that's the gist of how the NetLogo program is designed. And then let me kind of take you through what's happening actually in the model world. In the model world, there is at least 4 different types of agents. So agents are the ones which is moving around. So you saw in ants, like in the simple ant model, you saw the ants were the agents. So typically in NetLogo, they call the agents as turtle. So you could kind of make the turtle any breed. It can be sheep, it can be ants, it can be individuals, segregation, housing segregation. So those are the different individuals. And then obviously there is a link. The link is the connection between agents. So we kind of talk that agent-based modeling simulates the interaction between agents. So there is a link agent in the software. And then there is patch. Patch is like the immobile or stationary agent in the software. So that is what's generally used to model environment in all these agent-based models. And then there is an observer agent. So we are kind of, the observer agent is actually the communicator between the modeler and the agents in the program. So that is the 4 different agents. So if you have NetLogo on your system, let's pull up one model. I guess I will go and pull up chapter 4 from chapter 5. Sorry, it should be chapter 4. Yeah, wolf, sheep, symbol model, but number 5. Does anyone need help to pull up the model? No? I'll just hit setup and go and just show what's happening. Maybe a little hard to see, so let's go and change the wolf color. So wolf is brown in this model, so let me make it black and make it a little bit more bigger. Set it up. So right now you can see all the wolf running around and the sheep. So it does have relevance to animal science, right? There is sheep, and sheep is running around on a pasture grazing. And then wolf, I don't know whether there is wildlife problems in some other parts of United States. So what's happening is that wolf is predating on the sheep, and sheep is just grazing on the grass. So this is a pretty famous ecosystems model which modelers, whether it is system dynamics or agent-based model, so they use it always to illustrate their modeling features, modeling behavior, those kind of stuff. And if the NetLogo has the option to make it run faster. If you make it faster, you will see what happens over time at a faster rate. So you will see the cyclical patterns. Initially, what happens to the population? I know it's kind of little small sheep population kind of cyclically changes, and then same happens to grass as well as wolf population. So it's moving cyclically over time. So like if you run this model well into the future, sometimes there is a non-linear behavior. Eventually the population of wolf is dying out, and then there is overexplosion of sheep population, which is we were talking about the non-linear behavior that you can expect. So if you can use this kind of models to address your sustainability issues, like if you want to model problems dynamically over time, it's a good way to do that. So I just pulled up this model to illustrate what's happening with the model. The components of NetLogo model. So what you have here is there is inputs to the model. So whatever you see in green sliders, that is inputs, and then there is 2 buttons, setup and go. So that is like a Java button. So that when you hit the button, that's calling some procedures in the code tab, which we are going to see it in a minute. And then you have the outputs and the model world. So we talked about this agent. So agents are turtles. Like in this case, the turtle is a sheep. And then there is a immobile or stationary agent, which is the grass in the patch. And then wolf is another agent in the model. And then there is link, which we'll kind of eventually see in other models. So this is what you have in interface tab. Like that's a case for every model that you have in the NetLogo. There is at least 200 different models for you to play with if you're interested in. And then in the info tab, it just shows what this model is all about, how it works, how to use it, things to notice, things to try, how to keep credits, how to cite. All the information is there. And then there is the code tab. So that's where all the algorithm is written. So whatever you kind of have different agents in the model. And then there is almost all the models will have a setup procedure. Procedure is like the function or different method, whatever language you are using, it's the appropriate that thing. Setup, and then there is a go. So I am not going into the code of this model because it's a little complicated, and given the time constraints, let's go and look at a little bit more simpler version of the same wolf sheep model. I'm going to pull up wolf sheep symbol 2. So this is a little bit version 2 of sheep wolf model. So if you set it up and you hit go, so there is 100 sheep in the model, and there is a movement cost of 1 unit of energy. 1 unit of energy for the sheep. So if the sheep moves 100 steps, like the population plummets and it dies out. That's what's happening in the model. So I pulled up this model to just go through the code, to just go through what's happening of the logic of this model. So maybe I'll go line by line through the code. So what you have here is you're creating a global variable of sheep population, and you are instantiating a single sheep as an agent. So that's what's happening in the first line. And then you give sheep a energy variable. So all the sheep has energy. And then you kind of have 6 different procedures in this code. So in the setup one, like you clear everything in your model world, and then you ask the patches to set everything green. So that's you're setting up the pasture. And then you are creating sheep based on number of sheep. So that's like an input to the model. And then you set random XY variable for the location of the sheep. Then you color the sheep white, make it a sheep, turtle, and then set energy. So give each sheep 100 units of energy. So and then you reset the ticks. So like if you had run previous experiments, it will go back to time 0. So on the go procedure, you are actually asking if there no sheep is left, stop the program. And then if it's sheep is there, you will ask them to wiggle, move, or check if they are dead. So it's move. Move is actually let's go and see what's move procedure. So the move procedure just asks the sheep to move forward 1 step and then readjust their energy to energy minus movement cost. So if the sheep steps one step forward, it will, instead of the 100 units of energy, the energy will be set back to 99 units. So, and wiggle is just moving the sheep randomly, and then it will check eventually every step. They will check whether the sheep is dead or not. If the energy is less than 0, the sheep will die, and then you can count the number of sheep, and it will plot for you. So that's happening in this sheep model. So I guess we have enough time. 1 more hour is there, so we can actually do this on laptop. We can create this model on your own systems. So shall we go ahead and do that? Right, so I will kind of show you what to do. So if you have the NetLogo software on your system, so just open another version of NetLogo, just like this. It's coming up, it takes 30 seconds, okay? And then what we will do is just go to the original model and just copy this code. So we'll save the time of writing this code. Control C and paste it on your new version like this. Control V. Yeah, all the code is here. So I'll give you like 2-3 minutes to just do this one. So I guess all of you have done that one, right? So let's go and do the next step. Can you hear me? Yes. So the code is there. The only you need to actually do, I don't know, 5 different steps. So what you're missing from the interface, if you compare this one and your old one, or the original model, that you need to have these inputs. Number of sheets should be there, movement cost should be there, and there should be 2 buttons. So let's go and build 2, like we are going to hit the add button, and then we'll put slider, select slider and put it over here. So we have to call it number of sheep. So that's the variable, and you are gonna have a minimum of 0 to maximum 100, and hit apply and OK. So now the code will complain that you don't have a movement cost slider, so you have to do the same. So I know I'm could do that, right? The slider for movement initial number trouble. So add, you just click add, and then you have to select slider, and then you click here. So I am going to create 2 more buttons, 2 buttons here. One is called setup. So it's actually communicating between your touch and the setup procedure, which we talked about just now. So hit OK. So and then I'm going to add one more button here, which is called go button. And then I will hit this 4-hour tick to make it run for 100 steps and display the name go, hit go. So if you can like make it better, just select it and move and place it wherever you want. So we will go one more slider, put it here. We call movement cost. So don't forget that hyphen in between. So they have named it like that. So increment by 0.1 units of energy and maximum of 2. Set the value to 1. Apply. OK. Select it. So these are our 2 inputs, number of sheep and movement cost. And then there is 2 buttons which is communicating the procedures. And then I'm going to add one output plot. So it's called population over time. And then x-axis is time. Y-axis, I forgot, is it? Y-axis is population. And that's it. Apply. OK. So select it. Move it a little bit here. And then the model is ready. So if you if you hit setup, so you will see that there is like 100 sheep on in your world. 100 sheep is there, and if you can hit the go, you'll see that the model replicates the behavior. Oops, it's done in 100 steps. So instead of ticks, I'll put it on ticks. Setup, make it bigger. So setup. It's not working. Does anybody need help? Please raise your hands. Yeah, in the setup button, the command is setup and the name is setup too. Setup, and the go button also setup. Yeah. Is it small? Yeah, it's not capital. It's like small letter. Go is the same. Go and go. No, just go. Yeah, go. Just now hit setup. Go. Yeah. You're done.
Take one step.
Oh. I think you just hit the on kicks. So this is continuous. Let's see. Setup. Whatever. Setup and go. Oh, there is something like if you click the left click, select it. So, sorry. Deselect it. So there is a button called forever. See, it will run for 100 steps. Setup and go. See. Yeah. Trouble? Yeah. Let me see. Nada. Setup is capital letter. Small letter. Setup. This is yeah. Yeah, you cannot change the name of it. Instead of gold, it should be gold. Yeah, that should be setup. Let's see, gold, it's called setup, right? So let's see what's happening here. Edit. What's the but you have setup here, right? You have setup, see? Don't worry, we just want to. It's fine. fine. We'll get it done in the lab. Okay? Don't worry now. Graph will come only if you have set up and go. Yeah, I could get it right. So if you have any trouble, just ask him. Okay? No trouble? It's good. Yeah. So now I assume that you all have created your first agent-based model. So just like John Epstein says, if you didn't grow it, you didn't explain it. So you just have to do it yourself. Only then you will get the feel of it. So just to reiterate, we kind of saw that agents interact with each other. Like the sheep was being predated on by the wolf, and then sheep was interacting with the environment, so it was foraging on the grass that's grown, and wolf was interacting with their sheep environment, so they were predating. So that's all about agent-based modeling. Yeah, we went through this one, whole sheep predation model, and then I want to just talk about a little bit more detail about agent-based modeling. So there is three design principles of agent-based modeling which I want to highlight. So first one is granularity. So I know that one of the previous speakers was talking about granularity of the model, those kind of stuff. So granularity is the level of detail in the model. So here what you see is like two different models are there. One is how AIDS spread in a human population, and the second one is how tumor is spreading in the body. So this is both of them, the common feature I see is that both of them are diseases, but the agent level, so the selection of agent is different. So in the AIDS model, you're selecting a individual human as a agent, and in this tumor agent, you're selecting individual cell as an agent. So I'm gonna pull both of those models just to illustrate this granularity factor. So if you wanna tag along, you can also do this thing. So just go to your NetLogo software, is it big enough? And go to File, Model Library, just type HIV to see the AIDS model, and it's under Sample Models under Biology. So pull up the HIV, open it up. So what you see here is, I'm gonna set it up. So you see a population, and then whatever you see is as blue is the people which are HIV positive, I guess. Oh no, they are doubtful about HIV. So there is an initial population of 300. There is average coupling tendency of 5. Then there is commitment among couples, and then condom use and average HIV testing. So what happens? So if you have, so it's just showing you that agents are interacting with each other, and then the proportion of HIV in the population is increasing at a fast rate. 40% of people are getting infected. See, now it's almost everyone is infected, so they are red or green. So the point I want to highlight is, in this a disease model, but here the agent is an individual human being, right? So now I'm going to pull up another model. Let's go to model library. Let me type tumor. If you want to do that, you can also do, just type tumor and it will come up. Just hit the tumor model. So this is a picture we just saw. Just set it up. So what you see as a blue dot is a stem cell. So here the individual agent is a cell. And then if you hit the go, boom. So whatever you see as red cells are tumor cells. So the black cells are the dead cells. So whatever tumor cells, so the tumor cells are escaping out of the cell. So this is called metastasis. You probably know this thing. So they are kind of escaping from your cell and going and settle down in some part of your body. So in this is also disease model. So the agent here is an individual cell. So depending on your research question, the level of granularity of an agent changes. So that's one first design take-home message, and the second design principle is about agent cognition. So cognition basically means that you have a memory, like all of you have memory of what happened yesterday, and then you have learned something from whatever experience you have yesterday, and then today if you find some problem, you're going to use that learning to tackle that problem. So that's basically the gist of what is cognition all about. So here we have a traffic basic adaptive model, so which will show you two different models. So there will be a basic model, and then there will be a adaptive model which has cognition. So let me try to pull it up. So let's go to NetLogo, model library. Clear this. Let's go to chapter 5. So I think I'm talking about this traffic basic adaptive model. So let me open it up and set up the world, and then hit go button. So what's happening here is there is a highway, and then there is cars running around, and then just because of the acceleration and deceleration of individual agent, which is car, there is traffic blocks. So what's happening to this agent is this agent can be termed as a reflexive agent. So reflexive agents are agents which just base their behavior on simple if-else rules. So what is the if-else rule in this model is that if there is a car in front of you, just stop your car. And if there is no car, just keep on accelerating. So just like our simple ANDs model, they are working on simple if-else rules. So AND model is if you find food, pick it up, drop pheromone, go home. So this is if you have car in front of you, brake, and if you don't have it, just keep on accelerating. So that is a model without cognition. So and even within this model itself, there is another version. So that is called adaptive go. So we'll set up the model and we'll hit adaptive go. So what's happening here is you will see what's happening. Let's make it a little faster. So now you don't, so it's running at a normal speed. So this is like a adaptive model. So they are kind of using different best, so there is trial and error methodology going on. So they kind of see, okay, what's my best acceleration that the system should undergo. So and then they will test against the current acceleration, and then they will find the best acceleration where there is no inhibition to traffic flow, so free flow of traffic. So this is kind of moving towards optimization, and the models are adaptive. So see, there is no traffic block because it's maintaining a acceleration of whatever is best for the system. So we have talked about all of this. So we talked about reflexive agents. So reflexive agents just base their behavior on simple if-else rules. And adaptive agents, they are the ones who have cognition, so they have memory. They can adapt their decision based on whatever they have learned in the past. And then simple rules was learned behavior, cars eventually stop forming traffic jam. So that's the second design principle. So agents have the capability for cognition. So you could make use of that feature of the agent to make a little bit more better model towards optimization. And the third design feature, I touched on this one. So there is 4 different agents which we talked about. There is turtles, which is like we adapted turtles as symbol ants or symbol sheep in the sheep model. So that's the mobile agent in the NetLogo. And then there is link agents. So that is the connection between agents is called link. So that's also considered as an agent in NetLogo. And then I have 2 models which utilize the principle of link agents by agent model. So one is just a symbol network model. So these are like the turtle agents, and then the turtle each of these turtles or each of these mobile agents are connected to another mobile agent through random networks. And then this one is also another network model, almost using the same idea, just using network models. So it's called preferential attachment. So let me kind of go and pull up one of those models here. I'll go and pull up this preferential attachment models. So if you want to pull up in NetLogo, please go ahead. Go to NetLogo, go to File, Model Library, and you could pull up this preferential attachment symbol model, open it up, hit setup, and if you, I'm gonna display, hit the go. So what's happening is that it's randomly developing different nodes. And let me try to do it once more, but with another widget. So this is a switch. So it will display the degree of connectedness in this model. So what I'm going to show is this one. See? Yeah, so what you see here is that if it's a bigger red, it's more connected. So there is more networks in the model. So this kind of models are useful to study like airport designs. So if you have a little bit more connected airports like Houston, or where are we now? Oklahoma, so Houston, or maybe to Atlanta. So if you are flying from Oklahoma City to Africa or India, so you'll go to more connected network, right? So you'll go to Houston or to Atlanta. So this is how they kind of design the airports. And the same kind of models are being used to study internet connectivity. So if you have a little bit more better internet server, so the websites will go and find the server with better connectivity. So that's preferential attachment. So the nodes with a lot more connections get more connections. Or you could even apply, they have applied to sociology, or like in Facebook. If you have more friends, you have more propensity to get more friends. So they based on your character or extrovertness. So that is the application of network properties of agent-based model. So I guess this kind of network models are, there is an n number of utilities for this kind of models. So we talked about 3 different design principles, right? Granularity of agents. So depending on your research question, you should select what should be your agent. And then if you want cognition, there is option for that. And then make use of network properties. So I think we have talked a lot about models. Now let's talk a little bit about analyzing the results from agent-based models. So we saw that agent-based models have a set of inputs, like the movement cost, the number of sheep, those are a set of inputs. Then there is like the code, which is the algorithmic way of implementing your model, and then there is output. So if you think about, like really sit and think about the models, there is a n number of data that can come from this kind of models. So there are different statistical methodology already there to analyze all this data. So basically you had to think about what is the preferential statistical tool that you're going to set on the data before you design the model. So maybe talking on what Rafael was talking about, just designers have to, I mean experimental people have to think about the modelers before designing their model. My presentation is stuck. I think this system is because
Please start the program. Came up, right?
Again, I'm using a infectious disease model to just illustrate how data could be analyzed from NetLogo. So again, that's under model library chapter number 6. Let me go there. File, model library, close chapter 5, open chapter 6, spread of disease. So set it up. So here there is 3 different models actually. What's it? Is it not coming up? Oh, sorry. What maybe something is happening.
Oh, it's coming up. This one is coming up, but then this one is not coming up. This view can connect. Well, I don't even need to pull up the NetLogo now.
Here, connect here. Give me your power there. No, I'll connect here so I don't have problems.
I'll keep talking about this one. So like, if you want to pull it up, you could do it yourself. Like just pull up this spread of disease model from. Sorry, my bad. So infectious disease model from chapter 6. So again, it can be applied to any other disease for infectious disease. So yeah, and then there is 5 different variables affecting the behavior of this model. So I'll try once more, okay, to pull it up on my system. Somehow that's not coming on my system, but then if somebody is willing to share their laptop, I can talk about it. So if you pull up this spread of disease model on your system, you'll see that there is 5 different input variables that affects the performance of the system. So there is a variant, which kind of tells you that you can either make it a network model or just ignore the network feature and then just make the agent's model mobile. And then there is also an option to make it environment. So if you, let's talk in terms of COVID. So if you have virus in your environment, it can give you infectious disease. And then there is, you can adjust number of infected people, like initially in the population, and how many people are there in your initial population, and then how much is the connection between each nodes, and then the probability of disease decay. So those are the 5 input variables, and those variables, so there is a feature in NetLogo called behavior space. So this is basically to do design of experiments. So I talked about 5 different levels, 5 different input variables, and then each of them may have, I don't know, 100 different levels. So let's say 500 different levels, but if you take permutation and combination of this one, you can easily go to 10,000 different experiments. So you should actually do imbibe the principles of design of experiment and just do the specific experiments which can give you the desired or hypothesized observed outcomes. So to do that, there's a feature called behavioral space. So what they are doing is that they are just varying the level of one variable. So they are making sure that the variant is just mobile, so there is only agents moving around, connections is constant, number of infected initially is constant, and then disease decay is nil. And then they are changing the number of people in the population from 50 to 200. 50, 100, 150 to 200. And then what you have to do is, like, obviously there should be repetition because there is variation around the mean. So there is repetition. And then if you just hit OK, it will give you like simulated results from all these experiments. Let's say there is 10 different, so this is what I have made graph from that one. So we have 4 different initial population from 50 to 200 and 10 different experiments. So this is the 100% infection time. So it can vary from 500 units of time all the way up to, I don't know, less than 100 seconds based on the initial population in your experiment. So the more density you have, the more the time it takes to 100% infection. I mean, you can imagine that. That's why we had lockdowns in COVID, right? You just want to make sure that the density is lower. So yeah, the only take-home message is that you have inbuilt capabilities to do design of experiments in NetLogo. It's called behavior space. So now that we have did a little bit of analysis, we have built our own model. So the last part we should be worried about is whether the the model is verification, verification, validation, and replication. So verification basically means comparing your model, like the computational model, to your conceptual model. So we talked about 3 different models, right? Physical models, conceptual model, computational model. So you just make sure that the conceptual model and computational model is almost same. So that's a process called verification. Validation is you compare the computational model to real physical model. So physical reality, you are taking a slice of reality and comparing it. So that's called validation. And replication is basically making sure that the model you made is replicable wherever other modelers are doing. So replication. Again, to illustrate the utility of how to do verification, there is actually a voting model in NetLogo. I don't know whether I can pull it up, but if I will try once. If it doesn't work, we will not do that. Did it come up? No. While it's coming up, I will just explain what's happening. So what the model is actually doing is just looking at the voting pattern of individuals based on the voting preference of their neighboring agents. So it's just like calling upon the principles of cellular automata. So I had the model was really cool. Like you could kind of show what Democrats and Republicans will segregate based on the voting preference of neighbors, but I think my net logo is not coming up, so I'm not kind of leaving that. Yeah, the only point I want to underline is that there is actually, you could kind of do the debugging inside the model, so there's a feature to do that. So we have talked about all these kind of things, like how can we do validation, replication. So validation and replication is to ensure that the model is replicating reality. So there are different kinds of validation. Micro validation, which is what happens to the agent in the model, is it analogous to what happens to agents in reality? That's micro validation. Macro validation is what happens to the emergent patterns. So the patterns you observe in the model, is it same as patterns you see in real world? So, and then empirical validation is like whatever data you get from the model, is it same to the data you get from the real world data? So that's empirical validation. So the goal is to just answer the question we have. We will have a research question, so that's there. And then there are certain challenges for replication, so it should overcome time. So whatever you build today should be replicable 10 years from now, and then it depends on hardware, language. What you build in Java should be replicable in Python, so those kind of stuff is there. So yeah, there is a number of details. Let's not go into that. Then there is 3 replication standards. So numerical identity, so the numbers should be same. There should be distributional identity, so variation should be same. And then there is relational alignment, so that's like patterns should be almost same. So whatever you see pattern like here should be replicable somewhere in South Dakota or wherever you are using the model. So we have 10 more minutes, right? Yeah. So since we have 10 more minutes, I'll just talk about hybrid models. And so hybrid model is, the concept is simple. It's basically integrating models. So why do you have to integrate the model? It's coming. So basically the hybrid model is integrating. So you could integrate agent-based model to any other modeling technique. It can be to system dynamics, it can be to machine learning, it can be to geographic information system, GIS system. So there is multiple opportunities to integrate hybrid models. Integrate agent-based model. So why do we need a hybrid models? Is to basically to increase the precision of decision making, to make it much more precise. So this figure I took it from Dr. Tedeschi's recent paper on mathematical modeling. So I think what he tries to convey here, we'll try to restate it. So he's going from this is how the complexity of the models evolve. Can go anywhere from simple models. I know it's not clear. It's like statistical modeling to all the way up to decision trees. There is system dynamics. There is agent-based models, and then optimized agent-based models. So we have touched on optimized agent-based models in that traffic adaptive model. So there is some optimization happening there. And Ben has talked a lot about system dynamics today. And then, I mean, there are other topics. So we are going like on the x-axis from simple models to more complicated models, and he has paired up it with the utility of the models. So initially the statistical analysis to collect and respond. Maybe from there we go to prediction, and then obviously we go to smart learning and policy making. So that's why we need to make the models more complicated. Yeah, anything like if you have any detailed questions, just direct it to him. This is what it is all about. Then, since we have time, I did like to do a little bit of comparison between equation-based modeling. So let's kind of think that is system dynamics. I'm just using system dynamics as the example, and then comparing it with agent-based modeling. So this is kind of a summary slide, whatever we have talked about. system dynamics is kind of like when you look at the theoretical foundation, it is more high level. High level means it's looking at populations. So they look at the behavior of population and then they will formulate some differential equation, and that's being used to simulate behavior. But in agent-based model, it's kind of low level, means you kind of look at the behavior of individual agents and then you simulate them to make population level behavior. So it's system dynamics is top down, this is bottom up. So it builds up from agent to this population. The other one is population from maybe possibly to agents. So system dynamics is more mathematical equation based. This is more programming based. So they use statistics. Here there is big data analytics. And then computational requirement is more intensive for agent-based models. And then you could model all the network structure. So you saw all the infectious disease models. So networking feature of this agent-based model makes it a little bit more interesting. And then agents are heterogeneous. We didn't really, maybe we talked about it, like you could give different attributes to different agents. So that's a heterogeneous behavior of agents. And system dynamics is more homogeneous. And then the representation of time, both of them can be discrete, and this is agent-based model is a little bit more dynamic. Agent system dynamics is also dynamic. Yeah, so there is a number of details if you compare between these two techniques. And then if you want to test hybrid models, that feature is again available in NetLogo. So there is a model called wool-sheep predation dog model. So they, like on this side there is system dynamics behavior, on this side there is agent-based model behavior. So you could kind of compare these models, like within the system dynamics software itself. I don't know. Maybe right now I'll try to see whether. Can you see my NetLogo? No, right? No. Yeah, you could try it out yourself, like whenever you get time. So if you are interested, there is hybrid models here. So yeah, if you kind of hit the comparison, set up comparison and hit the comparison, you will see that there is slight difference in behavior between system dynamics wool-sheep model and the agent-based wool-sheep model. It's just because of the details that you hard code into the model. So there is difference in behavior. So this is just comparison, but you could actually kind of integrate these two technology. Like every technology has its own advantage and disadvantage. So if you integrate it, you can cover for the disadvantage of one and utilize the advantage of the other. So that's why we are using hybrid models. Yep. So this is my last slide. So I'd just like to acknowledge Drs. Uri Wilinski and William Rand for developing, Dr. Wilinski's software is this NetLogo software. So he's the one who developed it. All the models which I showed you is from him. And then there is this interesting book. If you are interested in studying NetLogo, just go and get it from your library or buy it on Amazon. It's called Introduction to Agent-Based Modeling, Modeling Natural, Social, and Engineered Complex Systems with NetLogo. So I'm also just want to highlight, maybe acknowledge that they want to make it open source. So they kind of have all the models and code available for you to study or maybe extend it. So that's something which I would like to underline. And then I also like to thank Tedeschi Lab for all the congenial friendship and all the intellectual support to pursue all these modeling adventures. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. It was excellent. We'll be taking a coffee break from now till 2:55. And then when we return, we'll have a hands-on workshop about big data and machine learning by Dr. Jamie Brennan. So again, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thanks.
think it would be helpful if you don't have our students.
So let's get started. So it's a pleasure to welcome Dr. Brennan here. So we saved the last for the best. Only the best who survive, and they're here in this room, and also the best for the last. So just to remind you, this one will go from now 2:55 to 4:35, and then we have a roundtable discussion again like we did in the morning. And Dr. Hector Menendez will take care of that. We're planning to start that at 4:35 or whatever time we need. So it's really a pleasure to have Dr. Brennan here. He's coming from South Dakota State University. He's an assistant professor in the Department of Animal Science, has extensive experience, knowledge, working in and researching rangeland systems in the western of the U.S. Dr. Brennan has expertise in analyzing large, complex data sets, data science and statistical programming. As a matter of fact, that's why he asked you to download R, and incorporating technology into rangeland beef production system, something that is really known, required, and needed. So without any further ado, Brennan, thank you so much.
And thank you, Dr. Tedeschi, for the introduction and the invitation today to come and talk to you guys. And thank you, everybody, for sticking it out at this point in the afternoon. I know we're getting to that point where we're all thinking about where we're going to go to dinner or what we're going to order at the bar. So thanks for everybody who's still here at 2:30 or 3:30 in the afternoon. As you said, my name is Jamie Brennan, assistant professor at South Dakota State University, and talk a little bit about some of my experience and how I kind of work through some of these big data problems and machine learning problems, and try and have a practical hands-on experience for anybody that wants to kind of run through these tutorials that we have. And so kind of to begin, we think about experimental design. You know, we kind of go through these classical steps of like study design, data collection, statistical analysis, right? What's the thing that's missing here from this picture? And a lot of times, it's this data processing step. And that could be a pretty lengthy step in this observations, right? So you collect all this data, somebody said earlier, and then you're a student, and you spend months and months trying to get your data cleaned up and ready for putting in your statistical model, and it's kind of anticlimactic. And then you get your answer and you write a discussion about it. But that steps can take a tremendous amount of time in there, and we really kind of need to spend more time thinking about, all right, I'm going to collect, 2-3 million data points. How am I realistically going to be able to process this data and analyze it in a way that makes sense and that's time-wise sensible? And so a little overview about my talk today. So kind of give you a little bit of an example of how to take a raw data set. So in our example, we're going to use accelerometer data, process that raw data into a format that's going to be usable. We're then going to train various machine learning models and assess the accuracy of these different models. From our model then, we're going to predict behavior on our accelerometer data set or unobserved data that we have there. And then kind of plug that into an energetic equation, just to give you an example of how you could use some of this information and relate it back to animal energy. And kind of the point we wanted to do here is, there's a lot of examples that are out there. Hello? Maybe I'll just yell. Turn off and on. All right. So there's a lot of examples. If you kind of start getting into this data science, programming examples, machine learning, where maybe you're familiar with the iris data set or how to classify handwritten digits, right? But there's not a lot of animal science examples that you could run through. And that's a challenge because sometimes it's hard to relate some of these examples that are on blogs or what have you to the actual data and the example that you're trying to work through for your own data set. And so I think there's a lot of value to kind of starting to build these data sets for people to work through that are relevant to the work that we're all doing in this room. And so, as we mentioned earlier, does everybody that wants to partake in this have R in RStudio? Show of hands, download it on your computer, and able to run it. We ran this example in R because it's fairly ubiquitous now for a lot of folks that are doing data analysis, be able to process their data through R. One of the benefits, as our speaker earlier today talked about automating a lot of these data processes, is that through statistical programming, you have that ability to take these raw data sets, put them into your R code, and automate many of the steps that you would have taken, if you're processing this data by hand in Excel, which is no longer becoming feasible. In addition, you can develop reproducible research. And so from your raw data set all the way to your final analysis, you could run that over and over and over again, and you're going to get that same example or that same output from the end. And that's really important because it's difficult sometimes to reproduce research if you're doing steps by hand, and maybe you kind of forgot a step in there, example. And then you can build on your research a little bit better. And so from what we'll see here is our R Markdown document once we print it out. You can actually attach this to a publication as an appendix in your publication and show here's all my code that I ran it with. It's reproducible. I could then hand that off to the next grad student that's going to come in, and maybe they're going to use that new grow safe technology the same. Now they're starting on step number 12 as opposed to step number 1. And they have the ability to then spend more time on their analysis, spend more time thinking about the data. What are some other patterns or questions you might be able to derive from them? So a couple housekeeping things up front. We already went through this. We need program R as well as RStudio downloaded on our computer to be able to run through the tutorial. We have a few helpers in the room as well, and they'll kind of be floating around, and if we get stuck or you have a question or something like that, just raise your hand and they'll hopefully help you get that problem solved. First one, Anna Daggle, she's a master's student at South Dakota State University in the Animal Science Department. Logan Vandermark, also master's student, Department of Animal Science, SDSU. Lily McFadden, master's student, SDSU. And then Hector Menendez, sorry about that. Hector Menendez. Dr. Menendez is an assistant professor at SDSU. And to be fair, that was a picture when I asked for one from Hector he gave to me. So, other housekeeping. If you haven't done it already, I know there was sent out an email earlier of where the materials are for this course, but they can be downloaded on a Google Drive. And so, right there is your username as well as the password. So, has everybody downloaded these materials after? We still need to download them. And if you go here, if you just type in Google Drive, and you get to this page, you can click sign in. And if you sign in, using this login, username, NANP.2022 Gmail, and password is ASAS NANP2022 with underscores. And if you log in under Google Drive, you'll see here's a folder, Brennan NANP 2022. And if you just click up here and click download, you can download that entire folder that we need for this example that we're working through today. Is everybody good so far? Okay, moving on. So once you download that folder, you'll need to unzip it. And kind of the easiest place to stick it is in your documents folder. You can leave it in your downloads folder if you want to. just so you can access those files. If you look in that folder, you'll see a couple things. One is RMD, and that's going to be our markdown file that we're going to work through in our studio. We're going to have an HTML document. And then there's 5 data sets there, labeled data 21 to 25, and then another data set called model training data. And so if you want to follow along and do the example in our studio, you can open our studio. And if you click File, Open File, and you can navigate to that folder that you just downloaded and find that file that's marked ASAS NANP 2022.rmd. Make sure it's that .rmd extension on there. Everybody okay? I think if we get through these first few steps, we should all be good. But, this first one here, so what this is, opened up as an R Markdown document. R Markdown is a way that you can kind of create these documents where you have text intertwined with programming code. And so these blocks in code here are in these gray boxes. And these are what we're going to actually run to be able to run our processing code and our machine learning code. And so to be able to run these chunks each time, you can see there's a triangle there, a little green triangle. And if we press on that little green triangle, we're going to run this first simple example. And it's going to print a statement, ASAS NAMP workshop demo. Quick example, we're going to assign apple equals 5, orange equals 10, apple plus orange equals 15, right? And so once we hit that, you should have seen this output from that code chunk down there that was printed below it. So here's our 2 statements that we ran on our simple example. Now the next step, I guarantee, is where we're going to run into some problems. So hopefully if our helpers will be able to get through with everybody and fix these. But in order to run a lot of these different functions that we have to download the different packages that we need in Program R to be able to run them. And so if you run this step here, it'll automatically check to see if you have these packages installed on your computer. If you don't have them installed, it'll install them on there. Now, depending on if you just downloaded R today for the first time, or whether you're like me and you downloaded it a couple years ago and you keep ignoring updates, you might have older versions of packages on there, you know, things that need to be updated, dependencies of other packages that need to be updated for them to run. And so usually if you run this, first, if it runs through the whole thing and you don't get an error, you're fine. If you get some red here, you know, most of these are warnings or just saying that there's other things that are masked. You can ignore most of those. But if you get an error that maybe a dependency needs to be updated, or there's a dependency that you don't have on your computer you need to download, hopefully our kind of trained technicians will be able to help you guys get those through. And one way to check to see if this code chunk ran in its entirety is to just click this button again, and if you don't get any red, you should be good. So any errors? Everybody feeling pretty good, or I don't see any hands going up, so I think we're okay. And there's one more thing we need to do, and that is to set our working directory. And so our working directory is going to be where our data files are in this that we need to load in and process. And so the easiest way to do that is that if you have this open, you can just click on Session up here at the top. Go to Set Working Directory, and then click on Source File Location. And that'll set your working directory to where this markdown file is on your computer, which is also where those data sets are that we need to load into our environment as well. And one way to test that, to see if your working directory is correct, is that if you click this next box and click that triangle, it'll take a second to load, but it should load in that first data set. You should get an output like that. Okay. And so as we go through this tutorial, all these boxes, it's kind of important to make sure you click them all, because ones that are lower on down the totem pole are also dependent on boxes that are up above. And so maybe if you skipped a step, you might get an error down below. that, something's missing or some object is missing. That's probably because you missed a box in there and need to go back and click. And so just a little orientation too, as I'm running through this, I'm going to do this on PowerPoint just so it's a little bit easier to see what are the code chunks we're running here. But if you're kind of lost and you're not sure, maybe you got an error and you're trying to catch back up, we're going to have right there line 32 is the line that we're currently running where that next code chunk is. And so if you need to kind of reorient yourself of where we're at in this tutorial, just kind of look up there and say, all right, we're at line 32. Try not to skip too far ahead. I know we have people that like to click a lot, and skip ahead a lot of steps. So now if we got those packages, are we all good that we've got these first steps done, got our packages loaded? Hector, you think we're okay? Show of hands, everybody okay? Not too bad, okay. And so what we're going to run through is this basic kind of machine learning process. And really this process can apply even if you're doing non-machine learning problems, a lot of these steps are kind of the same, right? You need to actually go out there, collect your data. You then need to prepare your data, process that raw data into some kind of format where you need to put it into your model. From there, you need to choose your model. So a lot of times maybe you have your statistical model chosen if you're doing kind of a classical experimental design, like a mixed model ANOVA or what have you. For machine learning, we might have a handful of models that we want to run and test which one has our best predictions. We're then going to train that model, tune some of the parameters. We're going to talk about that a little bit, of how do we change some of these parameters within the model to get our best predictions. Then evaluate which model gives us the best output. And as we kind of talked about earlier, when we kind of want to move that model, we have it developed. We pick the one with the highest accuracy. We now want to use that model in production. So we actually want to start applying that to unobserved observations to be able to make predictions about behavior. And so our overall goal, and just trying to keep this in mind as we're kind of working through this exercise, is that we want to use accelerometer data to be able to predict livestock behavior. And specifically when we're talking about behavior, we're going to be talking about grazing, resting, and walking behavior. So this first step, obviously we're not collecting data on this, but we have a data set that's already collected for us. And this data set comes from accelerometers. What accelerometers are is they measure gravity, but they're often used to measure motion. And they measure motion in 3 different axes. So that's X, Y, and Z. So X, Y, and Z. This technology is pretty common. It's in all of our cell phones, our smartphones that we have there. If you think about if you have your cell phone in portrait mode and you switch it to landscape mode, that's how your cell phone knows to switch screens between those 2 different environments. Fitbits use accelerometers, so they measure that motion, associate that motion of walking or steps, and that's how you get a measurement for that. If that motion is really fast, it might predict that you're running or doing some other kind of activity, right, based on how fast that motion is occurring. And these can be used and are used pretty extensively in animal movement and behavior studies. And so just a really quick Web of Science search, looking at livestock accelerometer, there's 165 articles that popped up on that. Everything from goats to sheep to cattle. You can find just as many, probably more examples, looking at wildlife as well. And so they're used fairly ubiquitously in studying animal movement. And so for this data set, these came from what's called Gulf Coast Data Concepts Accelerometer. It's a little accelerometer data logger and records, like I said, position X, Y, and Z. And these are set at 12 hertz, which corresponds to roughly 12 records per second. We outfit these with larger batteries, so they're able to be deployed longer in the field. And so we'll get about 3 or 4 months worth of data collection off of that. In addition, when we get down to our kind of training data set, we had field observations to be able to train our machine learning models as well. And so we're collecting raw data on animal movement. We actually have people out in the field over the course of a summer that are writing down what those animals are doing and when they're doing it. That way we could correlate those direct observations to what that accelerometer is doing to be able to predict all those times where we can't observe the animal. And so when I talk about big data, I don't want to define big data or what it is. it's kind of a big data set. So you can take, for example, if we had 32 steers, and how these accelerometers are set up at 1 million records, they will output a file which corresponds to roughly 1 day. So 32 steers times 30 files a month times 3 months, so you have about 2,800 files that you need to be able to process from these data sets just over the course of a summer. Now you times that by the number of records, 1 million records per file, and you're about 2.8 billion records that you need to be able to process over the course of the summer. And so it takes a lot of thought and intention when you're setting up this to say, all right, we could collect all this data, but you also need to think about realistically, how am I going to be able to process and handle 2.8 billion records, process 3,000 files? You know, it's no small amount of effort to be able to do that. And I get an email about once a month from somebody who has, you know, 2 million GPS points or a huge data set of accelerometers and says, how do I begin to start handling this? And so as we start getting into this era of big data, a lot of the data sets that we work with are starting to get larger. It's important to kind of think about that data collection step and how am I going to process this data before you actually collect it all. Usually how I approach this is really just write down the steps and just think about the steps you need to do that's common across these data sets, right? And so I'm going to collect a file. I need to convert the date time. Convert the units is a pretty common practice for a lot of people. Maybe there's some unnecessary information within each one I need to drop. Maybe there's multiple data files that I need to merge for an individual animal to build a complete data set for that animal. Maybe I need to export that to a CSV or a shapefile or whatever file output that you want to be able to take that to the next step of where you're going to process it further. And so as we go through here, if we had run that line 64, then you can see ExcelDF. We're going to create a data file called ExcelDF, or a data frame called ExcelDF, and we're going to use the read CSV file to read in our raw data set. And we're just going to print off the first 15 records in the output just to get an idea of what our data set looks like. And so here is our output. You can see there's, if we looked at this in Excel, there's a lot of messy header information that's here that we really don't need a lot of that information that's in there, right? So what the model number is, we could always use it later if we need to, but for our data processing, we don't really need that information. And so there's kind of a few key pieces of things that we want to pull out of here. You know, the first is that time, X and Y, Z axis information that's there. So that's what our actual accelerometer output is giving us. In addition, if you can see here, it says start time at line 3, V2, V3. That's going to give us from our start time of when that file was recorded. And then our timestamp is actually the number of milliseconds from there. So we need to be able to pull out that start time from our data file and add that to our time step to be able to get a kind of a date timestamp for every single record that we have there. And so we start line 79 there, you can see that's basically what we're going to do. We're going to pull out and create an object called start time. That's going to search through that file header and pull out at that location start and time and paste that together into one unit. It's going to convert that to a date time object so we know that it's a date and time, which is different from a character or, you know, a number, for example. Next, we're going to get rid of all that column information that we don't need, those header rows that really aren't very useful for us to be able to process our data. And then we're going to get rid of that null statement, a few of those extra columns that are kind of hanging out there that Excel read in that we really don't need those as well. And then next, we're going to add that start time to our time, like I said earlier, to actually give us a start timestamp for every single record. We're going to print off the first 5 rows of that data frame. So now in our first step, we've read in our raw data, we've kind of cleaned up the header information, we've now calculated our timestamp, and we've got our X, Y, and Z axis in one nice clean data set. Next step I said, are we all good? Did it convert the time wrong? I see. So mine is converting back to Greenwich Mean Time on there. Is that doing it for y'all too? Okay. All right. Programming challenges, right? And time, for some reason, time always is the biggest programming challenge I always run into a lot of times, as maybe some other folks as well, is that it seems very simple, but for a computer, time is a very difficult thing to kind of grasp and understand. And so there's an additional argument that could be put in there, depending on if it was run or not on yours, where you might need to specify what time zone you're in. So if you're in mountain time, and then it would convert that quickly. I don't think for our tutorial it's going to matter ultimately when we're running through this, but it's definitely a good thing to notice, and I've found that in a lot of other examples. Next we're going to do is convert units. And so based on the manual that was provided for these accelerometers, you need to take your raw X, Y, and Z axes and divide that by 2048, and that's going to convert those to G's, gravitational forces for those. In addition, there's quite a bit of research that's shown that some of these other aggregate metrics are helpful for classifying behavior. So one is movement intensity, and what that is in that formula, I can't remember off the top of my head. Movement intensity is the square root of x squared plus y squared plus z squared. And then signal magnitude is the absolute value of x plus y plus z. And so in addition to converting our units, maybe we want to calculate some additional units that we're going to feed into our model to help predict behavior. So if we run that, next we're at line 133. And on this step, there's also been some research out there that's shown that you could feed your raw data into your model, but it's really helpful sometimes to create different time windows for how you're going to process your data. And so 5 seconds seems to be a pretty good time window to be able to process your data over there. And so basically what we want to do is from our date time, we're going to round that up to the nearest 5-second interval. On those 5-second time windows that we have there, we're now going to calculate the mean, the max, the min, and the standard error on our accelerometer records for that timestamp that we have. And then we have all these data frames. We're going to use the aggregate function to do that, and that's going to create 4 different data frames. We now want to merge this all together into one based on time step. Or now for each 5-second time interval, we have the X, Y, Z, MI, SMA, mean, max, min, standard error for those. So as we run through that code, that's basically what we're doing is rounding up to 5 seconds. If you kind of feel like changing it or playing around with it, you can change that to 10 seconds, 30 seconds. You can see how different time steps might influence your model behavior or your model predictions. That as you get more or less granular, how does that influence your prediction ability? We said now that we're going to use an aggregate function to run through those steps, and then we're going to merge that together into one single data frame. If we print off the head of that on our output, you can see there is now if you look at your timestamp, and depending on your time zone, it's going to be different, but you're going to have kind of this 4:22:10, 15, 20, 25, 30 for our different timestamps, and now we're looking at our X mean all the way down to our SMA standard error. So we created one data set from our million raw records, and now we're at probably about 15,000 that we've aggregated that 1 million data set down to about 15,000 records with all these different variables that we have in there. When you're kind of going through this process, it's usually a good step. Every point is just to graph your data and just start looking at it and thinking about it and see if it makes sense. And so you can never make too many graphs, especially in R, because you just change 1 or 2 variables and you can look at these different variables and how they influence what you see there. And so here's 1 day's worth of data, and this is movement intensity mean that's on here. And you can see from this movement intensity, you have this period around 6 o'clock right here, and you kind of got a lot of activity that's occurring there with that animal. Maybe you get around 8 or 9 o'clock here at night, and you start seeing that activity drop off, and the animal's probably resting and going to bed. Maybe a little bit of activity in the night, and then another kind of lull and resting period that's occurring. 5 or 6 in the morning, wake up for breakfast, you see a little bit more activity that's occurring there as well. And ultimately, getting back to the goal of what we want to do, right, is that we want to relate this movement to what that animal is doing out there and how it's allocating resources for the day. Next step as well, you can kind of just look what are our different axes doing. So that's X, Y, and Z plotted on top of each other. Look to see if you have trends between these different axes. Maybe one is telling a different story from the other ones. But again, the point being of a lot of these is that you can kind of very easily change these different variables in there. So in here we have geome line, X max, if you want to change that to min, if you want to change all those to SMA. It's very easy to change one or two pieces of the code to generate new plots and just look at your data and just kind of think about what it's telling you and does it make sense.
So this, what we just saw that graph is 1 day for one animal.
Correct. Yep, this is 1 day for one animal. So one data file that we processed through these steps. And those are those 3 raw access data points. So on here, and we'll get to it in a second, but we have 5 1 million length data sets that are on there, and that corresponds to roughly 5 days worth of activity. I didn't want to give everybody, a month or 2 months worth of data and have your computer start, bogging down in the middle of this. So they do take time sometimes to run these. And so next thing we can do, so we've kind of run through a number of different steps that we've done to bring in our raw data, right, and process our raw data. And so within R, as I mentioned with those packages, they all have a series of different functions within them that you could use to run. And so for example, if you want to run the function mean, it's going to take an argument of a vector or length of numbers. It's going to calculate the sum. It's going to divide that by the length and give you the output there as your mean, right? And so there's a number of steps that are occurring within that mean function to give you your output. We could also in R write our own functions, and that could help streamline some of this data processing and also make your code a little bit tighter. In addition, you could share functions with people, and so say somebody else is working with these accelerometers, I could share my accelerometer function with them to be able to run and process their data set instead of giving them a chunk of code that's maybe got 130 lines. It's a little bit harder to kind of work through. And so what we're going to do here is we're going to create our own function. We're going to call it Excel function equals function, and it's going to take this input of data file. So it's going to take that name of that CSV file, run it through a whole bunch of steps that we just did on our example right there, and then we're going to return the process data set in this. So you can see here at line 244, now that we've created our accelerometer function, it's going to take this input data-022.csv. You can put whatever numbers, 23, 24, that's in your example data sets, and run that, and it's going to probably take about 20, 30 seconds for you guys to run it on your computer. But you're going to again get one data frame by running that one line of code, and as it's continued on, you basically produce the exact same thing, but you've done it in one line of code as opposed to 30 or 40 lines of code in there. And so it's another way that you can kind of take all the steps that you have to process data, condense it into one function to be able to run it, and then you can go on to your next steps. Everybody's good there to run? Good. And so further thinking about how can we automate these processes, for this example, we have 5 data sets that are in this example, right? And so if you want to process all 5 of these, it wouldn't take too much time to run each data set through your function, maybe paste those all together into one final data set for that animal over that 5-day period. But if you kind of think about this whole data set, if we have 3,000 files that need to be processed in that same fashion, then again, it becomes time prohibitive to go in there and say, all right, data set 1, 2, 3, all the way to 3,000, and be able to process that data. You're going to spend a lot of time, even though it's not active time, just clicking that button, merging data sets. And so we could further automate this process, another step. And so we're going to look in here and look in our working directory that we're at, and we're going to search for a string that matches that data dash. So we're going to get the names of all files within that folder that match that string. we're then going to apply our function there to that list of file names that we just got from our folder. And then that DPLR rbind rows, we're going to bind all those rows together from those data frames that we have there into one data set. And so this will probably take about a minute or so because you're processing this data for your computer to kind of run through and churn all that. But once you get that done, what you can see is this output that we have dimensions of, we've kind of started with 5 million records, raw data frame, or raw records over 3 axes. And now we have 82,000 records. We've condensed that down to 82,000 5-second accelerometer observations with 21 different variables in there, x mean, min, max, standard error, etc. And so in just these few lines of code, we've automated this process of how are we going to, process 5 million records over 5 files with just 2 or 3 lines of code to be able to automate that. And now if you have a student that's coming in and you've already had this done and he's carrying on accelerometer work from the previous one, you can hand him this function in code and say, here you go, you can now start on step 10 or 15 and not having to work through this process of how do I data wrangle all of these over again. And this next one then is just simply a plot over that 5-day period. So now from our 1 day, we could look at our data over a 5-day period. It looks a little bit more jumbled, but you can see kind of breaks in time where your activity is relatively lowered or other times where your activity is greater. And so we've gone through step 1, which is collecting that data. So we've collected it off the animals. We've gone through step 2, where we've run through it and process that raw data into a usable format where we can now kind of start doing some kind of analysis on it. Step 3 now is where we start getting into choosing our model, right? And so there's certain things to kind of consider when you're thinking about your model, what type of data you have. One is whether you have a parametric or non-parametric data frame. Parametric meaning it follows a normal distribution that you have out there. Non-parametric means it doesn't have a normal distribution typically. So if you're trying to fit a model here or a linear model on this top one, it's not really picking up on some of this underlying variability and pattern that you have there. It's just assuming that function is linear when it isn't. As I mentioned, continuous versus categorical are also things to think about when you're selecting your different models. And these are going to determine what classes of models might be available for you. And so if you're running continuous data, you might be looking at some of these different regression techniques, linear model, bridge regression, lasso regression, regression trees, splines, neural networks. These are kind of not the exclusive list, but a class of different models that you could use for your different regression techniques that you're trying to work on. Versus if you're looking at classification where you have categorical data, you might look at logistic regressions, which would be binary. So is an animal pregnant or not pregnant? Is it sick or healthy? Kind of these 2 binary outcomes that you might have there. Discriminant analysis, k-nearest neighbors, decision trees, fork vector machines, neural networks. These are ones that you typically run into in a lot of papers, and they're not an exclusive list, but they're kind of ones that are maybe a bit more common that you see in the literature. In addition, we need to think about when we're selecting a model, our interpretability versus accuracy. And we've seen this kind of come up a couple times in our talks when we talk about a black box, right? And so at the very simple example of a linear regression, it's very easy to understand, right? If you have a relationship between height and weight, as you increase height, you see some kind of proportional increase in weight. And it's a very simple example to communicate to people that, if you're taller, you tend to weigh more. Versus, let's say you collect 500 skeletal points on a person and feed this into a deep neural network, and you just get an output of weight, and you're not really sure what's going on and how it's calculating all these different variables and parameters within there. It tends to be a little bit harder to communicate what's going on in that model there, right? Conversely, you might be a lot more accurate if you took that through the black box process. And so kind of good to think about, do I need to communicate with this model? What are parameters that are kind of going into this model and how they influencing the outcome? And maybe you don't even care about that. Maybe all you want is a model that makes a good prediction, and you don't really care what's going on behind the scenes in that black box. You just want an accurate answer, right? And so things to think about what your ultimate goal is, and I think for us our ultimate goal in this example is we just want a model that's able to predict fairly well what that animal is doing based off these movement metrics. Maybe we don't necessarily care how that x-axis, y-axis, or z-axis is influencing those predictions. So as we move to this next training data set, it's called model training data, and what this is based off are direct field observations, people out there in the field observing animals. And if we read that in, you can see a lot of this looks the same, and so we have our timestamp there. We have our X, Y, Z, all of our different predictor variables that we have there in our data set. There's one additional column that's on there called behavior, right? And so that's from our people actually observing that we know this is what this behavior is that this animal is doing. And so what kind of data do we have? If you look here, you know, observed DF behavior, we have 3 different classes, grazing, resting, walking. That's a giveaway, right? It's a classification problem that we're dealing with. So that kind of narrows down what different kinds of models we might be able to use for a classification problem in this example. Another thing to think about is this data balanced? You know, we have 6,000 records, 6,700 records of grazing, 4,500 records of resting, only 220 records of walking, right? And so we have very few walking records relative to the rest of that. Kind of as you go through these processes, think about what does that mean about being able to predict that behavior. And that's a common problem that we have a lot of times in animal behavior studies, right? Where if your animal typically spends 12 hours a day resting, 8 hours a day grazing, you know, you have a difference in balance of behaviors that that animal is doing throughout the day as well. And all these things can influence what kind of data you're able to collect and what kind of inferences you're able to make off of that data. And again, going through here, it's important to plot your data every step of the way, and I can't emphasize that enough. So let's just plot some of this observed data that we have here. So here's kind of a simple steps where you have your grazing behavior. You can see here around 0, your grazing kind of starts dropping off on your x-axis. Here's 0 on your resting, your kind of grazing behavior starts to tick up, and walking, you have a little bit of a kind of binomial distribution on your walking behavior there. And so where these were set for that x-axis, that mean, x negative would have been the animal kind of has its head down, x positive would have been the animal has its head up. So grazing, a lot of your distribution here is over towards this negative axis, so your animal's probably got its head down while it's grazing a lot of times. Versus resting, where maybe its head is more level or like slightly pointed up. Why would walking kind of be all over the place? You know, it's an interesting thing to think about when you look at your data, to think about, does it make sense what it's telling you? So maybe when you're walking, your head's kind of bobbing up and down a little bit as you're moving through the landscape, and maybe that's why you're getting this kind of result in there. And so all things, again, plotting your data, it's always good to just plot it and see, does this make sense? Is this what I expect? Is there something that's weird or different that's happening here that I maybe need to think about and how that's going to influence my model and my model accuracy? Again, looking at a distribution here, just kind of stacked on top of each other. Pretty similar, and this is movement intensity standard error. So here's your resting behavior. You tend to have this big peak over here, closer to 0. As your standard error increases, your movement intensity is more erratic. You just kind of have these stacked grazing and walking. So as you kind of move in that direction, there's more movement, more variability in that movement associated, it looks like, with that grazing and walking behavior. Next plot on line 308. So just looking at your X standard error and your movement intensity standard error and your data points. These are really helpful sometimes when you look at your data to think, realistically, can I develop a model that's going to be able to separate these two behaviors, right? And what are my potential sources of error that I might have in here that I might be aware of? And so you can imagine, yeah, maybe I could fit a model where I'm able to kind of separate behaviors based on some kind of plane here or some kind of quadratic curve that's going on there, and say everything on this side is going to be grazing and everything on this side is going to be resting. Now, do we think we're going to have a problem with walking behavior just looking at this graph? All right, so where does that fall in there? it's kind of smattered here, maybe smattered here. You know, it's probably going to be a little bit harder to carve out those pieces that we're going to say is walking behavior and separate that from our grazing and our resting. Also, you're going to have outliers in your data as well, right? So you're going to have kind of resting behaviors that are way out here. You know, who knows, maybe they're standing in the corner fighting flies or something like that. Or some, you know, something's going on where you're going to have points that are out here that realistically you're not going to be able to classify those problems right. And so that's another potential source of error to kind of think about when you're looking at your model output and predictions of where are my vulnerabilities, I guess, or where are these things that might cause an issue when I'm trying to model these. If you could run this next one, it's more just showing off than anything, where you can kind of develop these 3D plots and you could actually go in there and click and move it around and zoom in and see what these points look like in a 3-dimensional space. Because ultimately when we have these 20 dimensions, that's where our points exist, is in kind of 20-dimensional space. But again, iteration on the theme of how do we separate these different points in here. Now next, we're going to jump from model selection to step 6, and hopefully this makes sense at the end when we put it all together while we skip a step here. But model evaluations are going to estimate our performance accuracy of a model. And to be able to do this, we really need an unbiased estimate of how well our model is doing. If our ultimate goal is we're going to fit a model, but we need to apply that to all these observations that we don't have data for, right? So we're not able to observe this animal from midnight to 6 in the morning. We need our model to be able to do a good job on predicting on unobserved data that's coming from that data set. And so you can evaluate different things when you're looking at model evaluations and trying to get an estimate of like underfitting versus overfitting. You'll see that those terms come up a lot. Underfitting would be like in this example where you're going to have this polynomial equation that's probably the true function of that, and maybe you're just fitting a linear model over that and you're ignoring some of the underlying structure and pattern in the data. Overfitting, you know, if you ever fit a polynomial model with a really high degree, you know, you're going to have these big swings and these big curves. Basically what's happening on overfitting is you're developing this model that very well fits your training data set, fits all these points that you know, but then if you put in your unobserved data set, it does a poor job of predicting that behavior. So if you have a point here where you didn't observe it, it's going to predict that way off from what the true number is, right? And so what we're aiming for is kind of something in the middle. We're trying to get a function or a model that fits our data set well, and then when we plug in our unobserved points that are going to fall somewhere along here, it's also doing a good job of being able to predict what those values are for those unobserved data sets. And so there's a couple different approaches you can look at when it comes to model evaluation. One is a validation set approach. This basically just randomly splits your data into a training and testing data set. They're pretty easy to deploy. You basically just take your total observations, you divide that, for example, into an 80% train, 20% test data set, run your model on your training data set, apply it to your testing data set, your unobserved answers, and see what kind of accuracy you get off of those. There's often less data to train your models here, and it's also dependent on what your subset of your data set is that you pull off of here too. So sometimes that can lead to overfittings depending on what subsample you pull off there and how you're applying that to your testing data set. Another one is cross-validation. It's a pretty common method for assessing model accuracy. The benefits of that is you're able to use all your data and get a range of different accuracies, and this can help reduce overfitting. The way it does it is, you know, if you imagine you're running this in 5 different experiments, and so you're fitting a model on, you know, sets 2 through 5, and then you're testing it on set 1, you do your next iteration, and you're training it on 1, 3, 4, 5, and testing it on 2. And as you go through here, you're getting a range of different accuracies on there. So if you have, for example, pretty consistent accuracy from one step to the next, it kind of tells you the idea that your model is pretty good and pretty robust for standing up to these kind of unobserved data sets versus if, let's say, you have an accuracy of 5% on the first experiment and 10 on the second, 23 on the third, and 3% on the fourth, and 17 on the fifth. That's why you have this huge range of accuracies that are occurring out there that maybe your model isn't doing a very good job of predicting on unobserved data, or you have a lot of variability and unpredictability on how that model is able to predict. And then lastly, there are others, but these are kind of the most common, is this leave one out cross-validation. It's essentially the same as cross-validation, except you're leaving out one observation from the data set and fitting your model on all the rest of them and testing on that one, and you're doing that iteratively over and over again on your entire data set. Now this example is not in the markdown file because if you can imagine, if we have a data set of 11,000 records, we're fitting, say, a random forest model 11,000 times, and that can take it's pretty computationally expensive to be able to run some of these, especially in the time frame that we have here. But it does give you a very good example, or a very good estimate of how good your model is doing in unobserved behavior, given you're giving it as much data as you possibly can to fit it. And so other things, look at model evaluations, how to assess accuracy, and really the simplest example is just looking at overall accuracy, right? So on an unobserved data set, on our test data set, to make our model, we predict behavior, how many of those correct did we get relative to the total number, right? And so if we have 100 observations and it predicted 90 of them correct, we have an overall accuracy of 90%. And so this is used pretty commonly. There are a lot of other different metrics that you can look at to assess how well your model is doing. These are things like sensitivity or specificity, for example, that looks at kind of the percentage of true positive or true negatives that you have. And so for this example, you can kind of imagine a scenario, say we have a COVID test, and overall our accuracy for this COVID test is 85% or 90%, right? And so you say that test is pretty good at detecting whether or not you have COVID. Well, if you look over here at this case, true positive versus false negative, so people that have the disease that take the test, and out of 164, 100 of them is true positive, but you have 64 negatives, right? You say that's a problem, right? Because now we have these 64 people that have the disease that don't think they have it. They're going out into the world, living their lives potentially infecting people and spreading the disease around. And so it's important, in addition to, so it's good to look at overall accuracy, but it's also too good to look at some of these other different metrics to see how well your model is doing, whether it's got a balanced prediction accuracy. And so we're running through the example now. We're going to look at this first validation set approach. And running that line, we're going to use this function called setSeed. Basically what we're going to do is randomly split this data into, we're going to randomly split this data into 80% test and 20%, or 80% train, 20% test. And what the setSeed function does is that we can randomly split this. That assures that we randomly split it each time the same, right? And so if you have subsample and you randomly take a sample out, you're not going to have the same random sample next time you run this. And this kind of gets to the reproducibility of research. Some of these models now, if you're going to run these later on and you're using a different training and testing data set, you're going to have slightly different accuracy associated with that training and testing data set. And so this ensures when you're running this, setSeed 314, we're all going to get the exact same answer as we're running through this example, as opposed to if you're running this over and over again. And this is important too when you come to publication. You're trying to publish your results and what your model accuracy is. You want to be able to reproduce those examples and show that, here it is. I ran this, 91.4 is my answer, and that's what I got time and time again. So then running through there, we're going to split that to 80-20, and then we're going to create two new data sets based off those indexes that we randomly created, called a train data set and a test data set. And so our first model that we're going to fit is k nearest neighbors, and this is a non-parametric algorithm, and your classification basically is based off your distance to your nearest neighbor, right? And so if I have your unobserved observation there, and it's going to go say, hey, here's my closest ones that are nearer to it, and that's what I'm going to classify this as. So kind of a simple algorithm, but it's effective a lot of times and fairly quick and easy to run. And so our KNN validation set approach, if you run through this example, we're basically going to create a data set of just our predictor variables, which are going to be our accelerometer output. We're going to predict on our test data set then how close those test data sets are relative to our trained data sets, so we have a label down. And we're going to assign that behavior value to whatever is closest to. And so for our example here, we have this k equals 3. And that's going to use the 3 nearest neighbors to be able to determine what that behavior is. And so if 2 of them are grays and 1 of them is rest, it's going to be a grays point is how it's going to allocate that. And next we're going to then generate a confusion matrix looking at our test data set, what our actual observed value is that we know versus our kind of prediction data set, or prediction that we have from our model. And you can see here, here's our output from our confusion matrix, and you can see our overall accuracy for this model, 91.8%. So pretty good, pretty high, right? Kind of feeling confident about that. Looking at our prediction and reference, so here's our actual confusion of which ones are predicted. So your grays that was predicted as grays versus your rest that was predicted as rest, and your walking as walking. Another thing to look at, how do we do? Well, yeah, 91%. Sensitivity and specificity for grays, pretty close, about 90% there. Resting, about 90, 94%, pretty good. Walking sensitivity, 46%. Big number, right? Not as good. What's our balanced accuracy? 73% for that behavior too. So your model is doing a much better at predicting grazing and resting behavior than it is walking, where you're only about 73% accurate on that walking behavior. Which again, thinking back to our plots that we showed earlier, kind of makes sense, right? Looked like we'd have trouble classifying that behavior, how it shook off on our accelerometer. We're now going to run through the same thing of k nearest neighbor, but just using a cross-validation approach. And we're going to use this function called train, where we're going to put our model in there, which is our behavior as a function of x mean, all of our different predictor variables. We're going to use k equals 3, our method is KNN, and we're going to use a 5-fold cross-validation, for example, and output accuracy. And if you run that, this is what we get from our cross-validation. Let's see, accuracy, 92.1% overall, so a little bit higher than our other approach, but still pretty similar. You can see there we ran 5 folds. Tuning parameter k was held constant at 3. Linear discriminant analysis, it's a parametric algorithm used for classification. You can see there it takes the variance between the classes, the predictors, and the variance within each class and compares them. Just kind of run through these quick because they're all pretty similar. It's kind of the same process that we're running iteratively over and over. We're just using different models to be able to do it, right? And so if you look at LDA, there's our model, LDA validation set approach. Your behavior is a function of all these different predictor variables. Your data that you're feeding into it is your training data. We're then going to take that model that we created, called LDA VSA, and apply that to our test data set. And then we're going to assess the accuracy of that, looking at our confusion matrix. So as we run through that, you can see our output from our caret function of that we now have 91.3% accuracy off of that, so pretty similar that we had on k nearest neighbors, and balanced accuracy on walking 50%, so it's actually doing a worse. Oh, okay. That's why I'm running out. At this point in the afternoon, I'm running out of batteries too. Is everybody able to keep up okay? We're running through this and we're not getting a lot of errors now. Check? Okay. Thanks, buddy. Okay, so yeah, here's our output from our linear discriminant analysis validation approach. You could also, too, if you run quadratic discriminant analysis and fit a quadratic function in there, you can see here, LDA is the name of our function that we're running. If you just change that L to a Q and run that, it's going to run quadratic discriminant analysis. And you can assess the accuracy of that quadratic model compared to your linear model. And so the point of this, as we're going through this iteratively, is that it should be easy once you're done to say, hey, here's some other models that I read about that I want to use this method. You could basically just plug that in, run it through, and then you've added another model that you can assess the accuracy for to be able to choose from. You can generate things off of there, like plots and histograms. So here's your histogram from your LDA. I know some folks that actually just use these outputs, develop these into simple decision trees. And so say you just wanted to say of group W, where we have X mean, and here's 0, and I'm going to split my behaviors based on 0, because that seems to be where they're separating. You can create a fairly simple decision tree based off of some of these outputs and plot outputs that you have here. And again, looking at walking, you know, kind of all over the place, right? Kind of hard to pull that behavior out relative to the other ones. Cross-validation for LDA. So a lot of these functions you saw earlier, KNN, we actually used a function to do cross-validation, right? And so we specified that cross-validation number of 5, and so it ran our 5 iterations of the model and gave us an overall accuracy. I put this in there because sometimes you'll have examples, or maybe you want to run a model, and it doesn't always have a nice function where you can do your cross-validation in. And so again, getting back to writing your own functions and that functionality in R, you can create your own function if you wanted to. Maybe you can't find one to do what you want, and that's what this is doing, is we're creating a function to run our cross-validation for us. Basically, as you go through these steps and codes, you can see here, function is going to take your data as an input, your model, which is going to be our behavior as a function of our different predictors, what the name of your y is, which is behavior in our case, what your k is, k equals 5, and what your seed is. And so these squirrely brackets are going to denote all this stuff in the function. Basically, it's just going to break your data set into those 5 random samples, fit your model 5 times, and save all your outputs in a list. And then you're able to call that list, actually able to run that. So instead of kind of being dependent necessarily on some package having a function that you need, you could actually go in there and start writing your own functions if you need to. So as we run through that, you can see here's output from our list. We're going to call it, here's our model. Maybe in this example I ran it as 10 for K, and we had 10 different error rates here. So ranging from, 0.09 down to 0.07, but again, pretty consistent in our accuracies that we have there, right? We're not getting kind of big variances as we're splitting this data set and fitting it on different test data sets. Overall error rate of 0.86, and there's our seed that we use in case we needed to reproduce those examples and maybe didn't save that number there. Random forest, basically what you're doing is constructing a decision tree using a bootstrap sample, and kind of just give you an idea of decision trees and how they work. And here's a simple example of a decision tree based off our data set using recursive partitioning. You can see here grays, and if your movement intensity is standard error is greater than 0.011, you go this direction. If not, you go that direction. You can kind of follow this through, say X mean 0.11, your ultimate result is grays. As you follow through that different example, you can see how your model is going there, splitting your data set into these different chunks and components and groups, and then classifying your behavior within these different groups. Random forest essentially works the same, except in constructing one tree, you're constructing a whole forest of trees. You're constructing 1,000 trees potentially, or 10,000 there. In addition, if you were to construct this tree on the same data set over and over again, it would optimize it and just build the same tree 1,000 times. So how random forest works is it's going to be taking a bootstrap, a subsample of your data set, and a subsample of your predictor variables, create a tree off of that, and then then use those remaining ones from that bootstrap to apply it to. You can also take this another step further, where you can kind of do gradient boosting on these trees, where in addition to just randomly constructing trees from random data sets, you could also kind of learn from one tree to the next, so you're creating a better and better tree each time. These tend to reduce overfitting, but not always the case. So as we run through there, here's our random forest validation set approach. Set our seed again, and you can see here's our function, random forest, and our model that we're inputting right there. N trees, we're going to fit it with 1,000 trees for this example. You can change that number and see how that changes your results. And we're going to feed it our training data set. We're then going to predict our random forest using our test data set. We're going to create a column called random forest VSA and predict our test data set behavior based off of our model. And again, look at the behavior differences. So for here, accuracy, 94% accuracy, so pretty good relative to the other ones so far. You get a couple extra percentage points. Still, again, looking at that walking behavior, how those are predicting, still doing kind of a poor job on walking as a whole, so maybe not as accurate on that behavior relative to some of the other ones. Other things you can look at, you can output from your random forest a variable importance plot. Essentially what this tells you is, which metrics or predictor variables that you're putting in your model that are really contributing the most to your accuracy that you're predicting. And so movement intensity, standard error, SMA, standard error, you can think about how much variability there is in that accelerometer that's moving over that 5-second window. Might be strongly correlated to what that animal is doing. Other things like X mean, X max. Down here, you get a lot of your Y's, so Y is kind of that side-to-side movement. Maybe that's not as important in classifying behavior as that up-down relative position to the ground. Cross-validation, again, we can create our own cross-validation function to be able to run our random forest model, and just changing out some of these things like which model that you're going to put in there, how it's going to predict it. But same idea as we showed in our LDA. And if we run through that, we're going to get our output for cross-validation. And this example, we had 10. I think you guys had 5 on yours. You can see your error rate as you're going through there, and your overall mean error rate of 0.51%. So again, doing a pretty good job. A lot of consistency as you're looking through there. There's not huge wild swings in your variability. Support vector machines. How these work is that you're trying to create this hyperplane to be able to separate these different behaviors and maximize kind of the distance between those two different groups that we have there. So implementing support vector machine, again, I know this gets a little tiresome running model and model as we go through here, but same idea. Here's your model, here's your function that you're putting in there, and your data is your trained data, and we're going to just use this default linear kernel. And we're going to look at our accuracy coming off that model, 91.7%. Didn't actually predict any walking behavior whatsoever, wasn't able to create a hyperplane to be able to separate that from anything else. Running the cross-validation example for that. And let's see, didn't output that, but should have pretty similar where you have cross-validation output about 91, 92% accuracy on there. And so now we've run through this exercise. Obviously this is an exhaustive list of models. It can be an exhausting list sometimes, but it's not an exhaustive list of all of our models that we're able to fit to this data set. But just a kind of 4 handful of common ones that you read a lot in the literature if you want to implement. But ultimately we want to get to this place where we've kind of constructed these different models that we have here, and we want to get a sense of which one is the best at predicting our behavior based on our unobserved data. So you can see here is our model. We're going to create this table, and using our validation set approach and our cross-validation approach, and it looks like random forest had the highest accuracy relative to the other models that we have there, right? Now, if anybody's noticed that you're paying attention, we skipped a step in here called parameter tuning, right? And so you could probably do a whole, an hour and a half on parameter tuning alone. And I just kind of wanted to touch on this just to make folks aware, if you're kind of getting new into this field, is that each of these models that we discussed there, they all have different parameters that you can tune. And depending on how you tune these different parameters can impact what your accuracy is of these results. Also your ability to overfit them as well. So just to kind of give you a simple example of how parameter tuning can work. You know, if we look at our k-nearest neighbors example that we had earlier, and run this line. So here's our k-nearest neighbor model that we're putting in here. We're now going to do this grid search method of tune grid equals expand, and we're going to look at 1 neighbor versus 3 neighbors versus 5 neighbors versus 7 neighbors. And so in addition to running our cross validation 5 or 10 times, we're now also going to do that on each one of these Ks to get an idea of what's our optimal K that we should be setting for making the best predictions that we have in our model. And that output that we're going to get on there is, here's our accuracy, and if you look through there, you know, if you look at K equals 7, 92.5, so slightly better than K equals 3 that we had earlier. Ultimately, the final values was K equals 7, so it kind of predicted that, or pulled from that cross-validation, that 7 was the number that we should have had for our neighbors. Now you can expand this to however big you want for their, and it maybe seems small, right? You're only gaining from 3 to their 0.3%, but as we found out earlier, 1% can make a huge difference, especially when you're trying to scale some of these models. It's important to kind of take these extra steps and kind of tune these parameters, which ones you can tune for different models to be able to get your best predictions. I don't recommend running these next couple slides, but you can if you want, because these tend to be computationally kind of expensive. So if you're accidentally clicked, your computer might be running for a couple minutes while it's processing some of these. But you could also, like for example, support vector machine. You could tune up different things like your cost function there. And basically what that does is you could fit a hyperplane to separate these any different ways. But how maybe it's going to maximize your separability between the groups, or maybe it's going to more penalize kind of outliers and stuff like that. And so there's these different parameters that you can tune within your model that's going to affect how it's fitting these classification things and ultimately affect your accuracy. So for this example, I think we fit a cost of 0.01 and a cost of 10, and your best performance was there at a cost of 10, right? And so if you had a number of these and you wanted to then further refine it to a number of maybe 0.5 to 10, you can start kind of refining some of these parameters that you're tuning to be able to develop the best model for making predictions. Likewise for SVM, you could also tune that kernel. Earlier we had that linear kernel, right? Maybe you want to fit a polynomial kernel or radio where you kind of have almost like this topographic position where you're able to separate those behaviors differently based on these different kernels. And this one really will take probably about 5 or 10 minutes if you're running this. And so maybe when you're back in your hotel room later tonight before you go out to dinner, hit the button and see what kind of answer you get off of those. But it does make a difference. You can see here at your linear, you're at 91.7% accuracy. If you ran that, your radio is now 93.7, polynomial 93.0. So just by changing that simple kernel that you have there, you've kind of basically increased your accuracy by 2 percentage points. And again, when you're kind of working on the scale, these 2 percentage points can really have a big impact on your model. So again, we'll find all these, you know, if you hit the question mark in the name of the function, so if you hit question mark SVM, it'll pull up the help menu and it'll give you a list within R of all these different parameters that you have for every single function. And you can start reading about what are ones that you can play with and tune and start changing to be able to increase your model accuracy. So what we want to do here is kind of getting back to original example, and I think random forest is still kind of the highest prediction or highest accuracy out of the 4 models that we had there. We now want to take our model and put it into production, right? We said, all right, random forest, we're going to use that as our model to be able to predict behavior because it had the highest accuracy. We now want to use this model on our unobserved data set to be able to make predictions. And so what we're going to do for this process is that we want to refit that model again, only this time we're going to use all the data that we have available to it, right? So our model is going to hold up the best if it has all the information that's available to be able to make predictions. Now, if you did this earlier, you run into this problem that you don't have an unbiased estimate of how well your model is going to do. because you're not using an unobserved unobserved test data set. You can look at random forest. This one does have an out-of-bag estimate of error, which is about 5%, so that's essentially our training error from our model, but it's pretty much in line with what we had earlier, right, of what our model accuracy is, so we don't see huge differences. We have a little bit of confidence that it's performing similarly as in our testing and training experiments that we had earlier. So now we're going to take from earlier, where we had our Excel merge file, so way back earlier, we merged all those 5 raw data sets together, processed them all the same, created one 5-day period with all these different 5-second time window, X mean, et cetera. And we're now going to use our model, a random forest model, to be able to predict behavior on that data set that we didn't observe animals for that time period, right? Which is what our ultimate goal is. We want to create a model to make predictions on our data set we don't have direct observations on, which is going to be the majority of the time, right? Because it's labor intensive to go out there and observe animals for long periods of time. So this next one gets a little messy, but once we make those predictions, we're again going to take it to that next step of calculating. So we made predictions. What is our behavior makeup per day? So we're going to go through here. We're going to subset out our walking behavior, create that data set. We're going to count the number of walking observations we had on each date. We're then going to convert that back to minutes. So we have 5 second each record that we see walking corresponds to 5 seconds period of time. We're now going to convert that back to minutes and do that for grazing, do that for resting behavior. Basically, create one data frame where we now have resting, walking, and grazing behavior, 5 minutes for each of our days for our animals, right? So you can see here, here's the number of graze minutes. We have a couple partial days in that data set, but 1440 is the number of minutes in a day, so about 4 days worth of complete data that we have in this example. About 598, about 600 minutes, 500 to 600 minutes. That's probably like maybe 9 hours of grazing, somewhere around there per day. Resting, about 750 up to 800. Walking, so probably about 12, 13 hours of resting. Walking behavior, maybe an hour, hour and a half. Again, you probably have a lot of behaviors getting mixed up between walking and grazing because those behaviors tend to be pretty similar to each other, right? So there might be a little bit of error that's occurring between those. And so it's important when you take this step, a lot of times you go through this process and you say, all right, I created my model, here's my accuracy, and right, I'm all done with it, it's good. It's really important, I think, to take this additional step and apply that to your data and see if it makes biological sense. Right? So if you predicted here, let's say our graze minutes was like, it was only grazing, 3 hours a day, you might say something's wrong with that model. Maybe it's overfitting your data, it's not predicting well, because that doesn't make biological sense. They're grazing more than that because it's an animal in pasture, it's gaining weight. Likewise, you could also do this by hour a day. Let's say you took this and you split it into hour by day by behavior. And if you said, all right, we're looking here at predictions, and maybe it's grazing between midnight and 5 a.m. on all your predictions, you might have a problem with your model that maybe it's not doing as good a job as you think. Or you might have a problem with your time zone, where that's happened to me before. Maybe your time zone needs to be adjusted and you need to go back through that process and correct that. And so what can we use this for? We can combine this, a lot of my work looks at GPS data and how do we infer from GPS data what animals are doing and how they're selecting different forages or landscape positions. So we can take our accelerometer predictions, combine them with GPS to see are animals selecting different areas differently due to wetness, NDVI value, a greenness index, or maybe you have a burn patch within your pasture and they're concentrating grazing on this recently burned patch. We have some work in Idaho where we look at differences in animal behavior between low and high RFI animals, residual feed intake animals. So do animals that are more efficient, are they resting in the middle of the day in the heat of the day? Are they up and grazing in the middle of the day? How do these different behaviors affect that animal groups? How does that impact ultimately production? Changes in behavior, a lot of the accelerometers, we look at kind of smart ear tags. The underlying technology in those is an accelerometer that's making a prediction on behavior. Well, if you're selling a product where you're looking at sickness in animals, you might look at something like changes in behavior that might be indicative of a disease. And so let's say your animal pretty consistently between 4 and 7 gets up in the morning and starts grazing. Let's say that didn't happen today. That might be an indication that that animal is sick. Maybe it's got foot rot, maybe something's wrong, it doesn't want to get up and start grazing. So you can start building in from these behavior predictions different algorithms that can translate to management decisions for the people that are out there in the field. You could also incorporate these into additional models, right? So don't penalize me too much because this is Hector's part here. He put in there and plugging this in and say we want to calculate net energy for maintenance that's attributed to physical activity. Physical activity is related to standing behavior, position changes, horizontal locomotion, ascent. And let's say, for example, your animal is traveling 10 kilometers a day and it's navigating this landscape where you have kind of flat positions and slope positions. It's having to go out there, get forage off the landscape, climb hills, do all that stuff. All these things impact energy and energy usage on the animal. And so depending on what their behavior is, that's going to impact how many calories these animals need for maintenance. And so just plugging in there with a couple of kind of basic coefficients off the model, you can start calculating things like daily net energy required for physical activity on a given day. So maybe in days where animals are resting more, they need less mCals, anywhere from over 1.5 all the way to over 2, just depending on how that animal is allocating its behavior throughout the day and what it's doing, how many hills it's climbing, etc. And so we can start plugging these into nutrition models from our predictions to be able to estimate how to best optimize production for animals that are out grazing on extensive rangelands. And so why did we do this whole exercise? One, I just wanted to highlight that how we can streamline some of these data processes and how to start thinking about that. The benefit, if you go on that markdown document and you click at the top, it'll say knit. You could basically knit that whole document together. You could have a nice printout that you could then put as a supplement to a journal article, but also you could hand off to your next graduate student that might be taking up this work for the previous one. And so if you have a GrowSafe system and they have this GrowSafe workflow that they've developed to be able to process that data, again, you could hand it off to your next student and he can start off with the last one left off. And you don't have that learning time necessarily as steep for that next student to go through. We could also develop models and processing code, free up time. So really this frees up a lot of time to start looking at different research questions. If you're spending 80% of your time just trying to crunch numbers, get your data processed, that's less time that you can start looking at maybe what are some of these odd things or patterns that we see in the data that might lead to more research questions or help you think a little bit more deeply about it, right? So all you're trying to get is that finish line of plug it into my statistical model and get an answer. You're not spending as much time thinking about the data itself and what it might be telling you, what are some patterns in there. And again, getting a jumping off point, the value I think in this, and I think for everybody to be able to start sharing more of their data and more of their code, is that we can start generating more and more animal science examples for people to be able to utilize for their own research. And so I don't know if everybody's been at that point where you've read a paper and you say, hey, that's a really cool method. I wonder how I can do that or implement that myself. Well, maybe you can go in there and start reading lines of Stack Overflow, blah, 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 going through there. If you have all this code documented as a supplement, you can then take that code and start looking at your own research as a jumping off point, furthering the science even more. And with that, I'd like to thank the committee for inviting me to come talk to you guys. I really appreciate it. I'd like to thank everybody for sticking through the afternoon and listening through this talk. And happy to take any questions in the round table.
We'll have both of you come up here like we did earlier this morning.
Hello.
Yep.
Okay, so
Thank you again, Dr. Brennan and Dr. Kanyamatam, for your excellent presentations. And so let's open it up for general questions and comments. If not, I have some prompts. I know it's the end of the day, but yeah, does anybody have a question for the two speakers? I would ask that whoever's going to answer, please rephrase and repeat the question for the audience.
Okay, good question. So the question was, there's a lot of companies like Smart Ear Tech companies, for example, that provide a product, and part of that product, if they have accelerometers, is you get a prediction output, but they don't publish alongside of that what your accuracy of it is, what their methods are that they use to be able to process the data. Is that correct? Yeah, and I see that as a problem. It's there's almost like a flood of precision ag technologies that are kind of coming out in the market, right? And they're all throwing the word AI, right? Our AI-powered algorithm, and maybe it's random forest model behind it, maybe it's just a regression model, but they don't publish any of the results that go along it, and that's a challenge, I think. For us as researchers, we always want to publish what our accuracy is, how confident we are in they're selling a product where they don't necessarily need to do that. I think the challenge comes especially when you're implementing these with producers that are trying to make management decisions based off of these. That maybe if you're getting a lot of false positives or a lot of false positives where it's saying your animals are sick, now you have this technology that's supposed to be able to save you a lot of time, but you're having to go out and check all these animals that are perfectly healthy, even though your ear tag is saying maybe there's a change in behavior. I think I'd like to see maybe companies being a little bit more accountable in their methods and what their underlying IP is and how they're making these predictions, but I don't know how you solve that. Maybe our job is to help educate producers on what these technologies are, realistically what the limits are for some of these that are being implemented.
Yes, we have another question. Go ahead.
I told you I was working on methane solution, so I am curious if you have been interested in applying like data of activity as a proxy for methane, because since the BMI a lot of uncertainty for measurement, but you show that you can have very nice results for activity. I wonder if you have worked on this approach. This is the first question, and the second one is it was very nice also to see all the code and all well documented things, and you're talking about the importance of having open source tools for the community. So this question is more about what do you think about what the journals should push the community to know when we still need the articles to push more the authors to share all these methods.
So there's two parts. I think the first part was, can we use accelerometers and relate to greenhouse gas emissions in animals, because intake is related to gas emissions. And I would say stay tuned, because we're doing that research right now. Where we have a trial that's starting this summer, but next summer we'll be putting out accelerometers on animals that are grazing in pastures and trying to measure methane emissions in those animals. Trying to develop formulas for correlating intake to methane emissions based off of either GPS data and our predictions for grazing or accelerometers for that as well. I will say that measuring intake in grazing animals is extremely difficult, if not impossible. We're not going to go down that road, I guess, of all the challenges that are associated with that. see how some of these equations might be able to make some of those predictions. And the second part of your question was, should should journals require? And I've heard of so should more journals require people to publish their code with their publication? I've heard several journals. I think Nature has gone in that direction where they do actually require you to submit your code as part of your journal submission process. So one, they could actually evaluate it. Two, so it's all open source. I'm a big proponent of that. Again, for that reason, if you read a paper, I want to be able to, maybe you don't put all your data there, but you put your method of how you processed it all and what statistical model you used. Just makes it that much faster to be able to start replicating and reproducing research. I don't know what the standards are for writing nice code. I don't usually write nice code, so this is not something I particularly enjoy. As I tell my students, do what I say, not what I do. Or I just usually just have a big chunk of R of no code whatsoever in there. But I think we should require that of people to submit that.
I guess I really have a comment on the second one, being everything being open source. So as researchers and as publicly funded agents, so I guess we will all go for open source codes, open source research, everything. But on the other side, like when companies are not making it open source, obviously there is some business interest, so they are investing time, money, so there is a trade-off. I guess I don't know the optimal solution to that, but we as agents will keep pushing for open source coding and research and that out there.
Yes, go ahead.
Question was that so from all the agent-based models which I showed as examples, so I did have the preset inputs to the model. So he was asking whether you could make the models data-driven, right? So can there be a flow of data into the model and can make it predictions? So the short answer is yes, there is ways to do that, and people are already doing that. So I just illustrated already set examples because it's more simple. So and then my goal was to just introduce agent-based modeling and the possibilities. So it is possible. Yeah.
Yes, please.
So the question is using video or imaging technology for assessing behavior in animals, right? Yeah. Is that to correlate to accelerometers or just like, let's say in a barn you have a camera and it's using the camera to predict behaviors? Yeah. Mostly I work on extensive grasslands, and so you don't necessarily always have that option. Like if you have a 500-acre pasture, it's going to be difficult to be able to cover that in cameras, or we're able to identify individual animals and relate that to behavior. But I think there's been quite a bit of research looking at barns and dairies and feedlots where they've used that technology. I think it's similar where it's kind of the same process, I think, right? Is that you got to be able to collect your imagery, your video data or your image data. Somebody has to go in there and classify and label what those behaviors are. Your class of models is going to be a little bit more complex, where you're probably going to be in like a deep neural network or deep learning model for classifying photos or video. And then you're going to build your models, assess your accuracy, and then use one for deployment where you're making predictions based off of that on animals. And so the thought process is basically the same, but maybe the data collection and the complexity or class of models that you're using is different. You keeping accelerometers on pigs. Yeah. Putting anything on an animal is not easy. Keeping it on there, as we all find out.
I would just add to that response that our colleague, Crystal Levex, she's here. She's actually sitting back there, but maybe she stepped out for a minute. I think she's developing some vision software algorithms for swine. So you might visit with her because I believe she's already published in that work. Are there any other questions or comments?
Absolutely. We have plenty of time.
What is your advice for, because I think there is modeling some different modeling framework, right? To say that different approaches of dynamic modeling is you have mathematical equations from one side and then you have programming, right? So what is your advice about, because we want to do, we need to have some skills to be able to set the rules for the algorithm, right? So how is this process of building rules and for dealing there? Because it's a completely different way of thinking.
So I guess Dr. Tedeschi may be better qualified to answer this, but I will give my view on this one. So what Rafael was asking was, how will you set the rules for the agents, right? Is that correct? Yeah. So I kind of briefly talked about hybrid models. So what then I just compared system dynamics with the agent-based model. So it was just a head-on comparison. Actually, you could let's say another hybrid model is machine learning to this kind of agent-based model. So this I would call it intelligent agent-based models. So let's say I'll take the example of this traffic adaptive model. So there is some kind of rules, right? You have to find the best acceleration in such a way that you don't interfere the traffic. See that's the whole idea of agent cognition and intelligent decision making for that system. So how do you make rules for those cars? So if you have a lot of traffic data from, let's say, Oklahoma City, and if you apply different machine learning that James just showed, you could make the best, you're going for the optimal rules. Okay, this should be the best acceleration for Oklahoma City. So those kind of rules we have to kind of imbibe from machine learning, and then you are using that wisdom and you kind of hard code or program it into your agent-based models. So that's one way to go for optimization. Did I answer your question?
Excellent. You guys are making my job easy. So are there any other questions or comments?
Let's see a hand back there.
No.
Okay, I have a couple.
So first from Dr. Remus.
Would you like me to do
the computer one or the student?
Either?
Okay.
So
to
both of the speakers, there are different ways to program in many different platforms that are available. Often for beginners, they'll hit a computational limit with computing power. So should we start recommending cloud computing? And do you use it? And what are some tips if you have any? Oh, maybe I was.
Yeah, good question. So I guess the question was, there's a lot of programming languages, and eventually, if you get to big data, you start running into these computational issues, right? And that's ultimately why I learned Python, is because I ran out of, I was running these data sets in R, and I kind of got to that limit where I could no longer run them efficiently in R, so I had to then transfer everything to Python and be able to run it efficiently. And I haven't run into the limit on that yet, but I'm sure I will when we start collecting some of this drone data, cloud computing and stuff like that. But it's, I think as our data gets bigger, we should definitely be teaching people about high performance, computer cluster computing or cloud. What are these different platforms that we have available for able to analyze some of these big data sets? It seems like it's always a leap from one learning how to program to getting to that next step of, all right, my data's too big to be able to program anymore, or analyze it on my computer, and then you got to learn that next step if you get there. I think a lot of folks usually when we get to that step, maybe that's when you start reaching out to maybe some other experts in computer science or different fields to be able to start analyzing some of those bigger data sets and what some of those options are for that. So.
My take on this one is that so I think like the question I understood is that is there a rule of thumb for students to pick a set of computational tools to accustom to, right? Alan is asking like if you have a tip for or rule of thumb for students to pursue to tackle the computational problems, right? So my simple answer is that I don't know, but then I'll take a guess that like what I have faced is that like this field of data science or computer science is kind of progressing much faster, so we will have to kind of keep communicating with computer scientists, and then they should be the people who should be deciding on the program for our research questions. So yeah, I want to ask this question to Scott early in the morning, but we didn't have time. So we kind of talked that this is becoming more and more multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, cross-disciplinary. So how do you communicate with people better? Yeah, maybe they have better solutions for us. Like, should it be R, should it be Python, or should it be like the newer language which may emerge in like 5 years or 2 years time? So I guess the best rule of thumb I have in my mind right now is talk to people who are like experts in that field and figure out what's the best strategy for your research project.
I would maybe add along that I kind of said in my presentation too, is to think about this before you collect all that data, right? You know, it's important because if you collect, 50 gigs of data and you haven't thought yet how am I realistically going to process this 50 gigs of data beforehand, then you kind of start running into those problems. Whereas if you've kind of planned out that process of, all right, here's how I'm going to computationally accomplish this, then you're not going to run into as many issues, as when you're down the road and you don't even know how to kind of process and handle your data. So always think about that as an important step of this process of how you're going to analyze your data in addition to collect it.
Any questions or comments from the audience about this? Supercomputing, cloud computing.
Okay, well, on the same topic, and before I read your other comment, Helene, two things that I heard today is experimental design from some of the speakers, and then with Dr. Brennan, this kind of a priori knowledge and then planning ahead of time. And so I think we can all take that away from as key nuggets of gold from these presentations. And so just moving to this a machine learning focused question for students. As we're kind of entering the new school of the latest and greatest models, instead of getting the best model, do you have some examples of combining different models to take advantage of each one's strength? This could be more focused on machine learning. And that's did I
Yeah, that's a good question. So and you might have, some, like you said, some models might be better at predicting or separating out different behaviors than other ones. And so although you have kind of this list of models that you have there, for example, 4 models, and you pick the one at the highest accuracy, you could also start, like you said, combining them, ensembling these models to make your predictions as well. And so in addition, for our output there, for example, we predicted classification for those different. So is it G, R, W for your classification? Instead, you can predict what's your probability for these different behaviors. And so through these models, let's say one predicted grazing a probability of 90%, the other one at 85%, the other one at 70%. You can start averaging maybe those model predictions for probability and then assigning prediction based on that. Or maybe give a different weight to different models based off of those. So you're not necessarily always limited by, like, here's your machine learning model and here's your output. You can definitely combine those, combine probabilities to make predictions as well, to further refine it. And if you'd gone through that, I bet you'd probably get a better accuracy if you added the probabilities of all those together.
So I have one question, and then we'll see if there are any more from the audience. And this is regarding the agent-based modeling. There's an analogy, or I guess a fact. 1 teaspoon of soil holds more microbes than all the humans on Earth. So with agent-based modeling, has someone applied that to the rumen? And we mentioned this kind of scalability, but what are the furthest computational bounds for numbers and modeling efficiency? Has someone modeled that level of billions and billions of agents within the rumen?
I guess I don't have to repeat the question, right?
I think this was on, so yeah. Thank you for asking.
That's a good question. So, has someone, what's the limit of scalability of agent-based model, right? Yeah, so I don't know whether agent-based model has already been applied to model microbiome, but I am pretty sure that they have applied it to astrology or physics, different questions to physics. So I think if people put sufficient effort and time modeling microbiome with agent-based modeling is possible. So that's a simple answer I have.
Sure, thank you for entertaining that question. And if there are no more burning questions, which I don't see any hands or faces looking like it, I'll hand it over to Dr. Tedeschi. But let's thank the speakers one more time.
Thank you, Hector. So it's really nice to be here and see everybody's still here and awake, and we did not need to infuse any coffee in anybody's vein. So I have a couple of comments. That's the beauty of being the last one speaking, right? So I can make some comments and I don't have to ask if you have questions. So I heard very, very good discussion. First of all, let me tell you this. I think I failed to mention this in the beginning of the morning. All of these they are going to be available online, but most important is the Journal of Animal Science will invite some of these presenters to write papers, and then those papers will become available in the Journal of Animal Science. Just like it did for last year, we just published 3 papers. They are online in June. They just got published in June from last year, and so forth. So you have like 3 or 4 years of worth of papers from these pre-conference modeling workshop published in the Journal of Animal Science. You just look for the Symposium and you'll find those. So having said that, I just want to mention a couple of things that I heard during the discussion that I think they were excellent. So I think it's talking about different paradigms or different model. structures to build models or methodologies to build models, and I think Aline brought that up. There is a publication that actually, that's what we discussed last year, so there is a publication that just got published in this June 2022 that actually answers that question of using some hybrid models to do that, and that is the whole idea of thinking about building hybrid models, and I think Arun alluded to some of these hybrid models. So I think it's a nice paper, at least for you to read and have some of these ideas of what to do. Then the other question was about limits or limitations of data analysis, computing power, I should say, and things like that. So I think you have to think about this. And mainly the students, don't be afraid of not analyzing the data or not pursuing the analysis because your computer does not have enough power. Most of the universities and research institutes, they have supercomputing powers. And you can actually create accounts, at least some of the universities that I know. You are able to create accounts and you can actually analyze the data. So don't be afraid of I don't have the budget to buy the latest laptop. Use whatever is out there. There are supercomputing facilities that will allow you to analyze your data. So don't be afraid of that. Go on for that. And then there was the question about data, availability and things like that, open source and things like that. I think I just don't remember if it was last year or 2 years ago, we published a paper also in Journal of Animal Science that was related to precision livestock farming. So if you look for precision livestock farming, it was a symposium actually, this conference, and we published a paper there. And I believe right at the introduction, we brought up two issues. The first issue was data compatibility, and we're talking about sensors. So data compatibility from one generation of sensors to the next generation of sensors, talking about sensors for collecting data. And the other topic we mentioned is exactly what was brought by the last table back there. And I'm going to call it data trustability. How can you trust the data that we're getting on all of these sensors and being somehow manipulated, adjusted, calibrated by the company and giving to you? So I think this is a big issue, and we have to think about that very seriously, because the open source may actually contribute for us to publish or make it available data that is data. It's not exactly what we're expecting, and I've seen that several times. And then we brought that up in that publication. I think we need to, I actually think this is a topic for another symposium. I think we need to have a symposium to actually bring this up. Brandon, there you go. So data reliability, and what is the word we use? Did they create the word, Brandon? Trustability. So data trustability. There you go. We're gonna have another symposium on data trustability. So I just want to finalize again. Thank you so much for your participation and also for the sponsors of this workshop and all of those that are online. We don't see those online. We will be accessing this online. And before I close this, don't forget to go to the survey thing. So we do read that survey thing. The survey, whatever you write in that survey, whatever we get from that survey goes to USDA. They actually do analyze that, goes to NANP, goes to ASAS. So, and of course I read that too. I really like you to give your comments about this workshop and where to go and what you think about it. So ask you one more time, make sure that you take that link and do fill out that survey. So my final request is that let's thank all of the speakers and also the moderators, my co-associates here. Thank you so much for helping, Aline and Hector too. So I think it was a great symposium, and I'm really sorry we're all the way to the end, but that was the plan, to be here all the way to the end. So let's thank them and thank you for coming here.